Well, here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we'll get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Great to see you today, this Tuesday, Space Fams. Hope you're all doing well. Some shoutouts before anything else. Look Bovine, the reference frame, and Hermit Horologist 123 in the YouTube chat. Frizzla, a very close fourth. Wedge Wizard, also here. Omega Star in the Twitch chat. Hermit Horologist also on a 95 stream Twitch streak, perhaps unprecedented. Great job, pal. Boy, a lot to talk about here tonight. It's gonna be only Iran. I think what I've decided lately, because follow me here, Space Fans. Tonight, I was compiling a list. I didn't do a stream yesterday. A whole day off. I was working on compiling the list for tonight. I hit 170 videos and decided, you know what, I think we're going to have to keep it just to Iran. It's probably a bad sign that I find myself unable to properly cover everything. I think what I'm going to start doing is non-Iran based updates, midweek and week ending report. For now, we'll see how that goes. Anyway, chat, that's what we got to talk about. Iran. Did Donald Trump end the war, or is it continuing? The Taco Gambit. Before we get to the Taco Gambit of it all, let's start here. Remind us where we left off. This was Monday morning, as the stream was ending.
Israel says it's begun yet another wave of airstrikes across Tehran. Explosions have been heard in the capital city. Other parts of Iran have also come under attack. An airstrike destroyed this residential building in the city of Urmia in the northwest. Rescue crews are looking for survivors buried under the rubble. They've also recovered bodies. Urmia is the largest city in Iran's West Azerbaijan province and is near the borders with Turkey and Iraq. And these are some of the latest images from Khorramabad in western Iran. An airstrike early on Monday hit a residential area. Several people are reported to have been killed and injured. A child is among the dead. Well, we're covering this story across several angles this hour with correspondents live in Baghdad, Hong Kong, Amman, Dubai and Tehran. But first, Tawhid Asadi joins us live from Tehran. Tawhid, so what more can you tell us about these latest strikes in Tehran, where you are, and across the rest of the country?
Well, actually, in the Iranian capital, Tehran, last night in central parts, we heard the sounds related to the activation of the air defense system. Meanwhile, we have reports about the massive sounds of explosion being heard in the eastern and western parts of the capital. And beyond that, we know that in different other cities, we have been receiving reports about the continuation of the campaign of airstrikes by the Americans and Israelis. And of course, so far, we know that in more than 200 cities, countries, we have witnessed such attacks. The latest comes with Bandar Abbas, where a radio station was targeted and one person said to be killed. Also in Khorramabad and Urumia, two residential areas were targeted, resulting in fatalities among ordinary citizens, which is not, unfortunately, something new. We know that more than 1,500 people have been said officially to lose their lives as a result of these attacks. We know that, seeing the ongoing nature of these strikes, we can estimate this number to grow further up, and we know that the number of injuries is also very much concerning. Again, speaking of the latest developments, we know that in Isfahan, Karaj, Ahvaz, sounds of massive explosions have been heard across those cities and other cities, such as Ahvaz, where we received a report about one hospital being impacted as a result of explosions. All in all, we know that, based on what we heard from the Red Crescent of the country, that more than 80,000 civilian units, most of them residential areas, houses and apartments, have been hit, have been impacted, some of them fully demolished. And of course, that number includes hospitals, schools, academic institutions, and even the very buildings belonging to the Red Crescent.
Illegal.
Oh, those all sounded like a bunch of separate war crimes. Great job, America and Israel. Julie, what's great about this war? What's so great about this war, since the United States is waging a war with its ally, an ally which receives U.S. weapons, bombs, missiles, things like that. You do an investigation, it's all going to come up United States. Everything's coming up America. Yes, indeed. Well, speaking of America, there are two American men duking it out on the right. Two of our favorites on the left are having a good laugh over it. Mehdi Hassan, Crystal Ball.
There are these MAGA podcast wars going on.
We deserve this, honestly, Maddie. We deserve this.
Ben Shapiro is the founder, editor-in-chief, whatever you want to call it, emeritus of Daily Wire. Michael Knowles is technically his employee.
Right.
And Michael Knowles said, I'm not going to say what you want me to say because I'm scared.
By the way, I've never said it on the stream. It's because I had to think of her name independently just now. So I wasn't looking at the title of it. What a name. What a fucking name. Crystal Ball? Jesus.
Vin got accused of having a micro penis, and his response was to run to daddy.
Yes,
Be like,
that's
please tell them I don't. The relationship between the left and Tucker is very complicated because you see the interview with Ted Cruz, and you're like, thank you.
Yeah.
Of course,
Hit the wrong sound shot. I was laughing too much. I hit the wrong sound shot. Frizla with a super chat. Wow, that was quick. Super chat. He's broken by Frizla. I don't think it's important if it's US or Israel. They're in cahoots. One is using the other one's weapons, and the other one is in it. Well, right. I'm just saying. In the hypothetical of an investigation, it'll always, almost in all occasions, it'll be U.S. munitions. So it's nice and easy on that.
Are disgusting and abhorrent.
Obviously, this war would not happen without Benjamin Netanyahu, but Trump is also a key player. Are you surprised with how anti-war
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Shocking. I mean, it's shocking. The Democratic base is not putting up with this crap anymore. They're disgusted with Chuck Schumer. They're disgusted with Democratic leadership. AIPAC did not want their name on the ads.
Yep.
They know they are completely toxic.
I'm Mehdi Hassan.
And I'm Crystal Wall.
And we're not kidding. The flagship Zateo podcast and an excellent guest today. Crystal, how are you?
I'm doing well. It's nice to see you.
Crystal doesn't need any introduction because all of you know her as hugely popular commentator, journalist, co-host of the insanely popular Breaking Point YouTube show, which has over 1.9 million subscribers last time we checked. We're trying to catch you. We're trying.
Flirting with 2 million here,
We're
guys.
trying.
No big deal.
We're behind you, but you're a really good pace setter. You set good examples. And you guys just won an iHeart Podcast Award for Best Political Podcast. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. We had totally written that off, had zero expectation of winning. Originally we thought it was like a fan vote thing. So we were telling our audience like, vote for us. And they were like, we literally can't. We went to the website and we tried. So when we realized it would be just like chosen by whoever, we didn't think we had any shot. So it was kind of cool. It's like the first award that we won as a show. So.
Much deserved recognition.
Thank you.
If you're not watching Breaking Points, you should be. Tell our viewers, what is the premise of Breaking Points?
That is actually a really great question. The premise of Breaking Points is news.
Okay, everybody around here who watches this show knows the premise of Breaking Points because we've seen the show on many occasions. So I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. Skip ahead a little bit to the parts that I want. MAGA podcast wars.
Ask you about the right-wing independent media. We've talked about
yes,
some of
please
ours.
do.
Right now, there are these MAGA podcast wars going on. And I got to say, I'm enjoying them as an observer, as an outsider.
We deserve this.
I mean, I've
honestly,
never
Maddie.
seen it. Right?
We deserve this.
It's always Democrats in disarray, the left with the circular firing squad, the right's always message discipline, everyone sticks together, they fall in line. Not this time. Explain to our viewers who have been spared.
Oh my God.
Just give us a summary to normies watching. What are the right-wing MAGA podcasts? What is going on right now?
Well, I mean,
it's big.
It is big. And so it would take a long time for me to give you all of the subplots. But I mean, the major fissure is around Israel. And I mean, the real question for many of these people is like, do we hate the Jews or the Muslims more, right? Like that's what many of them
sadly well put.
are really fighting over. I don't want to lump everybody in that bucket, but that's the sort of flavor of a lot of it. And so the latest flare up in this, you've got, Tucker and Candace, and Megyn Kelly has now kind of joined that side because she can see this is the way the young base is going.
Yep.
And then you've got Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. Actually, Piers Morgan has now jumped in and going after Ben Shapiro, and they're fighting. The latest flare-up has been Mark Levin has apparently been going after Megyn Kelly pretty relentlessly for a long time.
Because he's got after me too. He's an awful person.
Super Zionist, awful person, and
was a never Trumper, by the way. Should remind people, and these Trump acolytes, they used to hate Trump.
And that's true of a lot of the people who are his biggest fans. I mean, Ben Shapiro was not a Trump guy,
agreed.
Right? So in any case, he's been going after her and these very, vicious and ugly, calling her like, a graper grandma and stuff like that. So finally he sent out some tweet that she responded to and was like, micro penis Mark Levin is, coming after me again.
What?
And this launched a whole new round of this war. And it's been kind of interesting to watch in preparation for this conversation. I listened to her full response. I watched some other right-wing media and how they're responding to it, et cetera. And there are a lot of people who are like, how dare she? That's so vulgar. It's so inappropriate. I'm like,
this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean,
what Trump said about her.
Right, exactly. That's absolutely a great point. And think about remember in the 2016 primary, they were comparing dick sizes. Like this is nothing new.
It was Marco Rubio. What happened to him? He was
women are throwing themselves at me.
I don't know where he ended up.
Interesting. But so in any case, they found this over the line, and of course it's very misogynistic. And she kind of hints at that in her response of, you guys had no problem with Mark when he was saying all this stuff, and now suddenly I respond, and you've got the issue. But
what's funny is that Megyn Kelly used to love Mark Levin.
Yes, she did.
That's what I love about this. So for me, two memes come to mind, two GIFs come to mind when I'm watching. One is the Jon Stewart eating popcorn meme. Like, that's me. I'm like, this is amazing. When I see the latest, I go to check. And the other one is the Ken Watanabe Godzilla versus King Kong one, which is let them fight.
Oh, yeah.
Right? For my people, I do a lot of public speaking and events, and audiences always like, "What do you think about Tucker versus Ted Cruz? What do you think?" And I'm like, as an outsider, I love it. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not. We'll come to Tucker in a moment, but for me, it's kind of like I don't need to be involved. I don't need to take a side or, endorse one tweet over another. But I love watching it.
Absolutely.
As you said, we deserve this.
Well, and here's the thing: is to zoom out from the micro penis conversation to the macro,
the big picture,
the macro conversation. This is a sign that everybody knows the Trump era is coming to an end one way or another. He's incredibly unpopular.
Michael Knowles is technically his employee.
Right.
I know that I just fucked up. I know that's not what she meant, but that's all I could hear. Oh my God. I'm a child. Everyone. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm a child.
You're a little baby.
Should remind people, and these Trump acolytes, they used to hate Trump.
And that's true of a lot of the people who are his biggest fans. I mean, Ben Shapiro was not a Trump guy,
agreed.
right? So in any case, he's been going after her and these very, vicious and ugly, calling her like, a groper grandma and stuff like that. So finally he sent out some tweet that she responded to and was like, micro penis Mark Levin is, coming after me again. And this launched a whole new round of this war. And it's been kind of interesting to watch in preparation for this conversation. I listened to her full response. I watched some other right-wing media and how they're responding to it, et cetera. And there are a lot of people
in a moment, but for me, it's kind of like I don't need to be involved. I don't need to take a side or, endorse one tweet over another, but I love watching it.
Absolutely.
As you said, we deserve
surface, those are coming up too, which is why I say partly it's about Israel and like Jews versus Muslims. Partly it's just these incredibly petty, personal, vicious beefs.
That's such a great segue to I wanted to bring up Candace Owens.
Okay.
Wherever I go, people talk to me about Candace Owens, right? And she's becoming increasingly popular, but also increasingly extreme. I mean, she's literally being sued by the president of France because she's obsessed with trying to say that the first lady of France is a man. Mm-hmm. These are the interesting causes she makes, aside from Israel.
The French Legion's coming
where
after
my
me.
unstable girlies at?
The personal grievance is so fascinating because Ben Shapiro loathes her.
Mm-hmm.
He completely goes after her. He's the guy who hired her. He's
Right.
the guy who gave her a platform. The guy was so anti-Semites, but only really about Israel. She was pretty similar views when he hired her, and he didn't have a problem then. And he platformed her for years when she was saying anti-Semitic things.
Of course. Yes,
and
she
now,
said that whole thing about like Hitler was fine until he didn't want to just make Germany great again.
And that was TPUSA when she was with Charlie Kirk. Exactly. But Ben Shapiro had fine with her at Daily Wire. But now, as you said, they can't keep their discipline. It's so interesting to see these powerful enforcers unable in the world of social media to just shut things down. I want to play a clip, hilarious clip from the Daily Wire of Ben and Michael Knowles, who's one of his top hosts. Let's play that clip.
Right,
Michael, I'll just ask you straight up. Is Candace Owens doing something evil by attacking Erica Kirk?
I think that it's wrong to attack Erica Kirk.
No, say the sentence with her name in it.
I'm not going
say
to
the sentence.
I know you want it for the podcast.
So good.
Say the
Michael
sentence. No, Michael. Say the sentence. Don't say it's bad. Say that Candace Owens is evil. Oh, say she's a terrible person, Michael.
Shut up.
Michael, you coward. How dare you not attack Candace Owens' character? Pathetic.
Awful. Weak.
Are fighting.
Not just the girls are fighting, just for context for those.
No, but the fact is nobody wants to go after Candace. Candace is the #1 views getter on the internet. All right, not the internet. But, I mean, in terms of, like, the right-wing talk space, if you will, I mean, she dominates. She gets the clicks. She's the queen of clicks. Clicks queen, Candace Owens, okay? Does she say insane and unsubstantiated things? Does she... all the time, or at least she certainly leads her audience up to the water of incredibly unsubstantiated and crazy things. I mean, it's a fun watch. It's just value-taining, undoubtedly.
You're about to be value-tained.
but it's not really a reliable source of news. Lately, it's just sort of devolved. I feel like ever since the lawsuit with Emmanuel Macron and his wife, Brigitte, got announced, is really, really devolved into just talking about Candace. Or Erica. But I feel like that's all like I've said before, I feel like that's sort of about Candace in a way, because I feel like there's some weird sort of romantic thing between Candace and Charlie. It's not 100% clear to me, but I don't know. I get
who are
vibes.
blessed not to know what the Daily Wire is. Ben Shapiro is the founder, editor-in-chief, whatever you want to call it, emeritus of Daily Wire. Michael Knowles is technically his employee.
Right.
And Michael Knowles is saying, I'm not going to say what you want me to say because I'm scared.
Knowles is friends
gonna do it.
with
Wouldn't be
Candace and
prudent at this
Candace's
juncture.
husband.
And he doesn't want a backlash.
And he doesn't what he wants to, make Ben happy, but he doesn't want to piss her off. And she is very powerful. I mean, in terms of her media
people are scared.
platform.
People are scared.
Absolutely.
Donald Trump is scared, Crystal. He put out a statement praising Mark Levin at the weekend, which is hilarious, right? The guy is running a war that is a disaster. He's bombing the crap out of the Middle East, and he has time to do a long Truth Social post praising Mark Levin, stepping into... And my favorite part of the post, he says, some others have been attacking Mark Levin. Even Donald Trump couldn't bring himself to say Tucker Carlson's name or Megyn Kelly's name. Even he's a little scared.
Well, and here's what I
Some
love
others,
about that whole
very
dynamic
others.
is Mark Levin got accused.
It's very nasty. There are others. I don't know what their names are. I have no idea who they are, but they're very nasty, and they're coming after Mark. It's a great guy, that Mark Levin.
Having a micro penis. And his
You said that many
response
times so
was
far,
to run to daddy and
Yes,
be like,
that's what
please
Megyn-
tell them I don't.
Tell them,
Please.
help me.
Rescue me. Help
Rescue
me.
me.
Yeah, so it's just pathetic all the way around.
Liking this video? Then don't just watch. Hit like, share, and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early...
If I had to pick one, which would it be, The View or Candace? Honestly, I'd have to go with The View. I mean, The View is garbage, but if you're talking about just like if it's like a desert island type question, it's like the only thing you can watch forever. I'd have to, just for my own sanity. I couldn't listen to Candace 24/7. I'm fairly certain that is a guaranteed trip to the fucking whatever you want to call it. I can't think of the word. All I can think of is insane asylum. Immediate trip right
Immediately,
to the
if not sooner.
Candace is crazy. She says crazy things all the time. Within 1 week, you'd be living in an alternate reality that nobody can pull you out of. All right, let's see if this movie. All right, let's talk a little bit about the economic chaos that has been ensuing as a result of the Iran war. It's kind of been going in slow motion chaos. Partly because of good old Donald Trump. Honestly, it's Donald Trump's messaging war that has kept... Like, he has been coming out every Monday morning and saying some bonkers shit. Like, completely unsubstantiated bonkers shit. Like, it gets crazier and crazier over the last 3-4 weeks. What is that? Ah, sunglasses. Thank you, Leal. Thank you, Mr. Leal.
German chemical company Gechem is at the sharp end of the latest crisis to hit industries in Europe, as the war in the Middle East triggers a spike in costs from energy to raw materials. Its CEO, Martina Neiswanger, says she's running out of options.
At the moment, we are being hit hard by freight and transport costs, but also the raw materials we import from Asia. As their production is energy intensive, they are facing the same problem. We are seeing significant cost increases for certain raw materials, which we unfortunately still need in large quantities.
Founded in 1861, Gechem mixes chemicals for household cleaning products and bottles brake fluid for the car sector. It had sales of some $50 million last year, but for the first time in 2 decades, is not ruling out job cuts for some of its 165 workers, Neiswanger says. Planned expansions worth millions of dollars are also on hold. Neiswanger says her company is not the only one struggling.
So, to put it bluntly, I would say the chemical industry is currently at a complete loss as to what to do, because it has no idea where things are heading. And we are part of that too, because we are, after all, suppliers to the chemical industry.
Similar strains are spreading across Europe's industrial heartland. Executives across the continent told Reuters the fallout from the war in the Gulf is punching harder in Europe, where energy prices are already higher than the region.
There you have it. Worldwide consequences already being seen from this war across different sectors, different countries and regions hit harder than others. Stay with Reuters. Stay with Reuters. We're just gonna go. I mean, it's mostly chronological. I've done a little bit of shifting around of things to like stay on topic to some degree, but it's been fucking chaotic. And I think, as I was going through it, like I didn't want to like what's the word? Like overproduce it, I guess. Because really, I mean, that's the thing. It's like I go through listening to this, watching this, trying to keep up with it. It's constant, one thing after the next. By the way, thank you, Hermit, for the hat. I know that cost you a bunch of space bucks. This Iran war is costing us real money, though.
The war in Iran could deal a new blow to the industrial sector, but can it weather the storm? This is Sectors Up Close, and we're talking industrials. After supply chain worries during the pandemic, a spike in energy costs triggered by Russia's invasion of Ukraine and confusion over US tariffs, industrials were recovering at the start of this year. The S&P sector is still up 3.94% year-to-date before Monday's open, but it's fallen steeply since the start of March, since the war in Iran is pushing fuel costs higher again. Bad news for energy-intensive industries. Well, Matt Miskin is co-chief investment strategist at Manulife John Hancock Investments. Matt, we have seen a big swing in oil this morning on reports of talks between the US and Iran, but this has underlined, hasn't it, how unstable energy prices can be, and industrials are inherently energy heavy. So what do these swings in oil mean for the sector's outlook?
What we really want to try to find right now, Elena, is different drivers of incremental revenue or earnings growth. And defense spending is part of the industrial sector. So while, yes, higher oil prices can crimp on margins and make it difficult for the transportation type businesses, the defense spending within the aerospace and defense industry is doing well. We've got AI.
Listen to this fucking stock ghoul talking. Like he could not sound more excited about the war. He's like, look, okay, so this might be bad for people trying to make things or eat things or whatever else. But hey, think about the profits for the defense industrial sector. Oh my God. Oh, the military industrial complex is going to do so great. Specs Don, thank you for the jewels on YouTube. These fucking stock ghouls. But did you think about Lockheed Martin stock? $200 billion is just nice to have. You must have heard Donald Trump's speech earlier today. 200 billion is just nice to have. It's insane. Like, it's insane. That was earlier today. We're gonna get to that later. But it's insane. What do you mean it's nice to have? Oh, by the way, I should say what this video is. Sorry, I'm getting distracted thinking about that ridiculous thing. Just nice to have. It's like $1,000 per. Sorry, it's like $700 per person. At 200 billion. Just nice to have. I'm sure everybody doesn't mind. I'm sure nobody cares. Everybody's got an extra $700. All right, this is the International Maritime Organization, which called an emergency meeting regarding the safety of seafarers amidst this sudden
departure from the event directly affects the ability of the members to participate. This procedural position is without prejudice to the substantive position of my delegation.
That's the number that's being talked about, but actually that's a conservative number. It's probably going to be more than that in the region.
Shit, let me go back 2 seconds.
In the Persian Gulf, the vessels leave. They are actually really concerned right now. We've got hundreds of ships with 20,000 seafarers. That's the number that's being talked about, but actually that's a conservative number. It's probably going to be more than that in the region. All of them in the Persian Gulf, the vessels can't leave. They are actually trapped. Many of those ships are tankers, so you've got seafarers who are sitting on board a steel box, basically imprisoned because they can't get off the ship and the ship can't move. They're surrounded by, if they're working on board tankers, they're surrounded by oil and gas. And some of them are being targeted by missiles. So it isn't a great place to be right now for a seafarer, and there's nothing much they can do about it. And
what an incredible understatement. Not a great place to be if you're a seafarer. Trapped on a boat in the middle of a gulf. Running out of food. And you know, with the possibility of just being bombed randomly. That could happen at any second, I suppose. What would you do with $200 billion? Great question. It's a great question. So many things we could do with $200 billion. Any of a list of like a dozen things could be better than what we're doing right now. I know that much. Healthcare, housing, transportation, food security.
When I looked at my list, I was like, how is this from the last... How is this effectively less than 2 days? It's like 36-ish hours. How do I have 200 videos? I took 1 day off. It's unacceptable.
This is ridiculous!
All right, let's keep talking about the economic consequences, although I guess that last one was really both a human and an economic consequence, because both those boats are holding goods tended to get to places be sold. There's human beings on those boats too, as it turns out. 20,000, he said. He said that was a conservative number, 20,000. Buy yourself a good jacket and a hat, maybe a holiday. Yeah. Those sorts of, when you got $200 billion, those sorts of things are negligible, right? I mean, my God. How much could that cost?
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, a new front in the Israel-Iran war, gas fields.
On March the 18th, a significant escalation. Israel bombed the South Pass gas field, the largest in the world, which is shared by Qatar and Iran. Around 85% of Iran's electricity comes from natural gas. Iran responded by attacking key energy infrastructure in the region.
As attacks expand in the civilian energy infrastructure, the impact could stretch well beyond the region, affecting electricity, supply chains, and prices worldwide. Why does targeting gas change the stakes of this war? I'm Kevin Hurton, and this is The Take. Hi. Before we continue with today's show, remember to leave us a comment telling us what you think about this episode.
Yeah, that's a good reminder. Everybody here, you could also comment on the videos. That supposedly helps with the algorithm. Don't forget to follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube.
I'm a senior fellow at the Middle East Council and Global Affairs in Doha. Right now I'm speaking to you from the US. So hopefully when things die down, I'll be back in Qatar soon.
Okay, so Justin, welcome to The Take. So today we are going to try to explore some of the implications of these attacks we've seen on energy infrastructure in the Gulf. And things really came to a head on Wednesday when Iran and Qatar...
Thank you for the raid, Bunker Cat, on the YouTube. Much appreciated.
That's on YouTube.
Welcome, Bunker Cats. I hope you're all doing well. Hope the stream is going well. What a time to be alive, huh?
You are not funny.
Yeah. Good to have you all here.
Israel.
Can we get a shout out? Is there a mod on Twitch? Can we get a shout out for Bunker Cat on Twitch? I don't think there's a shout out function on YouTube, is there? I think you could build it on Nightbot. You could make it.
On the Iranian side of the South Pars.
Israel hit Iran's South Pars gas field, part of the world's biggest gas reserve, shared with Qatar. President Trump has warned Iran against targeting Qatar's Ras Laffan again. And in a social media post, he said the U.S. was not involved in the Israeli strike on South Pars.
Now, that's the world's largest known natural gas field, which Qatar and Iran both share. Hours after that, Qatar said that Ras Laffan industrial city had sustained extensive damage from missile attacks and blamed Iran.
Here in Qatar, a missile struck the Ras Laffan gas refinery, causing significant damage. The government says it could take up to 5 years to repair.
And it didn't stop there. The Iranian attacks continued on Friday, hitting a refinery in Kuwait.
Authorities in Kuwait have shut down parts of one of the country's largest oil refineries after drone strikes sparked a fire at Al Madi Port Refinery, which is a major export hub.
We've seen infrastructure now hit in Haifa, Israel, UAE, Saudi, Qatar, Bahrain, and I heard one commentator say, from a global energy supply perspective, we are deep into worst case scenario territory. So to start us off, do you agree? Is this a worst case scenario?
Absolutely. We can say that if it continues, then this would be everything that the pundits had been warning about for perhaps over a decade or longer. Instead of this being merely a logistical challenge and military areas being struck, military bases and so on in the region, what we're seeing now is that this is a systematic targeting of energy infrastructure. So the main arteries that not only produce domestically for the Gulf countries, so the engines of their phenomenal economic growth over the last few decades. But what we're actually seeing now is this is an attack on the global energy sector right now. And
Yes, indeed. The global energy sector is in a complete and utter turmoil. And that's going to be sending all of our other sectors into turmoil as well. Because we use fossil fuels to transport everything. At least the vast majority of things. And that not only comes with an environmental cost when things like this happen, it also comes with the financial cost for all of us. Now, there is technically other sectors that are being greatly affected as a result of this. Big one is farming, which we talked about earlier. There's a massive shortage of 2 different fertilizer chemicals that are produced not exclusively, but the vast majority of them are produced in Iran or in the Middle East. And having this all happen right now is going to have consequences in the near future. On your dinner table. All right. By the way, did anybody watch the Democracy Now! 30 year? I haven't yet. But I want to. I've got clips for later this week, I think, from the 30 year. Speaking of Democracy Now! I've lost my place. Here it is. Democracy Now! Yesterday. Iran war and Strait of Hormuz energy crisis revealed decline of U.S. empire.
President Trump announced today that the U.S. and Iran have had, quote, very productive talks that could lead to what he called, quote, the complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. In a social media post, Trump said he had instructed the Pentagon to postpone all airstrikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period. Over the weekend, Trump had threatened to bomb power plants in Iran beginning today if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. Iran.
By the way, we are only 1 away from the freest possible number of subscribers on YouTube. 1,775. One more. One more and we could hit 1,776.
Responded to Trump's earlier threat by warning it would retaliate by destroying essential infrastructure, including water systems across the region. A spokesman for Iran's Ministry of Health wrote on social media, quote, As a doctor, I warned the organizers of the imposed war against Iran that attacking the infrastructure of my country, including water and electricity, means the indirect killing of thousands of innocent people lying on Iranian hospital beds.
Iran's de facto closure of the Strait of Hormuz has created the world's biggest energy crisis in decades, as shipments of oil, natural gas, fertilizer have been drastically curtailed. A fifth of the world's oil supply transits through the strait. For more on the U.S. and Israel war on Iran and the significance of the Strait of Hormuz, we're joined now by Alfred McCoy, professor of history at University of Wisconsin-Madison. His most recent book is titled Cold War on Five Continents, A Global History of Empire and Espionage. His recent piece for Tom Dispatch headlined Imperial Decline in the Straits of Hormuz. Professor McCoy, we welcome you back to Democracy Now! If you can talk about the significance of this moment, even since we booked you yesterday, you have President Trump in a social media post indicating that there could be the end of hostilities. He is declaring a 5-day extension of his deadline before the U.S. attacks civilian infrastructure, clearly a war crime. Can you talk about what this all means, and particularly your focus on the Strait of Hormuz, why you talk about imperial decline?
Sure, Amy. In this wide world, there are only 7 major maritime choke points. 2 of them lie in the Middle East, the Suez Canal and the Straits of Hormuz. So let's look at what happened in the Suez Canal. Back in 1956, the president of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser, nationalized the Suez Canal, which up to that time had been British property. And the British government was so outraged under Sir Anthony Eden that they conspired with the French and the Israelis and mounted a major attack on Egypt. And in the first week of war, an armada of 6 French and British aircraft carriers seemed to be achieving almost total victory. They shot down about 100 Egyptian aircraft. They destroyed the Egyptian Air Force. And in the sands of the Sinai Peninsula, the Israeli Defense Forces smashed the Egyptian tanks. And within that first week of war, Egypt had lost all of its strategic weapons. It was powerless, helpless before the might of this imperial juggernaut. And then Nasser did, practicing the geopolitics that the British had seemingly forgotten. He just got together a couple of dozen rusting freighters, filled them with rocks, sank them at the north end of the Suez Canal, and by the time the British and French commandos came storming ashore at Suez, victory had been snatched from their grasp. And within a couple of months, Britain's pound sterling was the subject of the first IMF bailout. Britain's aura of imperial might, its majesty, had evaporated. Britain had been sanctioned by the UN, and the British Empire was on the road to rapid dissolution. Okay, now let's turn to the Straits of Hormuz. Again, during the first week of war, Washington was very proud of the terrible swift sword of American air power. We killed Ayatollah Khomeini. We wiped out most of the Iranian command. We seemed to have smashed their air defenses. Indeed, we did. We could operate unchecked across the whole of Iran. Iran seemed helpless beneath the might of our imperial juggernaut. And so Iran did a very simple thing. They used their very cheap, $20,000 a copy Shahed drones, and they started striking at infrastructure on the south shore of the Persian Gulf. They struck 5 freighters in the Persian Gulf, and they shut down the Straits of Hormuz. And when you think about it, there is no other place on the planet that is so absolutely central, so absolutely critical for the functioning of the entire global economy. I mean,
That's the thing that I think we have to have in our heads. It's not just going to affect people in Asia or in the Middle East.
Although they are the ones that are getting hit first, this is all going to be affecting people across the planet. Africa, Europe, the United States. The Americas. But it's been complete chaos. 1 second, the war started without anybody's expectations of it. Then Donald Trump, within, 24 to 48 hours,
if not sooner,
came out, said the war was over. And then for the last approaching 4 weeks, not quite there, 25 days, it's been back and forth over and over again about what exactly is happening out there. And what is clear is that the war isn't over. Last time I checked, there were still bombs falling all across the Middle East. Israel, Lebanon, Iran.
All right,
Some of the Gulf
market's
countries.
Absolutely wild this morning. Let's go ahead and start with this one. Put it up there on the screen. Exactly 12 hours, President Trump has now intervened after a warning that was issued about potential market fallout that would have happened without a Trump taco. Yesterday, they posted that oil prices were no longer the biggest threat to the markets, increasingly clear that bond markets will dictate how President Trump
Trump has won the war 12 times in 14 days. It's impressive.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
We are on day 25, though. Week 4.
can continue increased pressure in the Iran war. As of 4:30 a.m. ET this morning, the bond market was, quote, now more broken than the energy market situation. The 10-year note yield had hit 4.45%. President Trump had the same conversation as he did April 9th, 2025, when he had paused tariffs for 90 days. Remember all the whole bond market conversation that we had last year. 3 hours later, he postpones all strikes on Iranian power plants. 30 minutes later, Iran denies. The 10-year yield briefly collapsed before rebounding back to 4.38%. Now a clear attempt by the U.S. to contain a brewing bond market crisis, which obviously affects all of the debt. It affects mortgage rates, has huge impact on.
Yeah, and this is essentially what I was saying earlier. We were looking at the bond prices on the 30-year. This is the 10-year, so they move slightly differently. We were looking at the price on the 30-year. It was back to near 5-year highs. Like you said, it makes it harder, more difficult to fund the government and the war. But simultaneously, we of course have the oil prices going up, and those boats and planes don't run on farts and happy thoughts. It's all like rocket fuel and diesel.
Everything, the bond crisis and reaction that happened after the after the Liberation Day War, that clearly had a major impact on his thinking. Go to the next one, please. We can put this one up there on the screen as we see now. As seen in April 2025, this is what his prediction was as of the very early this morning, that President Trump would have to intervene very, very soon. Could explain the taco. Don't forget that there are also all of these crazy things happening with the oil markets. So again, as of this morning, there was a large plunge. We remain around 9% down for Brent crude oil futures from the high that they opened on last night. However, at one point they were down like 14%, and they erased like half of that because of the Iranian denial that negotiations were happening. So something to keep an eye on. I mean, it's still at nearly $100 a barrel.
Yeah, some very fishy things going on in the financial markets, as well as I've been reading some stories about some people making some incredible amounts of money betting on all sorts of interesting things with big money
when it comes to the Iran war that people are claiming could be nothing other than insider trading. Now, you may not have a problem with insider trading, but I would hope that you at the very least have a problem with somebody potentially having the financial incentive to do one or another thing with the fucking military. I feel like it's bad to have a financial incentive, like some sort of financial incentive for something to happen or not to happen with regards to the military action. Especially if you're the one pulling the figurative trigger, pressing the button, making the call.
Pretend.
Yeah, 90 bucks a barrel is not a great place to be in. But
Yeah, we're about 90 for West Texas, so that's still, I mean, if this lasts a couple of days, you will likely see a reduction. I think that's the analysis I saw in gas. You will probably see it return to like 350, something like that. Depends on how the individual operators are. I'm talking about the national price average. Don't know about the individual states. But clearly, this was bubbling up at the population level, as it should. People are furious. Good example of that was the UN ambassador, Mike Waltz, took to a CNN town hall, and a younger voter confronted him over gas prices. Let's take a listen.
I'm a waiter at a local restaurant in Queens, a full-time college student who sleeps an average of 4 hours at night and is still thousands in debt. How is a war in a country half the world away, funded by the taxes pulled from my check, helping me in any way?
Yeah, it's look, it's a valid and it's a tough question.
I love that answer. It's a tough question. Why is it good? Tough question. Tough. Is it tough, Mike? You're the UN ambassador. It's what I would like to point out is it's literally Mike. It's Mike Waltz's job. It's his very job to sell this to the world, not just America, but to the world, to the United Nations, where all of the world's representatives go. He's got to go there and make the case for America, day in, day out. He's at a CNN town hall right now. He's like, tough question. How is it good for America? Hard to say. No shit.
Look, it's a valid and it's a tough question. I know for certain, and if we just look at the things the president has put in place in terms of housing and big corporations that are buying up whole neighborhoods, the tax cuts that he extended with the big, beautiful bill.
What? I'm sorry. Was there a provision in the big beautiful bill for this war in Iran? What is he talking about? He's asked, "How is a war in Iran good for me, a young man just trying to make a life for myself?" Mike Waltz's response is, "Well, the big beautiful bill is pretty good." It's a tough question, so let me talk about literally anything else.
The energy policies that we're putting in place to not only make us self-sufficient, but to lessen these dependencies and lower prices, even lowering prescription drug prices. The president's absolutely focused on
prescription drug prices. Okay, everybody. This guy is the representative for the U.S. government at the United Nations. It's incredible. That was the worst answer I've ever heard. How is the war in Iran helping me? He's got zero. He's got nothing. Dude's got nothing. He's like, look, we were doing a really good job before the war in Iran ever started. So just pretend that didn't happen. And you'll be great. It would make my job a lot easier if you would just pretend like that. Like that's not a thing. All right.
Starting a galactic content goal. Just a reminder, everybody, we still have a galactic deficit that we need to fund right now. $254 between now and the end of March. That's 7 days, $250. That's, what is that? $40? Less. It's less than that. Like $37 a day. It's nearly $40 a day. It's out of control. We're in dire straits, people. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. These are the only ways for you to contribute to the galactic deficit. Since all of your beautiful donations on Twitch and YouTube, we don't see any of that money until the 3rd and or 4th week of April. That's just how it works. Sad but true. Helps us not at all. It's paying the bills. I would also, though, like to say thank you to the two people who just donated, not just donated, but over the last few days donated on Throne, getting us to over, I think we're over 35% of the way there on the crowdfund. For that item we've been working on over there. Anyway, stay focused. Let's stay focused, stay doing the news. Let's keep talking about the taco gambit. Fact is, I have a take on the taco Trump situation. Me personally,
bring you some important
I
breaking
think
news.
this is just. I think this is Donald Trump just trying to ease the markets and make oil prices go lower, while he continues to hope that he can win the war. And there is no actual peace talks going on. And that, because I've been looking into all this stuff, and apparently the places where the troops were that are being called to the Middle East are about 4 or 5 days away from the Middle East. So that's a coincidence I don't think that we can ignore. You know, literally the day before Donald Trump is claiming that there's peace talks going on, he's saying that there's 5,000 troops going to the Middle East, but it takes those 5,000 troops to get to the Middle East. It takes them 5 days. And if you're Iran, you're like, we've seen this before. I think I've seen this before.
From the United States, the President, Donald Trump, has just posted on his Truth Social something that could turn out to be very important. We're going to read it in full. It's just come through. Let's read it together. I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed...
It's unreadable. The whole thing is all caps. I am pleased to report, as pleased with no D, I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenor and the tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter. All caps, the whole thing. The whole thing is all caps. It's insane.
The man is, oh my God, Grandpa is out of control. Our sundowning orange Grandpa is out of fucking control. This is how he's doing foreign policy. This is his version of what all caps. I am pleased to report. Very pleased. Hope you're pleased as well.
The Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So this is a lengthy message. We're going to keep this up on the screen for a moment longer. There's a lot here to unpack. Now remember,
2 p.m. is a wild time to be sundowning. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's weird. But let's not pretend that he's only alive through the miracle of science, I'm pretty sure. Right? It's like advanced Alzheimer's shots on a probably at this point like a weekly basis. Orange foundation and that's about it, right? Like this guy. Oh, this guy he's like Frankenstein's monster. You know, he's like falling apart at the seams. He's got special sauce instead of ligaments. I'll be right back.
we are only hours away, or were, just up until this moment, only hours away from the end of a 48-hour deadline that Donald Trump had imposed on Iran. That deadline was very specific and very simple. Donald Trump had told Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours of me sending, of the very minute when Donald Trump had sent his last Truth Social message, reopen it within 48 hours, or the U.S. would bomb Iran's power plants, which could have been a major escalation in this conflict. And Iran had already responded by saying no, by saying that it wasn't going to abide by this deadline, it wasn't going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and if its power plants were bombed, Iran would respond by bombing power plants in Israel and in Gulf countries across the region. So we were looking at a possible serious escalation between the U.S. and Iran. And now we have this message from the U.S. president saying he is halting this for 5 days. That's one takeaway from this message. The other very important takeaway from this message is the first part of it. Reread this. The United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. So Donald Trump is telling us that there are talks, which is a marked departure from what has been the case, at least what was known publicly up until this moment. Donald Trump has said several times, Iran wants to talk, but I don't want to talk to them. Iran had denied that they were talking to the United States. Now the U.S. president, writing in all caps, there are conversations actually happening. They are in depth, and they are going well, and they could lead to an off-ramp. All of this happening right now in a message posted by the President of the United States to his social media just moments ago. Al Jazeera's Zain Basravi is in Dubai. Zain, we were going to have...
Yeah. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind every goddamn day. Look at the news. I see this is real. I say this, and I've been watching. I've been talking about this. This is like a subplot. This is like a news subplot. But I'm fairly certain the guys and gals, non-binary pals over at The Onion, have been starting to lose their minds, like because they don't. I don't think they know what to do because they're supposed to do. They're supposed to do parody. But every day is a parody, and honestly, every day, my whole feed just looks like The Onion. I'm like, oh wait, nope, that's just reality.
I don't want reality.
That's just reality, I'm afraid. Holy shit, somebody incredibly generously donated on PayPal. And they have a message for the stream at $40 a stream. That's $5 an hour for an 8-hour stream. Our humble Streamlord asks us for below minimum wage for sustenance. Please look within your heart and wallet. Oh, that's very thoughtful of you, Glitchmaster.
Aww.
Oh, that's very thoughtful of you and very much appreciated. Relieves my stress a great deal. Doesn't solve the galactic deficit, but it gets us much closer to doing it. At least keeps us on the right path. Honestly, though, peeps, do consider becoming galactic patrons. It really is a great way to contribute to the stream, get a bunch of sweet space benefits. So many space benefits.
Perhaps this is a pivot point, stepping away from violence, stepping more towards the negotiating table. Maybe there is a way out now, and there does seem to be dialogue happening between the Iranians and the Americans, if Donald Trump is to be believed.
Zain Basravi in Dubai, thank you very much for the instant reporting and reaction on this latest message, Truth Social message by the U.S. president. Now, we're going to read it again. A word of context. I was sitting in this seat in June of last year when the president posted a comparable message that ended up ending what is now known as the 12-day war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. We are again in a new war, which has now lasted 3 weeks between the U.S., Israel, and Iran, similar protagonists. And here's the message. I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue through the week. It's the president, Donald Trump, has
very
just
good
posted
and perfect
on
conversations.
So I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Well, Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javed joins us now on set to discuss this. Mohammed El-Masri is also with us in the studio as well. Mohammed, first of all, credit to you. Less than an hour ago, you were telling me I was making the case Donald Trump has painted himself into a corner. Maybe he now has to attack Iran. And you were saying we've seen Donald Trump walk away from direct and specific threats before. This is, if not a total walk back, at least a partial and momentary walk back at the very least.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of people in the region and beyond that are breathing huge sighs of relief right now. I mentioned when we were speaking about an hour ago that it was my hope that there would be advisors in Donald Trump's ear, perhaps Gulf leaders in his ear, suggesting to him that this would be catastrophic. Not just a war crime, collective punishment, but that it would lead to disastrous consequences for so many people. So, I read that message with some hope, not only for the here and now regarding the power plants, but also that perhaps there is a light at the end of the tunnel and that we could get an end to the war, because he says there that they are in ongoing discussions. So that's if we want to be more optimistic. On the other hand, he doesn't announce in that message an end to the war, and there are other variables at play. Israel and the Iranians. There's certainly no guarantee that even if the Americans and the Israelis, for that matter, stop attacking Iran, that the Iranians will stop.
Yeah, you raise a very important point there, because the Iranians have said in recent days, it is not in the U.S.'s power to unilaterally end this war. They may declare victory on social media. The Iranians actually said this, right, at multiple levels of the state and the IRGC and the military. They've said the U.S. president may tweet at any point in time that the war is over. That won't mean that the war will necessarily be over, because we have our say in this. Osama, Donald Trump is signaling.
That quote, I wanted to make sure we got that quote in here today, because that one has stuck with me this whole time, ever since I heard it. I heard it yesterday. I was like, that's the truest thing I've heard so far. Donald Trump may tweet it, it does not make it true. It's fascinating. We should all live by that motto. Just because Donald Trump said it on Truth Social does not in fact make it the truth.
Jesus, I say that.
That there are, if not negotiations, I'll use his word, very good and productive conversations between, we don't know exactly who, we don't know if it's direct or indirect, but somehow the U.S. and Iran are
the very best discussions anyone's ever heard of. Everyone's saying it. Everyone's telling me, sir, these are perfect talks. And I said, of course they are. Of course they are, because it was me who did it. Nobody else could have done it. But thankfully we, America, have the great and only Donald Trump. The deal maker, the great deal maker, making deals. There's no way that I'm bloviating or prevaricating or lying, perhaps, something like that. I would never do that.
Not going to do
I'd
it.
never
Wouldn't
do
be
that.
prudent at this juncture.
BBC News, just a reminder, in the past few moments, Donald Trump, President of the United States, has posted on his Truth Social platform these words, saying, "I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the past 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East." He said, based on the tenor of tone of these in-depth, detailed and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. So it's not clear whether or not that comes into effect immediately, and it comes obviously as the deadline, Donald Trump's 48-hour deadline, which he issued on Saturday night to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. His threat to Iran was that if they don't do that, then the US would obliterate Iranian power plants, starting with the biggest one first, and that deadline looming due to end UK time this evening, later on this evening, because he issued that on Saturday evening, a 48-hour deadline. So it does seem from these words as though now that is on hold, as he said that they have held constructive conversations around a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. He called them very good and productive, and has now said that he has called on the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. Well, Iran has said that it is committed to reciprocal retaliation. This is prior to these comments, after vowing to launch an immediate and devastating response to any attack on its power plants and energy infrastructure. Well, Gonche Habib Azad is from the BBC's Persian service. We were going to talk to you about those Iranian comments, but just had these comments in from Donald Trump in the past few moments. So no doubt we can expect something from Iran very soon, but not yet.
Not yet. We haven't heard anything yet. But one thing that is really interesting is that I heard the news from someone inside the...
Okay, now I'm probably gonna be skipping past all of the sort of commentary, because we're just sort of trying to keep up and catch up with what's happened in the last 48 since the Sunday Fun Day stream. It really hasn't even been 48 yet. I mean, when did that stream end? 5, 6 in the morning or something. The last 40.
called the soft 40.
Yesterday to Trump's threat that he's going to attack energy infrastructure in Iran. People were anxious, they were worried about what's going to happen next, and they were saying, some of them, that this is not going to help Iranian people. This is an attack. This will be an attack if it's happening on what belongs to the people, some even who supported the bombings on Iran, which there are some still inside who support the bombings. They were saying this is not correct, and they were changing their views. At the same time, some that I've been talking to, they just want an end to this war. People in Iran have been receiving threatening messages by the authorities not to go out and protest against the establishment, as we saw that there were deadly protests in January. There are security checkpoints everywhere, as I've been told, and also pro-establishment crowds come out every night to rally for the establishment. Meanwhile, the sense in the country is that it has a supreme leader that we have not heard or seen on Iranian media since his succession in early March.
The country is a huge one, and it's very difficult to get a sense, isn't it, of exactly how people are feeling. You've given us a snapshot there. Is your sense from anybody that you are managing to be in contact with that there are cracks in the regime? As you say, nobody's seen.
Okay, I'm gonna skip to the next video. I'm just realizing this is just the same two people talking, but the BBC just played a montage of videos over it. Let's go here to CNN. We're going through all of the reactions to Donald Trump's claim that there had been talks and that he was postponing the invasion.
The president just posting moments ago, he has now decided to, quote, postpone any and all military strikes on Iranian power plants after 2 days of talks with Iran. This, of course, comes after the president had issued an ultimatum. He was demanding Iran reopen the Strait of Hormuz by tonight, or he warned that they would be risking strikes on their power plants. CNN's Kevin Liptak is at the White House this morning. So the president's message this morning is the window is now a little bit wider in terms of that deadline. What else in terms of these talks, Kevin?
Yeah, and that I think is what is most extraordinary about this post that we've gotten from the president. Until now, we did not understand that the U.S. and Iran were speaking at all over the course of this now 3-week-long conflict. Now the president says that these conversations are underway. And so you can start to see and start to envision how potentially there is a diplomatic route to de-escalation that we did not know of until, 10 minutes ago before the president was posting this. And I'll read you a little bit of what he said. He said he's pleased to report that the United States, the country of Iran, have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. The president goes on to say that based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. So you do see the president opening the window of this ultimatum that he had set on Iran, that he would strike power plants in that country if it did not reopen that very critical Strait of Hormuz, where all those energy tankers are waiting to go through. It's causing the price of oil to spike. Iran had threatened very severe retaliation, not only on energy strikes, but also on facilities in the Gulf. Now, some big questions remain, namely who the U.S. is talking to, because remember, the president had said that the Iranian leaders that he thought he could work with had been killed. Now he says that those conversations are ongoing and, according to him, very fruitful. And so very significant development, I think, this morning, and does lead you to believe that the president has, or is at least searching for something of an off-ramp here.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will see what more we learn about that potential off-ramp. Kevin, really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah?
All right, joining us now, CNN senior military analyst and the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, Admiral James Stavridis.
Thanks, Admiral, but we're good. Like I said, we're gonna skip all the talking heads.
Just the facts, please. Just the events of the last 2 days, less than 2 days. That's all we're trying to get through. Yesterday morning to now. I mean, we ended the yesterday morning stream literally watching the Al Jazeera live stream. So we were fairly caught up. Or we watched the Al Jazeera live stream at near the end of the stream. You get what I'm saying. And even with that, I somehow accumulated nearly 200 videos today. Which is why I decided to do an Iran-only stream tonight, even though there is plenty of other things to talk about. Which we'll hopefully get to soon. Tomorrow, I'm thinking, a lot of this stuff will come up. By the way, everybody, we're an hour and a half into the stream. And we would normally take a break here, but we're not gonna skip the breaks. I start doing breaks every like 3 hours or something like that instead of, I don't know, just, I gotta find a balance with everything that's been going on lately. We'll find a break. We'll find multiple breaks here tonight. But till then, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe button on YouTube, bell icon, like button. And do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, jewels. Twitch, bids, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course, the very best place to get the very most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Patreon. $3 a month. Cornucopia of space benefits.
Mohammed Val in Tehran, I'm just hearing that Iran's Fars news agency says and reports just this very moment that there is no direct communication between Iran and the United States. So as per Donald Trump's message, there is some form of communication. Iran, U.S. speaking in some fashion. He didn't say how, but he did seem to say it was progressing positively. We're now learning from the Iranians, or at least from Fars, that the communication, if it is happening, is not direct.
Well, it makes perfect sense, Cyril, at the moment, even though in his tweet, President Trump talked about some kind of talk.
I gotta say, that's quite a interesting sentence. If there is communication, it's not direct. Who are they talking to then? Camel? I'm just trying to figure it out. Who are they talking to? Would they just just get a Tehran phone book, open it to the middle and just call somebody, say, hey, so you guys want to talk peace? This is a tire shop.
With the Iranians over the last couple of days, it's very much understandable that those talks were not direct. He did not make it specific whether they were direct or indirect, but it makes sense that they are still indirect. If there are mediators, Egyptians, Omanis, and Turks, as we have heard, probably they are just communicating between the two sides indirectly, which is not contradictory to what Fars news agency has said. It's too early, I think, for the two sides to sit face-to-face around the same negotiation table. Until now, they are fighting each other tooth and nail, and escalation was the order of the day. So I think it's too early for them to sit together, which is makes perfect sense what the Fars news agency says. Again, this is also related to what you told me before, that the Iranian TV said that America has backed down, Donald Trump backed down. Makes sense that the Iranian TV and the Iranian media talk to their public here for domestic consumption, very strong words about America.
Very strong. He gets it. Very strong words for America. They might be fake, but they're words that sound strong. And that's all that matters, because my supporters are very stupid. That's all that matters, as long as I sound very strong. People will buy that. Now, as time progressed over the last 36, 48 hours, it would seem that Iran doubled down on its claims on multiple occasions of there having been no talks with the United States or Donald Trump, or a 5-day ceasefire.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed we do. We've got a taco alert from Trump this morning, and as you know, we are pro-taco on this show.
Very pro-taco.
Yeah, so Trump is trying to back down from some of his threats against Iran. The Iranians, though, are disputing some of the claims that he is making. There's a lot to dig into there. Trita Parsi is going to join us to help to make sense of what the hell is going on this morning. At the same time, Lindsey Graham, of course, pushing for a ground invasion and making a jaw-dropping comparison to what it could be like. There have been dueling strikes near nuclear facilities. That seems like a troubling development. The U.S. is rolling back sanctions on Iranian oil as prices at the pump continue to go up. Bibi claims Iran is targeting near Al-Aqsa Mosque in a very ominous development there. And really excited to have this morning Lawrence Wilkerson joining us. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but very, very important figure, both currently but also throughout history. He was the chief of staff to Secretary of State Colin Powell. He became a prominent Iraq war critic and is incredibly knowledgeable and very insightful about military affairs, about foreign affairs. So really looking forward to getting to speak with him.
Yeah, I mean, Wilkerson was like the Joe Kent, really, of his time. One of the earliest people who was in the administration after Colin Powell, I guess, left office, after W was elected, right in 2005, when it was not easy to speak out against Iraq. He came forward. I remember reading and listening to so many of his interviews. So it was a real honor.
Yeah,
to be able
someone
to
I very much admire. So looking forward to getting to
Thank you to everybody who's been supporting the show. We really appreciate it. We had that big interview with Joe Kent over the weekend. We used a lot of our premium subscriber questions, so seriously, thank you. You guys submitted so many important questions, which I used a ton of. So thank you all seriously very much. BreakingPoints.com if you want to be able to support our show. And we're, of course, doing our AMA live later on today. But with that, let's get to the taco.
Now, I'm a little bit biased, but I thought your interview was the best of the Joe Kent interviews.
It's very kind of you. I'm much harder on myself. If one of our premiums had done it, I think they would have done a good job. It made some news, and I guess that's all you can do. So I'm glad we were able to do it.
It was very important and newsworthy, and I think you pressed him also in the right point.
Tried my best. Joe will, I believe he's going to be on the Sean Ryan show today. So maybe something interesting will come out from there. But yeah, taco.
All right, let's get to the taco. Let's put this up on the screen from Trump over on Truth Social. He says, I am pleased to report the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East, based on the tenor and tone of these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which, he spelled it like a witch, like on Halloween, but anyway, which will continue throughout the week. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that one. I noticed please coming out the gate. I did not notice which. W-I-T-C-H. Which will continue throughout the week. Very spooky. Which will continue throughout the week. I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes. Because of the witch. Continuing through the week. You never know. You never know what the witches are gonna do. And we're not prepared for a witch hunt.
power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings and discussions. Thank you for your attention in this matter, President Donald J. Trump. All right, let's go ahead and put a 0B up on the screen if we have that. So Iran already coming out and saying, bullshit, we are not talking to him whatsoever. He said, this says from Iran Now, a high-ranking source in the Iranian Foreign Ministry to Iran Now. We deny what U.S. President Donald Trump said regarding negotiations taking place between the United States of America and the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Islamic Republic of Iran adheres firmly to its position, rejecting any type of negotiations before achieving Iran's goals from the war. Trump's statements represent a retreat from his previous threats, but the Islamic Republic of Iran remains steadfast in all its declared positions. Iran's position on the Strait of Hormuz has not changed, and the strait will remain closed to aggressors against the Islamic Republic and its people. So
Wow, wow, wow. Directly from the Iranian Foreign Ministry. Completely and totally contradicting everything that Donald Trump said. It's almost like he just made it up. It's almost like the president, it's crazy to think, but it's almost like the president just made it up.
let's back up for a second and talk about how we got here. So Trump had previously threatened that Iran had 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or else Trump was going to attack their electrical grid. This is a war crime, not that anyone apparently cares about such things, but it is pretty wild to see a president of the United States just like openly announcing their intention to commit war crimes. But in any case, that occurred. You then had, Iran saying, all right, well, if you do that, in response, we are going to attack infrastructure throughout the region. Obviously, the Gulf Arab states.
It really is kind of insane. If you don't do what we want, we're going to do war crimes. You made us do it. Made us do it by not listening.
Very vulnerable both to attacks on their electrical grid. Israel is actually quite vulnerable to attacks on its electrical grid. Not to mention if desalination plants get involved, that is a whole other level of escalation. So mutual threats were made, the clock was ticking, and now you have, and one more piece. Iran also said, hey, by the way, any financial institutions that are holding U.S. treasuries, we consider them to be targets as well. Market saga, of course, were looking very dire. Oil prices were going up. Bond yields were going up. That might even be more of a threat to the U.S. economy and the U.S. government than the oil prices. The market was crashing. The futures were down. And so between all of these combination of things, Trump felt the need to come out and say, well, let's give it a few days.
Yes.
Let's hold back.
Well,
on
let's
this
look at the
whole
timing
thing.
of it. The timing of it was very important. 7 a.m. Eastern time on a Monday morning, which means what? The S&P futures are rocketing. Oil was down some 10% or so on the initial news. We have no idea. It's gone up a little bit more after the Iran.
Yeah, but just to be clear, Sagar is getting a little bit ahead of himself. We were streaming Sunday night going into that exact time. We were looking at the stocks. We were looking at the oil futures or whatever they're called, and oil was trading at it was rocketing back up. It was well over $100 a barrel. It was $105 a barrel. China, Japan, South Korea were down 3%. India was down 2.5%. All the European major stock markets were down 2%. It was a meltdown. It was a meltdown. It was a meltdown 2 hours before Donald Trump is like, actually, everything's fine, everybody. Stop panicking. You're panicking.
Rejected the idea that there were any sort of direct talks. But this 5-day stretch, which conveniently is the entire time that the entire market is open, is going to be one where he's trying to calm the waters. Initially, spot prices on gasoline, the way that things work is that when oil prices come down, that means in about 2 to 3 days, we should also begin to see.
I'm trying to remember. What did Donald Trump call his supporters who were freaking out about the tariffs? Was it a Republican or was it a Republican? I'm struggling. I know it was something. It was kind of clever. It's kind of clever and hilarious to watch him burn his own supporters. You're a Republican. You're not feeling okay. You're feeling there's something wrong. There's something wrong with your brain and probably mind. It was something to do with panic. I could have
Gas
sworn.
prices go down. He is looking for that billboard flashing all across America. He wants to see people see a reduction in the gas price. However, a couple things before we bring in Trita Parsi, which are very important to note. The word Israel was not mentioned once in the entire Trump taco truth, right? Israel may continue to do strikes. We have no idea what Bibi Netanyahu and others have agreed to. Who knows whether, they've decided what strike packages they're going to move on forward. Don't forget, we're going to spend a significant time on this on the show. They took a beating over the last 72 hours. Their interceptors are failing. Their nuclear strikes, nuclear facilities were struck. They had a mass casualty event in southern Israel. Israel is not doing well right now so far in this war. Also, there are thousands of U.S. forces that are still converging on the Persian Gulf and in the Middle East. So all of the current signs, remember, none of that has yet been called off. All of the current roads still lead to a widening of the war. And then last and most importantly, before we get to Trita Parsi, which people really need to remember, and I've spoken and now confirmed this with multiple security forces, or security sources, what the Iranians believe more than anything is that the Ayatollah made a grave mistake.
Was it just a panican? Was it just panican? It's less funny than I remember it being. It's sad.
By agreeing to that ceasefire in the 12-day war. He was a very cautious, doddering old man. He's dead. We killed him, right, with the Israelis. The new Ayatollah and the existing security establishment, remember, the vast majority of their long existing heads, they're all dead. Everybody now is like, no, this is a fight to the death. We have
Death, 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 death. Yeah, fight to the death. That's what Donald Trump has gotten. Iran is not done. Iran is not done. And I'm fairly certain that it's a fucking lie that there's any talks going on with officials in Iran high up enough to make any decisions regarding the military and the Trump administration. Hey, look, I would love to be wrong about that. But I just don't see it. I just don't see it. Why would they? I've said it before. Why would they? I mean, at some point they will. But right now, why? I just don't see the reason why. I don't think that they think that they've inflicted enough pain as a consequence for this. The United States and Israel just got done doing this 6 months ago. They don't want this to be a recurring situation. They want to convey that this is a bad idea. I'm fairly certain that they're thinking that they didn't go far enough the first time. First time around, they should have continued. They shouldn't have done the peace talks. Because look what happens.
Immediately, if not sooner.
U.S. President Donald Trump has extended his deadline for Iran to allow shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow mouth of the Persian Gulf. Trump had set a 48-hour deadline for Iran that would have expired at midnight GMT Tuesday. But instead, we've just heard from Trump on his Truth Social platform saying that he's extended it by 5 days because of ongoing discussions between Washington and Tehran. Now, Iran hasn't acknowledged any discussions between the two countries, and in fact, just in the last couple of moments, we've had Iranian state television describing Trump as having backed down to the Iranians. All this comes as Iran earlier today had threatened to target electrical sites, desalination plants, and even the United Arab Emirates 4-reactor nuclear plant at Baraka out in its western desert. All of these sites would have been critical for survival in the Gulf Arab states, just showing the stakes of what was happening and how it could have spiraled into an even further escalation. Now, it remains unclear whether or not they're actively having discussions right now, whether or not this will mean any sort of end to the war. As this announcement came out, the United Arab Emirates said that its air defenses were engaged in countering Iranian fire. Meanwhile, we've seen the Iranians also launch missiles on Diego Garcia, way out in the Indian Ocean, over 4,000 kilometers away from Iran. Previously, Iran had said that its missiles were capped at a 2,000 kilometer range. So it's unclear whether Iran has new missiles or whether it's lightened one of its existing missiles to allow it to reach that range.
Yes, indeed. That was interesting news over the weekend. Iran launching missiles, hitting, I think it was an island called Diego Garcia, which is over 2,000 kilometers away, further than was known to be within their capability. Looney Tunes second on Twitch. Wow, 2 hours in. Nobody declared second yet. France 24 English. Next.
Donald Trump says the U.S. and Iran had, quote, very good and productive talks over the weekend. The U.S. president adding he will hold off any military strikes against Iranian power plants for 5 days. Now, that is a backtrack on Trump's threat to strike power plants if Tehran did not allow the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz by tonight. Well, following that initial threat, Iran said it would in return attack electrical plants across the Middle East if Trump followed through. But now the Iranian news agency is saying there's been no communication with the United States. We're going to try and break all of this down now for you with Philip Turl, who joins me on set. Now, Philip, this announcement from Donald Trump has been received with a sigh of relief by the markets today amid growing fears of U.S. intervention. But how credible now is the threat of U.S. strikes and the situation in general, given what we're hearing from Iran?
Well, it's just more confusing, I think, because we don't really know who's saying what in this. Donald Trump saying, yes, I've had, quote, good discussions with the Iranians over the war, which actually sounds quite extraordinary, seeing as the US has launched attacks against Iran almost non-stop now for 4 weeks. And Iran is saying that there have been no discussions. So we don't know whether this is Donald Trump trying to buy time, saying, OK, we've had these discussions. I'm not going to do it tonight at midnight. I'm not going to bomb these power installations. I'm going to delay that now for 5 days in a way of saying, OK, that gives me more time to try to work out what exactly is going on here. What I'm actually going to do is...
Yeah, exactly. That's what I think. That is what I think this is. I think this is Donald Trump trying to buy time right now with the markets. Continue to keep or at least keep the price of gas from going higher. Although I don't know what his actual, how stupid do you have to be? Because it's gonna go back up once you do the invasion, right? Like once you invade Karg Island or whatever else, or start bombing energy facilities and whatever else, you gotta know inherently that that's going to cause oil prices to go skyrocketing again. So what is 5? It's so short-sighted. 5 days. I don't know what 5 days buys him exactly. This is like Howard Lutnick have put options or something on the oil prices. I mean, somebody should look at what's the name of his hedge fund? I can't think
long
of it
run.
right now.
So the Iranians have joined in on this, saying, well, look, we've had no discussions with the US. There has been no agreement on a ceasefire, and we would not accept that anyway, and there are no negotiations. And they are still asking for the same things, the Iranians have said. They are asking for the closure of all US bases in the region as a premise to ending the war. They want $2 million per ship, US ship, for it to be allowed to go through the Strait of Hormuz, or any ship going through the Strait of Hormuz which is affiliated to the United States or an ally of the United States. And the other point the Iranians have said they are asking for is they want $100 billion in reparations from the United States and Israel for all the damage that has occurred in their country since the start of this war. So we don't really know what is going on. We don't know what Donald Trump has talked to and who he's talked to and exactly what those two people have worked out together.
So if these strikes were to go ahead in 5 days' time, let's say from the U.S., what is Iran's response likely to be?
Okay, well, to begin with, the Americans have got the capacity to knock out these installations in Iran. There are about 400 or so dotted around the country, but there are four main ones which produce the large part of energy for the Iranians. Now, they are fired by gas, but they can also run on diesel fuel. The US, in theory, has the firepower to be able to knock those out. The problem is that if they do, they're going to knock out not only the power in Iran, but also in several of Iran's neighbors. And this is going to have a knock-on effect on, for example, powers that, or plants that use electrical power to.
Did you hear that? If the United States knocks out Iran's power, it's going to also knock out the power to some of its neighbors. I assume it's people like Azerbaijan, Armenia, maybe Pakistan. Trying to think who else is right next door. Would be using their energy. Maybe Syria. Is Marco Rubio prank calling Pete Hegseth?
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
It's possible. It's a possibility, I suppose.
An abrupt reversal.
All right, France 24 next.
An abrupt reversal from Donald Trump as his own deadline for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz was fast approaching. The US president now says he's delaying targeting Iranian energy infrastructure for a 5-day period following productive conversations to bring the war to an end. Trump didn't specify who Washington was in touch with, and Tehran denies talks are taking place at all. What is certain, however, is Trump changed his tune hours after a statement from the IRGC was carried on state media warning of a tit-for-tat. Tehran threatened to go after power plants in regional countries if its electricity infrastructure was hit. Since the US and Israel began the war, Iran has been lashing out at Israel, striking targets across the Gulf, and closed off the Strait of Hormuz. Cutting the vital waterway has taken the global economy hostage, and efforts from Washington to secure it have backfired. According to a report in Axios, the US president has been mulling taking over Iran's Karg Island to pressure authorities to loosen their grip on Hormuz. The rocky outpost off the coast of Iran is viewed as the crown jewel of its energy infrastructure, and over the weekend, officials in Washington refused to rule it out.
Karg Island, I want to ask you about your statement. You said it could become a U.S. asset. What exactly does that mean? Could U.S. troops go into Karg Island to secure it?
Again, as I said, all options are on the table.
Iran's Defense Council says Tehran would respond to any attack on its coast or islands by laying sea mines in shipping routes across the Gulf. While the Islamic Republic has so far refused to capitulate, the latest move from Donald Trump suggests the U.S. president could be looking for an off-ramp.
We're going to have to go to this breaking story.
We've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who
And phase 3. Not just phase 1 and 2, but also 3. Very complete. Some say the completest that it could possibly be.
believe is the
Can't even have a phase 4 or 5. Not physically possible.
most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the Son.
Are these direct?
We have not heard from the Son. Every once in a while you'll see a statement made, but we haven't. We don't know if he's living. But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
Mr. President,
Again.
Mr. President, I know you've deployed.
Because I don't want him to be killed. Okay? I don't want him to be killed.
Mr. President, you've deployed.
Nobody wants to be that. Nobody wants that job right now, you know? Nobody's exactly looking forward to being the head of that particular country, but perhaps we'll be able to solve that problem.
Mr. President, you've deployed ICE agents to American airports today. Newsmax, sir. You've deployed ICE
You're not doing a very good job.
You're not doing a very good job. Stop asking questions. As a reporter asking questions, you should be ashamed of yourself. You should largely be ashamed of yourself, and your family should probably disown you.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, we can't listen to this whole thing. He fields questions for like 20 minutes. It's out of control. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We're gonna do a couple of clips, few clips here.
Crime in Memphis is down 43% since you began the task force. Is this a template you think is
Well,
working?
what I'm doing today, really, this was supposed to be, this was a little bit before, set up a couple of weeks ago. This was before we had this situation with Iran take place last night. And by the way, they're just not communicating. When they say, I'm sure they don't mean that. When somebody says, oh, I didn't know you were talking, we were talking last night, and I'm sure they have a lack of communication, which is appropriate considering we blew up, in addition to their Navy, Air Force, every division, their radar. We also blew up all of their anti-aircraft and communications. So they have no telecommunications. So there is a lack of, I would imagine, a lack of coordination.
If you're worried about the missing,
Well, we think all we can do is think, look, we have numerous leader groups. They've all been killed. Very dangerous position. Khomeini was killed. Khomeini's son is unavailable. Nobody knows what happened to him.
Nobody knows what happened to him. Nobody can find Khomeini's son. That's because I don't think Khomeini had a son. He's a fucking moron. He really doesn't. Like, when I heard him say this, I mean, when I heard him say this, I was like, he doesn't know anything about Iran, does he? Like, it's Moshtaba Khomeini, right? With an A, not an O. Khomeini. I assume he means Ruhollah Khomeini, who was the supreme leader. He was the first supreme leader, right? He was the first supreme leader. Maybe he had a son. I don't. Okay, no, he did. He had like a bunch of children, but he's like looking for the wrong guy. He's like, we've been looking for Khomeini's son. You can't find him. Can't find him. I don't know what's going on. When in fact he should be looking for Mojtaba Khomeini. Where is he? I can't find him. It's so weird. We've been looking for his son. of Khomeini. That guy. We already destroyed the boats and the planes and the guns and the bombs and the rockets and the radar and the leaders of the military. They're all destroyed. They're all gone. No more.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
In a stunning U-turn, Donald Trump says he's ordered the US military to postpone strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure after what he called 2 days of very good talks on ending hostilities. The president had threatened the strikes if Iran failed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by late Monday, Washington time. Without elaborating on diplomatic negotiations, the president said they would continue throughout the week. However, Iran's media have said that there was no direct communication with the US or through intermediaries. Earlier, Donald Trump spoke to reporters as he was leaving Florida. Take a listen.
Tomorrow morning, sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And
over 10 billion.
One shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that?
One shot and it's gone.
So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons.
For more on this, we're joined by our international affairs editor, Philip Turl.
No more nuclear weapons. These guys keep coming out here and saying that sentence. Every time I hear it, it makes less sense because, as we all know, Iran did not have nuclear weapons. There was no evidence for Iran having nuclear weapons. So when you say no more nuclear weapons, it makes it sound like they have them currently. It's a full-on. It's like a. It's a WMD. It's a weapons of mass
destruction. There's an old
situation.
saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, "Fool me once, shame on you."
Philip, that postponement has been received with a huge sigh of relief from oil markets amid growing fears of a US escalation in this war. So how credible now is the threat of further US strikes?
It's becoming increasingly difficult to work out what is going on, either from the American side or from the Iranian side. It's pretty clear from Iran that they are not willing at the moment to negotiate with the United States. They've said that right the way down the line. There'll be no negotiations. There'll be no ceasefire. They're not willing to do that while there is still this war raging on and the US is still hitting targets in Iran, just the same way as Israel is also hitting targets within Iran. What we have on the other side is President Trump saying, yes, well, I've had very good talks with Iranian leaders and we're moving forward with that. And that's why I am pushing this deadline another 5 days down the line. So now we're talking about Friday evening at midnight, not tonight. But it's pretty unclear where that meeting took place and who was actually talking to President Trump, because no one in Iran's leadership says that they were doing that. The foreign minister certainly wasn't doing it either. And it appears that what may have happened is that there have been messages being exchanged by some of those who could be acting as go-betweens between the United States on one side and the Iranians on the other, possibly the Indians, possibly the Chinese, possibly the Pakistanis. And that is where these talks, these negotiations, this exchange of ideas is taking place. And at the same time, probably there was increased pressure from the Gulf nations who were worried about the fact that if there were these strikes on targets in Iran, that Iran would retaliate and hit the Gulf nations. And they're telling the United States, be very careful before you go ahead and do this. You better push that deadline back, because if you start hitting those power installations tonight, that could have a boomerang effect and it will end up causing a lot of trouble for the Gulf nations, but also indirectly for Europe and elsewhere in the world. So that's where all of this is coming from right now. But from the message that Donald Trump is giving, he was on the phone directly to Iran's leaders, and that's why he's pushing this deadline forward. But that is very hard to collaborate right now.
Yeah, so what about the Iranians in all of this, and what could be their response in the coming days?
Well, the actual bottom line of what the Iranians are asking for hasn't shifted. What they're saying is that they will let shipping through the Strait of Hormuz so long as it's not American shipping and it's not America's allies. They were also saying that if a ship wants to go through the Strait of Hormuz, then that ship has to pay $2 million to be able to do that. That's why the shipping charges and the insurance is so high for those ships to go through. The second point is they want the closure of all bases, US bases in the region, as an as a way of ending the war. That's something, of course, the US has not agreed to right now. And the third point is that they say they want up to about $100 billion in reparations from both the United States and Israel for the damage that has been caused within Iran as a result of the war taking place. So in theory, the United States could hit these power installations in Iran. There are about 400 in all. It could hit them all. There are about 4 which are very big and mostly used by Iran, and they also export electricity to other countries, which could also be the main target of the United States if they want to launch those attacks against nuclear and power installations in Iran beginning on Saturday. It's unclear what Iran would do, but if you look back to
Iran is in no position to negotiate. IRGC are neo-Nazi fascist SS thugs. Okay, Socialist Sandy. Socialist Sandy, SSO. I think you might be secret SS. Tried to trick me when you're truly the real Nazi. Not so fast, Sandy, if that even is your real name.
U.S. President Donald Trump on Monday walked back a threat to bomb Iranian power plants.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead.
Speaking to reporters, Trump said he'd changed his mind after discussions between Iranian figures and his envoys, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner.
They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too.
Trump did not say who in Iran was involved in these talks, but said it was not the country's supreme leader. Iran's Fars news agency, citing a source, said there are no direct or indirect communications with the United States. The White House did not respond to questions about the content of the talks, who participated, or where they were held. Monday's message seemed to be the latest in a rapid series of different signals from Trump on the joint U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran launched last month, now in its 4th week. On Friday, Trump had suggested the U.S. might be, quote, winding down its attacks on Iran. But a day later, he threatened to destroy Iranian power plants if Tehran did not allow ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz. Iran responded to the threat, saying it could strike energy facilities in the Gulf.
It is the worst game of chicken that is being played in front of our eyes. I think I could have come up with this year. We're playing nuclear chicken, essentially. I mean, honestly, Iran's the only one without nuclear weapons in this situation. But Israel's been making a whole bunch of threats. And technically, depending on how long this goes for, Iran could, in theory, make its own. Even though it never had. Alright, let's keep going through the videos on the Taco Gambit.
This Truth Social post came as a shock to many just before the markets in the US opened.
So they called, I didn't call, they called, They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons.
Predictably, the European markets jumped, but contrary to what Trump said, Iran has denied any talks have taken place with Washington. All this as US and Israel's war on Iran effectively brought the Strait of Hormuz to a standstill. The 33-kilometre strategic stretch that carries around 20% of the world's oil and gas supplies has global economies and energy markets on edge.
Many of us remember the two consecutive oil crises in 1970s, 1973 and 1979. In each of the crises, the world has lost about 5 million barrels per day. We all know that there was major economic problems around the world. Only as of today, we lost 11 million barrels per day. So more than 2 major oil shocks put together.
Asian markets have been hit hard. Around 70% of crude oil and around 80% of liquefied natural gas that leaves via the strait is bound for Asia.
China!
It's not just China, though. It's also India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Afghanistan. Zio troll detected. I see. Zionists are the real Nazis. Write that down.
Mr. President, Iran's foreign ministry says you're not telling the truth when it comes to productive conversations to end the war.
Well, they're going to have to get themselves better public relations people. We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly. I would say that if they carry through with that, it'll end that problem, that conflict. And I think it'll end it very, very substantially. So the discussions took place yesterday. They went into yesterday evening. They want very much to make a deal. We'd like to make a deal, too. We're going to get together today. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end it.
Wow. So many fucking trolls in here. What's with all the anti-Jewish hatred in here, says Levi. There's not one anti-Jewish thing has been said, Levi. You're living in an alternate reality. Not a single thing. And I'm quite adamant about that. And since you're saying that, I assume you're quite new to the stream, because anybody who's watched this stream with any regularity would know that I'm very much not okay with the thing that you're claiming is going on.
Settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Who is Steve Witkoff speaking with, Mr. President?
A top person. Don't forget, we've wiped out the leadership phase 1, phase 2, and largely phase 3. But we're dealing with the man who I believe is the most respected and the leader. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
Is that the Supreme Leader?
No, not the Supreme Leader. We don't. Well, nobody heard of the second Supreme Leader, the son.
Are these direct?
But the people that seem to be running it, and they seem that based on really fact, because things they've said have taken place.
They seem that really based on fact.
they seem based on fact.
It's science.
Perfect phone call with Iran. Everything is great. Some say we agree on basically everything. Almost every single thing we agree on. Aside from whether or not the war is over. All the main points aside from whether or not we're still at war. So, basically, war done.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Just before the markets opened, he decided to make this announcement. As ever, it's Armageddon postponed, so we have to live on this sort of the edge the whole time. We're all living in his headspace is kind of quite grueling activity.
No, we have a very serious chance of making a deal. That doesn't guarantee anything. I'm not guaranteeing anything. If I were a betting man, I'd bet for it. But again, I'm not guaranteeing anything.
I think maybe the Americans are discovering that the Iranians are willing to go further up the escalation ladder. There isn't any sign that they're fracturing as a regime. They're taking big hits, but they are aimed at one thing, which is survival.
Well, joining me is Patrick Wintle. Thanks for joining us again, Patrick. So, quite a lot of...
By the way, everybody, before we get into this podcast over here on The Guardian, which actually I just realized we can't watch because The Guardian's always a fucking asshole about shit. You know, screw it. Screw it. I've gotten weird. Like, I try and make sure that I am transformative about the content that I use and all this other shit and have commentary for it and whatever and blah, blah, blah. Guardian is one of the only copyright strikes that I've ever received. And they also tend to copyright claim more than others. I don't know what their deal is, but I'm just going to skip this one. I totally forgot about I'm always trying to weed out their videos and make sure, like, I'm subscribed to them to listen to them and watch them, but sometimes I forget to take them out of my list. Like, I listened to this, but we're not going to watch this. I'll probably get a copyright claim just for that. My God. Anyway. Donald Trump is chickening out. Or is he? I would say he's not. He's pretending to chicken out. This, like I said, it's the taco gambit, okay? It's the taco gambit. He thinks he can lull Iran into a false sense of security, get the markets to settle down, and have oil prices and bonds come back down slightly. And I think he's just, hoping that between now and Friday, Iran completely capitulates and surrenders. Otherwise, by Saturday, when all the troops show up there, I can almost guarantee you we see an invasion this weekend. All right, I can't guarantee you of that. But I have a strong sense that we're going to see an increase in the military activity. Why else do you send 5,000 more troops to a place where you already have thousands of troops and more military equipment than you've had in the area for 25 years? I mean, if it's for nothing, it seems like a huge waste. You ask me. I lost my place. I just realized why I got thrown off by that, because it's a freaking collab with Today in Focus. Collab. Alright, to breaking points once again. See how
Congress people are talking about this
Used messaging
war in
coming out
Iran.
of the White House.
Meanwhile, while we're on Taco Watch, we have to continue,
by
of
the
course,
way,
to pay attention to.
I forgot to mention, I think we just hit 1,776 subscribers. America. Oh, it's the freest number you could possibly have. 1,776 subscribers. Never forget this moment, Space Vamps. Liberty.
Thousands of U.S. ground troops that continue to move to the Middle East. And we have Lindsey Graham trying to set expectations for everybody here, taking to Fox News Sunday and saying not only should the United States take Kharg Island, but comparing it to the Battle of Iwo Jima. Let's take a listen.
Here's what I tell President Trump. Keep it up for a few more weeks. Take Kharg Island, where all of the resources they have to produce oil. Control that island. Let this regime die on a vine.
Is this going to, though, take Kharg Island? Is it going to involve U.S. troops on the ground? Let me just read you something from The Atlantic. Does an assessment on that. They say U.S. troops may well take Kharg Island. We believe in their ability to do so, but only to endure ballistic missile strikes, drone attacks, petrochemical smoke, all without a reliable means of obtaining logistical support. The result could be a grinding war of attrition. They talk about how far away they would be from resupply.
I'm sort of tired of all this armchair quarterbacking. This has been an amazing military operation. God bless the fallen.
But it's a difference when we talk about troops on the ground.
I trust the Marines.
Oh my God.
Not that guy.
He's such a military pervert. Also, he trusts the Marines, but not that guy who was a Marine. Like Joe Kent, he was a Marine. Wasn't he a Marine for like 20 years? Didn't he do like 11 tours of duty? So wait. When does he stop trusting the troops? Where's the chicken and the egg? Like where does one end and the other start? When as a troop does Lindsey Graham stop trusting you? That's what I'd love to know. Because Joe Kent was literally in the military for 2 decades and did 11 fucking tours of duty. And Lindsey was like, no, that's not enough. I trust the troops. I trust the real troops. Not
difference when we talk about troops on the ground.
I trust the Marines, not that guy. I trust DOD. We got 2 Marine expeditionary units sailing to this island. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this.
We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. Anybody want to tell me the casualties on Iwo Jima? We got about 7,000 killed and 19,000 wounded. Is that the similar stakes that are involved here in the middle of this expeditionary, adventure, chosen excursion? Yeah, it's not even a war. It's an excursion. That's what Iwo Jima, it's being floated. I think this is the perfect clip to show you how these individual Marines are just pawns on a chessboard to people in Washington. That they use the mythology of the heroism of the past to whitewash all of the ways in the post-World War II era that their lives have just been carelessly thrown into these wars of choice and adventurism, which accomplished nothing to the benefit of the United States, as bled us dry, blood and treasure. And meanwhile, the individual families who either lost some.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting how callously Donald Trump uses and talks about the troops and how the GOP Republicans talk about and use the troops. They use them for funding, for fundraising. They use them for messaging. They use them as fodder, but then when it comes time to funding, programs, they never want to do it. They'll fund wars, but they won't fund healthcare at home. It's gross. And of course, Donald Trump, I don't know about Lindsey Graham. I get the sense he may have actually served. But Donald Trump never served in the military. I don't think his father, Fred Trump, ever served. None of Donald Trump's family ever served in the military. They're all, Donald Trump was a draft dodger. And his dad was a rich guy. He's too old, I think, to be in a war. But they're finally sending the rest of America there.
Or have somebody wounded or whose family member was affected by PTSD, they have to deal with the wreckage. That's why this bothers me so much. Like this bravado, chest thumping. Each one of those individual lives who was lost on Iwo Jima is not fodder for you to then claim some of their glory in order to advance your regime change war of choice, which has now been a total and a complete disaster. And I think it demonstrates how all of these service members have been treated now. The 13 killed, the 200, 300, who knows how many, who have been wounded now so far, the thousands that are already just being moved into the region for some sort of potential operation. But that's what they're now trying to prepare the American public for. And also, by the way, I should say this, Iwo Jima had a huge backlash here in the United States. A lot of people don't remember that time period. After clearly the war in Europe was either winding down or, there had been the armistice or whatever had been signed, well, the American public started asking some serious questions. They're like, wait, why are we taking tens of thousands of casualties out here? Like, we need to wrap this up very quickly. And the Pentagon, or I guess the War Department or whatever at that time, was having a lot of conversations. How do we prepare the public for an ground invasion of Japan? So like even in the conflict with the most bought in U.S.
I mean, you don't have to go that. Wait. Wow. Mo would know up. Thank you, Mo, for modding. My God, we do have a plethora of trolls in here tonight, don't we? Up 1,600% according to one chatter.
U.S. public. Whenever we were taking these level of casualties, they were like, whoa, we're like, we need to hold on. They're like, what's going on here? Are we sure this is necessary?
Yeah.
The atomic bomb ends up happening, and so everybody conveniently forgets Iwo Jima's casualties and Okinawa, but it was not like that domestically.
Yeah.
And that, again, was a war where probably...
That's what I was going to say. You don't have to go that far back. I mean, same thing with, like, Syria and Libya. Right, like after Iraq, there's a lot of backlash to things that happened in there and the fighting against like ISIS and all that. So
100% of the public
really
were on board,
bought in on that war
and
effort.
He wants to try and recreate this disastrous type of circumstance. We talked with Professor Pape about the parallels.
Also, Sagar's teeth are like freakishly white. Like they don't look real.
Karg Island or the Straits of Hormuz, and we're talking about Gallipoli. These are like global changing events. The Aussies still remember Gallipoli. One of my tour guides when I did a World War I battlefield tour, 100 years later, the descendants still come to Gallipoli to see what their
the tour guide still talking about Gallipoli. Wow, no kidding. Thank you, Sagar. Thank you. All right. This is mostly Sagar talking. All Australians are World War I veterans. Yes, indeed. All Australians are over 100 years old.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
We turn now to look at growing opposition to the U.S. and Israeli war on Iran within the U.S. military. The Center on Conscience and War is reporting it has seen a spike in inquiries from soldiers seeking conscientious objector status.
We're joined by the group's executive director, Mike Preisner. He's in Portland, Oregon. He joined the U.S. Army in 2001 when he was 17, left the military in 2005 after his company participated in the 2003 invasion of Iraq, where he served for a year. He also co-founded March Forward, an anti-war group of veterans and active service members. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. You have reported a staggering surge in calls of people, soldiers, asking about conscientious objector status. Explain what that is and just the scope of this issue.
Well, conscientious objector just means you have a objection to participating in war in any form.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this
juncture. It has been a difficult few weeks because we have so many people and their families who are desperate to find alternatives to being sent to the Middle East. We have a situation where Trump and his team have launched an unprovoked war with no legitimate rationale, no rational justification, and in partnership with a military that has just committed a genocide in the region. They have imposed this on the American people, the Iranian people, and tens of thousands of service members and their families who believe this is deeply wrong. You know, we haven't just experienced a surge in calls of inquiries, but a surge in people who have actually started the process of filing as conscientious objectors, which is a right to all service members to refuse to participate. You know, we have had about 1,000% increase in CEO clients just since the beginning of the war. And to put that in perspective, you know, some of our counselors have been doing this for many, many decades and did this through the entire global war on terror, through the worst years of the Iraq war, the worst years of the Afghanistan war, the highest levels of civilian casualties in both of those wars. And what they are saying is the level that they are seeing now of new conscientious objector clients that we have taken on is unlike anything they have ever seen before, including the worst years of those wars. And, you know, you have to imagine relatively, right? You know, that's a small percentage compared to the number of people in the military. I'm not saying there's a mass uprising of people who are filing as CO right now. It's a significant number. But those are just the people who have called our organization and sought out our help, even know that this right exists. So how many people in the military you think know about the Center on Conscience and War? Probably not that many. And so while it's a relatively small number compared to the hundreds of thousands of people in the military, I would imagine a very small subset actually know about our organization. And we find that the more we're able to reach, the more people will be calling us to file this conscientious objection claim.
And Mike, this is before any ground troops have actually been committed by by President Trump to this war. In previous wars, a lot of this conscientious objector status started already in the midst of war, and clearly in Vietnam, it was a major factor in the demoralization and the reduction of force capability by the United States as thousands fled to Canada, or even while they were in the military, then sought conscientious objector status. What do you envision if the president actually does commit troops on the ground in this war?
Well, I imagine it would continue to spike. But, you know, what I think is significant is, you know, in the many dozens and dozens and dozens of people I have talked to who have started working on their conscientious objector claim or submitted it with hours to go before deployment, that's something that's been happening too. You know, I haven't talked to any service member who said that they are scared of dying in a war that they don't believe in. They're scared of killing in a war that they don't believe in. They're scared of the long-term moral consequences of their actions in this moment right now. You know, the number one thing that is cited by service members when I, ask what was their breaking point, what is the reason that made them decide that they had to become a CO, and it was the Manab school bombing, the U.S. massacre at the girls' school in Iran. I think the military is aware of that too. We actually heard from a couple people who said that's when they lost internet access and social media access on a ship was when the news of that broke. And so, I think that, regardless of whether or not the U.S. commits ground forces, the fact that U.S. troops are being used to kill from neighboring countries, I think that weighs heavily on people. Look, this is so connected to the past several years. This doesn't just come out of nowhere. You know, we know that in the American society broadly, the genocide in Gaza caused a significant shift in consciousness among.
This dude's connection is totally fucked. It's almost like he's being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
People in the United States, in particular young people in the United States, and the military is made up of young people in the United States. And so that shift of consciousness has happened in the military as well. And they have been watching and decided that they couldn't support a government that would kill children with impunity. And then here we are in a war that the U.S. is not only waging with that country, but begins that war by carrying out the kind of action that Israel became notorious for throughout that war. And so they're having to look at themselves and say, what am I willing to do? What kind of person am I? Can I be a part of the kinds of atrocities that I've turned against over the past several years?
And we just have 10 seconds, but several cases of service.
Yeah, it's almost like in 1941, the United States joining in with the Nazis. Since we're getting all historical, has there been some historical discussions regarding all of this? That's a fascinating development for sure. A growing number of conscientious objectors in the military. Great patriots, I'm sure, all of them. You know, while all of this has been going on, the war has, of course, been going on. The broader war has still been going on. Israel stepping up its attacks in southern Lebanon. Iran stepping up its attacks in Israel. And broader violence in the Gulf region.
Where there was once a bridge, now gaping holes. Bent metal and craters are what remain of this key road crossing. It connects southern Lebanon to the rest of the country. By blowing up Lebanese bridges, Israel says it is destroying key routes used by Hezbollah. But Lebanon says that the Israeli strikes are cutting off entire swathes of civilians from food, medical supplies, and routes out to safety. For Lebanon's president, the Israeli strikes are a collective.
That's exactly what this is. 100%. This is what I've been saying since the beginning, is that Hezbollah has a tunnel network going through the hills throughout all of this. These bridges are used by civilians. Has nothing to do with Hezbollah. They're trying to inflict as much suffering on Lebanese people broadly and force them out of southern Lebanon because they plan to seize the territory. Whether or not that plan will be successful, that's the plan right now.
Punishment on civilians and a violation of international humanitarian law.
These attacks represent a dangerous escalation and flagrant violation of Lebanon's sovereignty and are considered a prelude to a ground invasion.
Israel says the aim of the strikes is to thwart Hezbollah operations.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and I have ordered the IDF to immediately destroy all bridges over the Litani River that are being used for terrorist activities
if not
in order to prevent Hezbollah terrorists and weapons from moving south.
The Israeli military said that its chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, has approved more plans for targeted ground operations and strikes. In a statement, Zamir also said that the offensive against Hezbollah has only just begun, and that it will be a prolonged one. Israel also said it has ordered troops to speed up the destruction of Lebanese homes near the border. Israel's ground operations began March 16th in southern Lebanon.
For the love of God. Israel is doing everything it can to prolong this conflict. Lebanon is part of that strategy. This is the view from over the Litani River in Lebanon. Jesus Christ. Now this is this the Litani River. Let me just show you. The Litani River, if you look at it here, basically bisects the very, very southern portion of Lebanon, going basically straight across the country. And Israeli politicians, at least a few of them, have been talking about how Israel just needs to turn all of this area from Israel's border to the Litani River into a quote-unquote buffer zone. So the fact that this airstrike is over the Litani River is, in fact, of some importance, relevance, geographically speaking.
The Israeli military has struck another bridge on the Litani River in southern Lebanon this Monday, alleging it was used by Iran-backed Hezbollah as the war between the two sides rages on. It comes a day after Israel struck the Kasmieh Bridge near the southern port city of Tyre. President Joseph Aoun has called Israel's attacks a prelude to a ground invasion. Well, for more on the situation, we can cross live to France 24's Claire Pacalin. Claire, what's the latest on the ground?
We've just had news, Karis, from the IDF, from the Israel Defense Forces, saying that they have struck a target, a member of the Al-Quds force, so that's one of the branches of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, here in Beirut. Now, the IDF didn't give any information as to where that strike had taken place or who the identity of that potential member of the Al-Quds force is, but we have been getting information from our sources here in Beirut, and it appears that there has been a strike in the east of Beirut, in the suburb of Hazmieh, but that's a developing situation, so we'll be looking into that and giving you more information in the afternoon and evening as we get it. Yes, also, as you mentioned, Karis, a bridge linking the Bekaa Valley with the south of Lebanon has been struck, as has, of course, again today, the Kasmieh Bridge that Israel blew up yesterday in two separate strikes. Again, another strike nearby the Kasmieh Bridge took place earlier on today. It didn't hit the bridge itself. That's completely collapsed. I saw that with my own eyes this morning. But nearby, Israel hit another target there. Israel is saying that it is targeting Hezbollah infrastructure that Hezbollah uses, so infrastructure that Hezbollah uses to funnel weapons and supplies and fighters into the south. Of course, here in Lebanon, targeting this civilian infrastructure is really going down extremely badly, with the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun saying that this is like collective punishment for the Lebanese, targeting these bridges that Lebanese people use, and he says it's a clear, blatant, flagrant violation of Lebanese sovereignty.
All right, Claire, well, you went to the site of that strike on the Kasmieh Bridge, and you spoke to locals in Tyre. How are they feeling about all of this?
Yes, the Casimir Bridge is a bridge that did lead into the city of Tyre. So that's a southern city. And what's interesting in Tyre is that while a large part of the city is in what's called the red zone, so that's the area where Israel has said residents need to evacuate, the old town of Tyre has not been evacuated and is not part of this red zone. So if you go into the other part, into the red zone, the streets are quiet, there are damaged buildings. Some buildings have been flattened by Israeli airstrikes. But if you go into the old town where we were earlier on today, it's busy, it's bustling, shops and cafes are open. And we did have the chance to speak to one lady who told us that she was displaced within her own city. So she and her daughter, who were in the red zone area of Tyre, had a few days ago just felt they were too scared, they didn't want to stay on any longer, and they found a place to sleep in a theatre in the old town. So they're sleeping on mattresses on the floor alongside some other.
However, they're not all. That's not the story of everyone. I've been hearing of a lot of people who are not leaving their homes, even though Israel is doing all these strikes in residential neighborhoods and demanding evacuations of entire cities. Because first off, that's fucking insane. It's illegal. You can't just order the evacuation of New York City tomorrow. But also, like, some of these people in Lebanon, especially in southern Lebanon, are fucking refugees, especially Palestinian refugees, who have been displaced by Israel perhaps one too many times. Now more rocket fire was seen. This was in northern Israel. Probably Hezbollah, but not sure. It was a rocket, supposedly. Okay, now to the West Bank, where Iranian missiles could be seen flying through the night sky. This footage is from yesterday. You can see it breaking up in the sky. One large fragment going very quickly in the direction away from the camera. You hear the explosion. This next footage is from, I think, this morning. Actually, no, this is from yesterday. So it must have been from a different previous strike. I have these in reverse order somehow. This is from a previous strike, I think. Unless that was early morning. I don't know, dude. I don't know. You don't get timestamps on a lot of these fucking videos. They get posted when they get posted by the channels. I try my best. Whatever. This is in the West Bank. A massive Iranian missile fragment. It's the size of a car. Like a large car. It's gotta weigh thousands of pounds. Is it a dud? You would assume it's one of the intercepted missiles. Alright, that was in Hebron. Missile fragments found and recovered. But for many of these Iranian strikes, they seemingly found their targets, or at least did a great deal of damage in Israel, have been doing damage in Israel now for multiple days straight. We've been seeing Frizla with the super chat. Can we listen to Sama's Boiler Room again? It's so beautiful. It is lovely. Problem is she's like mixing a bunch of like copyrighted music. I like it too, but I can't do it that. I try not to do it that often because it always just wind up having to edit it all out. Kind of a hassle. But perhaps sometime. What I've been thinking of is doing like a Sunday, not a Sunday, maybe a Sunday Funday Patreon subathon type thing on Twitch only, where we won't get into the same sort of problems. But then everybody would have to come over to Twitch. Like that gets us, you know, I'll say that's good enough, actually. You know, that sounds good. All right, people, there you go. Galactic content goal completed. That's right, thanks to space fams like you, we are gonna do the whole stream. We're gonna do the whole stream. We were 1 hour away from utter chaos. And a possibly early ending stream, but nope. Nope. That's not gonna happen.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Yes, indeed. All right, everybody. Well, let's get back to the show. Get back to talking about how Iran's aerial strategy seems to be effective enough to cause a great deal of damage in Israel, as we have started to see in recent days. Even with Israel's crackdown on the media. Oopsies, I did not mean to
Turning now to some very troubling escalatory things that were happening before the so-called Trump taco. Again, let's not forget that it may not be a real taco. Let's start with B1. Let's put this up here on the screen. A very strange situation with a alleged strike on Diego Garcia.
Attempted strike.
Attempted strike, yes, sorry. An attack on a base 2,500 miles away from Iran. The Wall Street Journal saying it signals more aggressive military posture for the regime. Iran brings Europe into range with missiles that were fired at Diego Garcia. We have a map just to show you all exactly how far away and the distance that it would be. It would be the longest IRBM that has happened so far in the war. A lot of people were using it as evidence of why we had to attack Iran in the first place, because it's like, oh my God, look at these madmen. They have long-range ballistic missiles. But there are still some very strange indications around the entire attack. Let's put B2 up.
Yeah, I've been hearing a bunch of warhawks, neocons coming out and saying insane things like that. Oh, they're even more powerful than we thought. That definitely justifies attacking them. What a nonsense statement.
Ridiculous!
If you were at all intelligent, that would disincentivize you from attacking somebody. If they're not attacking you, why would you attack them? If you know that, if you knew that they're, you know, like if you had known this ahead of time, this doesn't like post justify anything. Just means, in my opinion, it just means we've made a terrible blunder. We've attacked an opponent that's more powerful
There
than
on
we
the
thought.
screen from the NATO Secretary General. The NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says, quote, the alliance cannot confirm Israel's claim that missiles targeted Diego Garcia were Iranian intercontinental ballistic missiles. The other thing to note is that you really are not exactly aware of the leak, because you have Israel allegedly claiming the strike from Diego Garcia. The Brits have been very cagey about it. There's been some anonymous leakage that happened to Reuters and a few others, and people are taking it as fact. Now, you could take that explanation a variety of ways. It could be the Iranians don't want to acknowledge the strike on Diego Garcia because, like they said, it would show some of the powers that they not previously had said that, you know, had not previously indicated they have. I'm not really sure why that would be. I would want to claim it if I were them because it shows a credible amount of deterrence, strength, ability to strike Europe if they wanted to, but maybe they don't want to yet open, you know, the box whenever it comes to that. The second part is somebody else did it. You can surmise who exactly would want the war and all of that widening. And the third option is it wasn't a missile, it was a drone or some other sort of alleged attack. Or the fourth, I guess, is that absolutely nothing happened. Remember, there's still an information blackout. We have no satellite imagery. We basically know nothing in the last like 5 days or so, unless it came out of Israel or Iran. In the Gulf and everywhere else, even though there's still been attacks, the video is dried up to a trickle. They're threatening to prosecute people for tweeting out videos. So that Diego Garcia one, you might have heard it. Be very cautious with that claim. There is not any real evidence yet that it's actually happened.
Not just threatening to prosecute people, Sagar. Dozens of people have been arrested in the UAE. Like literally like a metric fuck ton of influencers and other people in Dubai have been arrested and charged with propagating disinformation for like reposting videos that showed strikes.
Yeah, that is really important to say. The only evidence we have is from the U.S. saying that this occurred. We have no other evidence. There was no strike that actually hit the base. You had one, this is their claim, one that allegedly like failed halfway and another one that was intercepted. The Iranians are saying this was not us. That's their claim. And the reason that there's a good cause to be skeptical is because this has immediately given a propaganda talking point to proponents of the war who say, see, the Iranians were lying about the limited range of their ballistic missiles. See, Europe is at risk. Don't you see how we can't believe these people and we have to take them out because they pose a threat to all of the Western world? That's the, you know, what Bibi immediately began pushing. All sorts of, you know, pro-war influencers in the U.S., they all began pushing that talking point. And when you have this, you know, this NATO dude who is a total Trump sycophant, even saying like, well, we can't actually confirm that it came from Iran, that to me was the biggest red flag of like, I don't know that this really even went down at all, let alone went down the way that they're claiming it went down. So in any case, possibly Iran has this longer missile range. That would be a very significant development. Or possibly this is all effectively a ruse to provide more justification for a war that is extremely unpopular and to help to cajole the European allies to get in the fight where they've been somewhat resistant thus far. So that's the reason to be really skeptical of these claims until we have anything, more approaching definitive proof.
And
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing about Donald Trump is you have to believe everything he says is simultaneously discount it all. Like unless you can unless you can disprove it, like unless he's actually like making factual claims about things that can be disproven, like you have it's like Schrodinger's cat. You don't know until you know. It's in a what's it called, a quantum state. It's in a quantum state. Now this is in Tehran. You can see this is an apartment building. I mean, this is right. Like I'm not an idiot. Like this is a fucking apartment building is what this is right here. So, all of Israel's claims about civilian targets, here's the civilian target. Very much clearly an apartment building just leveled to the ground. At least part of it. Look at it. Just reduced to a pile of rubble that's now being driven on by a backhoe. As you can see, the devastation in both Iran and Israel is quite vast, as well as in Lebanon. Almost all of it, seemingly, it's almost all of those strikes seem to be, at least the ones that we just saw, seem to be in civilian areas. So everybody's doing war crimes. That's good. If everybody's doing war crimes, is anything a war crime? It's a question I have for a friend. Meanwhile, while many in the Middle East sift through rubble, the United States sent one of its ships to Crete in the Mediterranean for repairs after an apparent fire aboard. The USS, I think it's the USS Gerald Ford? Yeah. USS Gerald R. Ford was apparently on fire. It's aircraft carriers, you can see the entire deck is covered in planes. Apparently it was on fire.
That's hot.
Yep, fire is hot. It's true. Shut the fuck up, soccer. Yep, soccer is pretty annoying. The boat is fucking huge. You see this boat? This boat has a human being in it. Like, look at it in comparison to this thing. It looks like a toy. Looks like a toy boat. There's a human being on there. Yeah, it's like a floating city. I mean, look how many planes are on this thing. There must be 50 fucking planes on this boat. It's insane. And a couple of helicopters, too. And it was on fire, apparently. Had to go to an EU port for repairs. Took 5 tugboats to bring it in. Or four tugboats to bring it in. Look at it. Are those tugboats? I think they are. They look like tugboats. Well, there you have it. Keep this moving. Oh, let's see here. I think this was Caitlin Collins over at CNN. She had a fascinating question for Donald Trump regarding Iran, vis-a-vis the imminence of a supposed threat.
Oh, we hit them so hard we obliterated them. But that doesn't mean with the right equipment,
We obliterated them.
you can't dig down and go get it.
We obliterated them. Oh god, I want that sound shot. We obliterated them, Caitlin.
Oh, we hit them so hard we obliterated them.
We obliterated them, okay, Caitlin? Caitlin, you stupid woman who doesn't know anything. We obliterated them. The force of many, many obliterates. The most obliterate anybody's ever seen. Write that down, Caitlin, for your stupid magazine or whatever it is, CNN. I don't know. I don't watch it.
With the right equipment, you can't dig down and go get it. We don't want that, and we won't have that. But we obliterated that site. They still haven't been able to get it. That was
there we go. I did it that time.
But if it wasn't, they would have had. If we didn't hit them, if we didn't use the B-2 bombers, which are unbelievable. We just ordered 22 more of them, modern version, by the way, super modern version. If we didn't hit them with the B-2 bombers, they would have had, within 2 weeks of that attack, that's why we hit them, because we knew they would have had a nuclear weapon. They would have used it on Israel and the entire Middle East.
We did that. It was imminent, Caitlin, because 6 months ago. It was imminent because of something that happened 6 months ago. That's why, Caitlin. Is that an answer? Like, what? So it was an imminent threat because 6 months ago they were 12 days away from a bomb. It was an imminent, all you big dummies out there. It was an imminent threat because 6 months ago, Iran was 12 days away from, or 2 weeks, whatever he said, 3 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks away from a bomb. But then we obliterated all their nuclear sites. It's making less and less sense the more I talk about it. Is it just me? Am I the only one?
Crazy pill.
Am I the only one? The question I keep asking myself. Now, of course, the man who I think the reason why Caitlin Collins asked that question is I'm of course talking about Joe Kent. Joe Kent is the reason why Caitlin asked that question, because he quit as National Counterterrorism Director. A MAGA loyalist, a Trump lover, was appointed by Donald Trump himself. Quit his high-level position as National Counterterrorism Director, saying that there was no imminent threat and that we're doing this for Israel.
If we do end up hitting those Iranian power plants, how is that different from what Russia has been doing in Ukraine by hitting Ukrainian power plants?
Well, I think it's a lot different. And if you look at the nuclear
How's it
weapons that they wanted to have.
That's a great question. How is it different than what Russia is doing in Ukraine? How about not? How about not different at all? How about the exact same fucking thing? No difference, but better. All right, let's see what Cyclone Cheeto has to say.
How is that different from what Russia has been doing in Ukraine by hitting Ukrainian power plants?
Well, I think it's a lot different. And if you
Very
look
different.
at the nuclear weapons that they wanted to have, that they wanted to possess, a lot of things are different. I'm not a fan of what Russia's doing either, just so you understand. All right? But it's
Just so you know.
You're talking about a country that has been evil for 47 years. They've been horrible. Death all over the world. Not just us. Look at the way they attacked unexpectedly all of those countries surrounding us. It was not supposed to. Nobody was even thinking about it. But they wanted to take over the Middle East, and they wanted to knock out Israel permanently. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would have been able to do it.
So you wouldn't confirm that's a war crime?
Look, I'm not a fan of the guy. If you look at, and you never cover this, if you look at his troops or whatever he went on, ex-troops, if you look at his
Or whatever.
or his statements, he was all for everything.
I don't even know. I don't even follow him. I don't know what his truths or his tweets, wherever he is. I don't know. I don't look at them, and that's why I'm going to quote them right now. I have no idea what he says on Truth Social, and that's why I'm going to repeat all the stuff he said.
If you look at his troops or whatever he went on, ex-troops, if you look at his troops or his statements, he was all for everything. All of a sudden, he wasn't. He was a man that I met.
He was for it, and then he wasn't for it. I can't believe it.
Fairly quick.
It's crazy. He was for it, and then now he's not for it. I don't get it. It's very weird. This man is an idiot. First he was for it, now he's not for it. I don't get it. I don't get it. On his Truth Social, which I don't read, he said a bunch of stuff, and it's like weird. It's very weird.
That's really weird.
If it's not clear who he's talking about, he's still talking about Joe Kent right now. This is a different question about Joe Kent.
Wife was killed, and I felt badly for him. He ran for Congress, he lost. He ran for Congress again, and he lost. I said, you know, he's a guy, nice guy, seemed like a very nice guy. I met him, he was pretty heartbroken, but I said, you know, it's a shame. He ran for Congress twice. Call him up, give him a job in the White House. Smart. They gave him a job in the White House, and this is what he does to me.
He's a fucking psychopath, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Our president is a fucking lunatic. He's a deranged king. He's a deranged king. He's a demented dictator. Wait, do you hear him right now?
Oh my God. He's like, look, I met him. He's a nice guy, okay? He really likes me. Then his wife dies. He ran for Congress like twice, and then his wife dies. And I'm like, that sucks. That sucks. He's a beautiful guy. He's a beautiful white man who deserves a lot more than that. So I was like, you know what? Let's give him a job. Let's give him... Let's make him National Counterterrorism Director. This is an insight into Donald Trump's vetting process. This is how Donald Trump thinks through giving people jobs in the White House. He's like, this guy, beautiful man, loves me, wife dead. Let's give him a job. Let's give him a job. National Counterterrorism. That sounds good. Nah, no, don't worry. Don't vet him. He's fine. What? He disagrees? I thought he was for Iran. And now he's not for Iran?
Smart. They gave him a job in the White House, and this is what he does to me. You know? Being a nice guy doesn't pay off too much. Mr. President, think of it.
This is what he does. So ungrateful.
Not very good campaign.
So very ungrateful. I can't believe it. I'm so benevolent and generous, and he does this. He spits in my face. I give him a job. A great job. It's like a consolation prize for his wife. It's like a consolation prize for his wife dying. And he just spits in my face.
But he loses twice. How do I get him?
He should have
my
won.
people call him.
This guy has demand. This guy. Did you just hear what he just said about the elections? He ran twice, lost twice. Terrible campaigns. Should have won.
But he loses twice. How do I get him? I have my people call him. Because I didn't deal with him for the most part. I saw him a couple of times. But I never dealt with him at all. I had no idea his ideology was left or right, whatever it is. I can say this.
Or left or right.
He said very
He's not.
strongly that Iran is not a threat.
I had no idea that his ideology was left or right. Dude ran as Republican twice. Also is like he's like probably one of the most outwardly right-wing people in the Trump administration. He's like a big-time white nationalist Groiper type dude, like Nick Fuentes lover. Donald Trump's like, I don't know if he's left. I didn't know he was left or right. I thought he was just a non-political guy. I thought he was apolitical. It's really weird. There's Donald Trump floundering, trying to figure out how to spin this situation that seems to be spiraling faster and faster.
You have a mental health problem.
Oh my God. He really does. This whole thing is a fucking disaster.
Are you still talking about
We're
Jeffrey
continuing
Epstein?
to look at the U.S. and Israel, the unprovoked U.S. and Israel war on Iran. Earlier today, President Trump claimed the U.S. had a very good and productive conversations with Iran to end hostilities, but Iran claims there are no direct or indirect talks with the U.S. We turn now to look at how Europe has responded to the war. On Friday, President Trump denounced NATO allies as, quote, cowards for not joining the war and for not helping to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
On Sunday, NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte said that 22 countries, including many NATO members, are coordinating efforts to reopen navigation through the Strait of Hormuz, but he offered few details on the plan. He spoke on Fox News Sunday.
I know the president was angry because he feels that European and other allies have been too slow. The good news here is that since Thursday, a group of 22 countries, most of them from NATO, but also Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, the UAE and Bahrain, most of the other countries from NATO, coming together to implement his vision of making sure that the Strait of Hormuz is free, is opening up as soon as that is possible.
We go now to Rome, where we're joined by Natalie Tacci. She's a professor of practice at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, Europe, and a senior fellow at Bocconi University's Institute for European Policymaking. She's also a Guardian Europe columnist. Her recent piece headlined, "Europe's reaction to Trump's war on Iran is a disaster for Europe itself." Professor Tacci, thanks so much for being with us. Why? Explain why you see it as a disaster and the response of the European countries.
Well, thanks so much for having me on the show. I think it's a disaster, not actually for the typical reason why Europeans are a disaster, that is that they are divided. Actually, this has been a war on which actually Europeans have not been too divided. I mean, inevitably, there are always going to be differences and nuances between one country and another. But all in all, basically, most European countries, with a few exceptions, like Spain and Norway and Slovenia, so not exactly core, if you like, European members, most other European countries have been united in their ambiguity. They have neither condemned the illegal US-Israeli attack on Iran, nor have they supported it. They have basically said, no, we're not going to be involved in a war, but many of these countries have actually allowed the US to use military bases based in their countries. So essentially, what you're ending up seeing is an ambiguous European response. And the reason why I personally consider it to be disastrous is that it's basically countering what, in principle, Europe should be for. I mean, you know, we were the ones that were for multilateralism, for international law. And that ambiguity is basically another nail in the coffin of our credibility, our European credibility when it comes precisely to those norms.
But there's also been more vocal opposition, not just from a left-wing government such as in Spain, but in Italy itself. Could you talk about the Italian government's response to this war?
So I don't think actually that it's been opposition at all. And this is why I come to why I find it so disturbing. What my Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has said has been what Israel and the United States have done violates international law. Good, yeah, fine, yeah, we agree. But she didn't follow it with the next sentence of basically saying, and therefore we condemn it. In fact, she followed it with the next sentence saying, we neither condone nor condemn. Now, to me, that is actually even worse than denying the violation of international law, right? Because if what you're saying is, I recognize that there is a violation, but actually I don't think there's anything wrong with it, essentially what you're doing is you're unrecognizing the norm itself. So in a weird kind of way, I actually find it even more disturbing than, in a sense, the hypocrisy of denying that this is actually taking place.
Well, meanwhile, the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has unequivocally denounced the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran and refused the use of jointly operated bases on Spanish territory for that purpose. This is Sanchez speaking earlier this month.
Europe is based on the principles of multilateralism and shared decisions, not unilateralism. International law, peace, respect of a peaceful coexistence between nations and society. Once more, this is what is being questioned, once again in this case, with the war in Iran. A war that the Spanish government, and I would say the entirety of Spanish society, has condemned from the first moment. We do not support it and think it is illegal. Unfortunately, it hasn't only resulted in the cost of human lives, refugees, and displaced peoples. We are also suffering from its effects on our people's economies.
Yeah, So why can't all these countries like come out and condemn it, like with with no equivocations, right? The guest is absolutely right. The sort of recognition of the violation, but the refusal to take a stance on it is in fact somehow worse. Because it's like, yeah, we know that it's like the police like standing there and watching a crime happen, and you going up to them and saying, hey, there's a crime happening over there, and them being like, yeah, that's fine. That's chaos. That's anarchy.
That was Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. Your sense of why other European countries, especially given the disrespect and the ridicule that the Trump administration has thrown at the European leaders now since he returned to power, what's your sense of why they continue to have this neutral or middle of the road position on this war?
Well, I guess, one explanation, which probably would have held, I think, up until several months ago, was, well, because Europeans are scared. Yeah? I mean, they're scared of what Trump's reaction might be. Now, the reason why I think that this is an explanation that held in the past more than it does today is that we've already had more than a year of this, right? I mean, we've had a year of Trump threats to Europe over Ukraine, over Greenland, over trade, and now, of course, Hormuz and Iran. And actually the
Uvalde, it's actually worse than Uvalde, though. When you think about it, BCat, it's actually worse than Uvalde. Because in Uvalde, they at least went to this school. They at least said, that's bad, right? They said that's bad, we should do something about it. They didn't do something about it. They're certainly not fast enough. But in this case, it's like you called, it's like, people called and alerted the police to it, and they just put their feet up on the desk and said, I can't decide whether that's good or bad, right? I can't decide whether that's good or bad, so I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to think about that. I'm going to think about that. Actually, it's not even that. It's like, no, it's like they say, that's bad, and I'm going to sit here, and I'm not going to get up. It's worse. They at least pretended to try in the Uvalde situation. They did a terrible job, but they at least pretended to try.
Year of Trump threats to Europe, over Ukraine, over Greenland, over trade, and now, of course, Hormuz and Iran. And actually, the evidence suggests that when Europeans actually straighten their backs, the world does not fall on their heads, right? When they bend the knee, they simply invite more bullying from the White House. And this is why I just think that, that fear explanation simply doesn't add up at this point in time. Now, this leaves another explanation, and this gets into the politics of it. Essentially, in the same way as in the United States, there has been this right-wing wave, captured by Trump and the MAGA movement. In a European sort of version or versions, a similar story can be told about Europe. And so what you end up having is governments that either are far right, like my own in Italy, or governments like in Germany, for example, that are center-right, but that fear, or in fact, in the case of France, fear the arrival of the far right and end up adopting part of their agenda. So I think, beyond this element of fear, hey, what's Trump going to do?
Yeah, I've got a new term for everyone. I call it pre-capitulating. Okay, it's like capitulating, but it's ahead of time. You're pre-capitulating. Is the move of the center and the center left, time and time again, seemingly, to appease the far right. I mean, in the United States, the center right already did that move. They've already made that move entirely. they've placated the far right. They have embraced them and or been replaced. Embrace or replace is what happened. It's really a result of the, I think, in my opinion, like the Tea Party movement and the resulting sort of politics on the right since then. Good stream, says Matt Lee. Thank you, Matt. I try my best. Here's another fascinating question asked of Donald Trump regarding Israel and their interest in a ceasefire. Whether or not they would even abide by the terms of a ceasefire.
Put your drum up. If these talks go well, and you reach if these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why would
That's all I do. My whole life is a deal.
So, tomorrow morning, sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plant that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So
one shot and it's gone.
I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
And if they don't go well, sir, and you target...
You said you want to get the enriched uranium. How are you going to get the enriched uranium? Are you going to send
very easy. If we have a deal with them, we're going to...
That's very easy, actually. Oh. Listen, he is fucking insane. The man is fucking insane. Oh, God. Israel would never abide by any ceasefire. They do not want to abide by any ceasefire. They want this to go on in perpetuity. And at this point, I don't think they would. The fact is they haven't abided by any ceasefires up to this point. Not with Lebanon. Not with Syria. I mean, they re-violated a very long, many years long peace agreement with Syria after Assad fell. And they claimed that was justification for it. Of course, they haven't abided by any of the arrangements of the peace agreement with Hamas. All right, another choice clip from this Trump press conference. Well, it wasn't a press, well, impromptu press briefing on the tarmac over here. By the way, these are always my favorite. I think the audio for these videos are so good. We got like the plane, like the helicopter in the background. Trump's on the goddamn I can't think of the word right now. Tarmac. You know,
It's so good. And by good, I mean so annoying. Like, the sound of the plane is always so loud. So I gotta turn it up, and then he's shouting. I can't hear anything.
California, given that it'll take some weeks to arrive, is the intention to police the strait or take off?
What are you doing?
Well, it's been reported that their Marines have left California, left San Diego last week. Towards the end of the week. Why are they headed there now?
Well, let me ask you this. If you were in my position, and I asked you that question, do you really believe I give you that crazy question?
Sir, Mr. President, sir,
we don't talk about
It's crazy.
Yeah?
Sir.
It's a crazy question.
Let it invite by.
It's a crazy question. Why would you ask me that? If you were me, do you think, I mean, come on.
Come on!
Anyway, if you couldn't hear what she was asking, the reporter was asking why there were reportedly thousands of troops heading to California, Marines specifically. Because it would, I mean, if that is true, it would mean that even more troops may in fact be heading to the Middle East than we were told previously. Valid question. Important question, in my opinion. No answer from the president, though, unfortunately. Shock of shocks. Oh, this one was good. This one was great. Yeah. Donald Trump. The supreme leader of planet Earth.
Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto, Donald Trump, was asked who was. He was asked the same runway press briefing. He was asked who might control the Strait of Hormuz when all of this is done. Let's see what he had to say.
To be in control of
That'll
that.
be opened very soon if this works.
How soon? And who's in control of it? Will Iran still be able to control the flow of oil?
Be jointly controlled.
By who?
Maybe
Jointly.
me.
You want the United States to be in
Maybe
control?
me.
And the Ayatollah,
I don't know.
whoever
Maybe.
the Ayatollah is.
Me and the Ayatollah. It's never been more true. Supreme Leader Trump. Me and my buddy the Ayatollah will control it jointly. We'll control it jointly as the two supreme leaders. I of the West and he of the East. This guy is... This guy is fucking demented. Maybe me. He's the lifetime appoint. Let's just go down the list. So he's currently president of the United States. He also, as president, made himself the head of the Kennedy Center. He's the lifetime self-appointee of the, what's it called again? The Trump Peace Board. As lifetime. Forever, actually. It's lifetime or forever? I can't remember which one it is. Forever chairman, I think. Forever chairman of the Trump Peace Board. He also may very well be the supreme dictator or co-supreme dictator of the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe me. Guy is fucking deranged. He's mad with power. He has to be stopped. I know I laugh, but he has to be stopped. It's gone too far. It's gone too far. He didn't say, you'll notice, he didn't say the United States. He said me and and this other supreme leader, the Ayatollah, whoever that's gonna be. Not the United States, not Iran. Not not the people of Iran or the international community. No. It's going to be a bifurcated dictatorship, I guess. What is wrong with this man? Now, Donald Trump held a press conference earlier. I love this. I love this shot. Actually, can I do this? Oh, God, isn't there like a fucking problem? But it's on YouTube. It's already on YouTube. Here's the president. I mean, this is the president talking, so I don't know. Screw it. Here's the president talking at the Make America Safe Again conference in Memphis, Tennessee, where there is a unloaded Glock on a. It's like, did you see it? Like, we're gonna make America safe
Now
again.
at 50,000, they say it couldn't happen in 4 years. It wouldn't happen during my term, but if I got it.
We're gonna make America safe again by leaving a bunch of guns lying
It
around.
would be a great success. Well, in my first year, we hit 50,000. And with the S&P, they said, even more difficult. They said it would be impossible to hit 7,000 on the S&P. And we hit that in our first term. And then, unfortunately, I called Pete, I called General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror, and they're very close to having a nuclear weapon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Jesus Christ, he's such an idiot. What is wrong with that man? He went on, he droned on and on about Iran for like 20 minutes, basically repeating much of the nonsense he'd said up until now, and that they'd have like a perfect discussion with Iran. Peace is here again. There's peace. Do you figure when this is over, we're going to have another peace in the Middle East conference in Egypt? Or do you figure one's too many? Like, should we have a second one? Does everybody remember that? I know it was a long time ago. But remember like 4 months ago when Donald Trump did a victory lap in Egypt with all the world leaders and congratulated himself? Where everybody congratulated Donald Trump on peace in the Middle East. I remember that time. So long ago. Peace in the Middle East, we've done it. Some say better than ever thought possible. Victory. Again.
All right, guys, looks like we had a scheduling snafu with Lawrence Wilkerson, so hopefully we'll be able to work that out to get him on the show in the near future, because I definitely want to speak with him. But in the meantime, we've had some breaking news. Trump apparently talking on the phone to a couple of his favorite hosts over at CNBC, Joe Kernan, reported that this is how their conversation went. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
The president went on to say or insist that this is regime change because it's totally different people that were involved in the last regime. I would imagine some of the people are the same. This is the president's take on that, insisting that it's regime change.
So I don't know, Sagar, is this like an attempt for Trump to declare mission accomplished?
I don't know.
Well, we did change the regime because we murdered the Ayatollah and now his son is in charge, who's reportedly more hardline. I mean, they killed a bunch of the people who, he even said that they killed a bunch of the people that they thought maybe they would be negotiating an end to the war. So he's trying to frame this, I guess, as some sort of a positive.
Yeah, look, if this is what it takes to say mission accomplished, Mr. President, you're a genius. You've accomplished the
masterful regime change, sir.
Nobody else, and I really mean nobody, could have done it.
Quite like you.
Quite like you. I'm giving you all a preview of I'm going to try and psyop my way onto Fox News and give an incredibly serious, like, take praising him, but also pepper it with little things like that and be like, thank you for your bravery in this decision. So, yeah, I mean, look, if this is what it takes, this is what it takes. At the very same time, we've got this interview that he just did with Maria Bartiromo. Let's take a listen.
Welcome back. I just spoke with President Trump, and he told me that Iran wants to make a deal badly. He said that the talks have been ongoing. I said, how much longer will this conflict go on? He said the talks, I said 5 days to halt or postpone strikes on the electrical infrastructure. It could happen sooner, he said, but I have put down 5 days.
Immediately, if not
asked
sooner.
him what his reaction is to Iranian state television saying that there are no talks, and he said he's not sure what they are referring to because the most recent talks happened, in fact, last night with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and their counterparts. When I asked about the Iranian TV saying that no talks have happened, he said it's hard to get any information there because of the U.S. is blowing up so much of their infrastructure. So again, he wasn't sure what Iran state TV was talking about because the most recent talks, he said, happened last night with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Again, the president just told me moments ago that the Iranians want to do a deal badly. The market, of course, has reversed course this morning after the president posted this morning in the middle of a big decline in markets. He said that he has directed the military to postpone strikes on the electrical infrastructure and the power plants for 5 days as these talks continue.
There you go. Actually, I mean, look, he's claiming some Kushner and Witkoff exchanges, Iranian TV saying no talks have happened. By the way, there's no public reporting that this is even true. Axios, which is like the White House scribe, when they were talking about the talks, what they said, it was via intermediaries of Egypt, Turkey, and a few other countries which were talking to both. Were messages being exchanged in reality? I mean, here's the truth. What it probably was, the U.S. were like, hey, here's our demands. And the Iranians were like, hey, here's our demands, and, to the Turks or to the Egyptians, and they were just calling each other, saying what it was. There's been no obviously there has been no actual substantive exchange.
We agree on basically everything. That's what people are saying.
If Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff have proof of this, they should release it. The Iranians are denying it completely, outright, that any of it has happened. Again, look, if he needs to pretend, be my guest, that there are some functional talks that are happening. But that would require Iranians actually taking it seriously and constraining Israel. And look, our show is a bit difficult to program this morning because so much breaking news is happening. But it's like I said, the Israeli Air Force has already announced, quote, the Air Force has begun a short while ago another wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime across Tehran. Combine that also with some of the comments that were made here to Maria Bartiromo. There is no indication that any actual off-ramp is being pursued. Is this a moratorium of all U.S. strikes? Of all Israeli strikes? No. It's saying that the promised energy strikes that would happen in 5 days have been called off. Now, at this point, maybe it'll never happen. But a low-grade war is still a disaster for the Straits of Hormuz, for the closure of the Straits of Hormuz, for continued missiles being fired, of tit-for-tat escalation between the Israelis and the Iranians, of American service members, of all the GCC countries. So let's not pretend like this is over right now.
No.
Right? I mean, this morning, I was looking and reading an oil analyst who said, if the war ends today, like fully ends today, 4 months still of disruption. 4 months in the oil markets, from lost production, 7 months to get the Qatari Ras Laffan.
Yeah, Sagar is right vicariously through that oil analyst. That's what I've been saying as well. This is all, much of the disruption already is baked in. The longer it goes, the longer that disruption is going to last. But you've already got a whole bunch of pain seemingly baked into the system. Not great. Not great. Also, what's interesting about that, not that, the sort of person that likes to think like this so much, but you know what's going on for the next 3 or 4 months? The midterm elections. Speaking of which, if you're already in the Discord, please let me know about any races that you may be aware of in your state, your local area, like house races or whatever else, any midterms that are going on. I'm compiling a list of candidates for each state, for each midterm. Basically a galactic voting recommendation, and all of your input would be helpful. So whatever state you're in, if you've got the scoop on any candidate that you think that I should be looking into, please let me know.
Facility back online to a limited capacity. Remember, they had extensive damage, which will take multiple years to repair, billions of dollars to have to be reinvested. And there is a mismatch of global tankers right now, where a lot of tankers who traditionally would be transiting are now actually coming to the United States to pick up oil from here or LNG and then take it back over there. So it would take months. I mean, these are huge, gigantic ships with cargo, and contracts are already being canceled out until April. So even if it ended today, which it's not, this buys every week basically is another month or so of disruption from the way that he outlined it, and his real doomsday was another 2 months. He's like another 2 months, and it's like that's it.
Think about too a few things. Number one, I mean, just ask yourself: is the Strait of Hormuz opening anytime soon?
Right. No.
No. The Iranians are not opening the Strait of Hormuz, which is what the original threat from Trump was all about, which, that whole problem is just created exclusively, obviously, by this war that we chose to start. So, as long as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, the war continues on, and it continues to be devastating for everybody in the world, the global economy, developing world. I was already seeing, in India, a bunch of restaurants have had to close because they don't have gas to cook with. People already got long queues for exactly that kind of, gas that they use for their cooking. So you're already having huge global repercussions. Obviously, you're seeing the repercussions at the gas pump. So, that is extraordinarily important. The other thing I was thinking about.
I have Silver Art with a super chat. Musab Ali JC. Is this a candidate recommendation? If you could post it in the Discord, it'd be really helpful. But I'll search that. If that's what that
Think about Trump's timeline here. Okay, so he announces this right before markets open on Monday, and he's like, 5 days of a ceasefire. Well, guess what that puts us at? Market close on Friday, so that he can, do whatever he's going to do next then. And so, I continue to think that this is him trying to buy some time for him to make a decision on whatever is going to come next. The Iranians do not seem like they're backing down at all, and the Israelis continue to attack. So, if he's serious about actually de-escalating and trying to find some sort of an off-ramp, claiming mission accomplished in some sort of sense, the first thing you have to do before you even put out your message about how, we're going to give it 5 days, first thing you got to do is call off your attack dogs in Israel. Clearly, that did not happen. And, again, I would be very skeptical of claims that Trump, he's so mad at the Israelis for attacking the Iranian infrastructure. I would be very skeptical about these claims. So.
Yeah, I think Donald Trump just heard that they were getting a lot of pushback, and so he's like, "Oh, is Israel? They're very nasty." And he probably got like a call from like Qatar or something, like a Qatari prince or something. He's like, "I hear Israel's been very nasty. That wasn't us. We wouldn't do that." By the way, Ab Silver Art, I don't know if you've gotten, I assume you've gotten into the Discord, but if you haven't, If there's any mods in the chat, if we could get a Discord link, that'd be great. Also, someone just donated over on Cash App. They didn't say who, they didn't say their name. So I have to, as always, keep it a secret. But it's incredibly appreciated. 40 bucks. You know who you are. If you want to be known, just say so. You could text me on Discord or just say it in the chat. Otherwise, continue anonymous for now. Either way, you have gotten us even closer to completing the financing of the galactic deficit. It's very, very, very relieving. We're making serious progress on that thing. We're not at red yet. We still aren't technically 1 week. Actually, technically we are. Technically we are. But since we've made so much progress tonight, I'm going to leave it at orange. I'm going to leave it at threat level orange. But just because there's been so much generosity tonight, thanks to all of you people. Now we're only $170 away from completing the galactic deficit. That's wow. I think we've nearly halved. Well, not quite, but we made massive progress. I truly appreciate all of you. Okay, we are 4 hours into the stream. So I think what we're going to do now is take a quick break. Also because we're starting to approach the crossover to the last 24 hours. Probably a good spot for us to break it. I did say I would give us at least 1 or 2 breaks. People need them, I know. You gotta get up, shake. Shake your body around, get the blood moving, grab some sustenance, whatever it might be. All right, everybody, quick galactic intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, gift memberships. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars, Patreon. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Oh, before you do, if you take a look, you'll notice spring is coming. Snow not falling anymore. Snoopy no longer skating. Ramadan over, camel no longer dancing. Little snow, little ice here and there, but you can feel it. Winter over. Nice weather on the horizon. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
buddy. The break is over, and the show is about to begin once again. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner. It's a little tough. We've wiped out everybody.
How does Donald Trump get out of the war in Iran? On Monday, he said there was progress to end the conflict.
We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement.
This isn't quite the end of the war, but political pressure is mounting for him to find an off-ramp.
We'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Today on the show, what are the choices facing the president and how could he end the war? I'm Tristan Redman, and you're watching The Global Story on YouTube. And a quick note, this episode was recorded on Sunday afternoon. The picture on Monday is changing, but the fundamental choices that Donald Trump faces about how to end the war remain the same.
We're joined by the BBC's Joe Inwood and BBC Persian's Gonche Habibi-Azad. Delighted to have you both with us. You've been with us before on The Global Story, but could you introduce yourself once more for listeners, please?
Lovely to be with you. So yeah, I'm Joe Inwood. I'm the BBC's world news correspondent, and my job is to try and digest all of the things that are happening at any point in the world. At the moment, a lot of that is focused, of course, on the Middle East. Goncha and I work together very often. I try and digest what's happening inside Iran and explain it, and I can only do that through the work that Goncha and her colleagues do.
Thank you so much, Joe. And I'm Goncha Habibi-Azad, and I work for BBC's Persian service in its forensic team. But I also come from a monitoring background in the BBC, and we monitored Iranian media on a daily basis, from social media to Iranian outlets to Iranian state TV, everywhere. And I still do that.
I think it's worth telling people there are huge numbers of different sections of the BBC, all these different teams working around the world, producing amazing work. And it's only through the sort of work that they do that the gobs on a stick like me that stand in front of the camera actually know what to say, and we can be well informed.
I should say for our American listeners that a gob on a stick. Well, explain to us what a gob on a stick is, Joe.
It's a jokingly derogatory term for somebody that just pops up on television and gives you an opinion on something. Obviously, I do more than that.
You're not a gob on a stick, Joe. You're much more than that. It was so good to have you with us as a duo, Goncho and Joe. Escalation seems.
I don't know. The more I look at Joe,
the more I think maybe he is a gob on a stick. It's not clear. But look at that empty fucking expression on Joe's face. I don't know, Joe. I'm not an expert on gobs or sticks. I think it's entirely possible.
What would that actually look like? And Gonche, in particular, for people on the ground inside Iran, what would come next if that were to happen?
Well, it's a very tricky situation right now to know what's even happening inside the country. When I see Iran's supreme leader, Iran's third supreme leader, all we have seen so far from him have been written messages so far. We haven't seen him since his succession early in March. And that has led to some people speculating about his whereabouts, what he's doing. Mojtaba Khamenei, who is son of Iran's late supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, has been a man in the shadows. He has been regarded as someone who has got influence over Iran's military, IRGC, and different parts, but we don't know much about him. And that has been the issue.
Is it fair to say, Gonche, that the one thing that we do know from the regime is that they probably would not just end this conflict if the Americans said that they were walking away? My guess is probably the Iranians say, well, you're finished, but we're not. I think most analysts would feel that if the Americans walked away and if the Iranian regime is still in place, is still able to fire missiles and still decides it would like to and disrupt shipping, well, there's very, very few people who could, with a straight face, call that a victory for the USA.
You're saying that the risk is that the missile attacks from Iran could continue to happen, for example, on Gulf state neighbors and or Israel after the Americans had pulled out. Is that what you're saying?
Why would they stop? Think about the damage done to Iran, to its infrastructure, to its people, the numbers who've been killed. Imagine the Americans say, we're done, we're walking away, we're declaring victory. Why would the Iranians go, okay, fine, no problem at all? The thing the Iranians have said they want to achieve is to drive the Americans from the Middle East, to see all bases removed from the Middle East. In war, both sides get a vote. And as long as the Iranians still have the capacity to fire missiles, and as we've seen over this weekend, they still have that capability, as long as they have that, they have got a vote. And my suspicion would be that the Americans could declare whatever they liked. The Iranians would still be able to vote, and they would do it by targeting shipping.
Yeah, I agree. And he's really just sort of reiterating the phrase of the night. Donald Trump can tweet whatever he wants, but it doesn't make it true. And we can say that the war's over, but unless Iran stops and unless Israel stops, the war is not necessarily over. And U.S. assets are still in the Middle East. U.S. allies are still in the Middle East. U.S. citizens are still in the Middle East. Oh, there's all sorts of things. I mean, Strait of Hormuz is still closed, right? Like, all of these things are still, in fact, happening in reality, regardless of whatever Donald Trump may or may not tweet or say at any given time. Of course, I did mention a little country just now by the name of Israel, and they do have, because whatever, I can't remember this guy's name, whatever, but he didn't, I don't think, he said that he was sort of talking about like a dichotomy, like two sides, but this is actually a three-sided war. It's the United States, it's Iran, and it's Israel. Israel is its own actor, technically. While we got into the war together, getting us out of the war at the same time, maybe more convoluted than the 12-day war.
US wants and the Israelis want. Both of them would, I'm sure, quite sincerely want the Iranians not to have a ballistic missile threat. The Iranians...
Talking about complications. I mean, one thing that's absolutely going to convolute things is if Iran continues targeting Israel, which, once again, why would they stop doing that? So Israel's going to have, you know, something of a desire, you would think, to respond. They've also just started this war in Lebanon that they've been wanting to do for quite a while. They've already been basically doing it for the last 12, 24 months. Why not do a full ground invasion again? Like, they're going to do all that and then not go through with it? I don't know.
Not to have a nuclear program. But the US has a much stronger vested interest in there not being long-term chaos around that region, around the Straits of Hormuz. You know, basically, the Americans are more concerned about the overspill to their Gulf Arab allies, for example. Now, I'm sure Israel might contest this, but lots of analysts say that the position of the Netanyahu government, for example, and I've heard quite a few people suggest this, that if they ended up with chaos, with destabilization in Iran, well, that actually isn't necessarily, from Israel's perspective, a disastrous outcome. For Israel, certainly they argue, many of them feel that Iran poses an existential threat to them. That's why, from their point of view, their concern, Benjamin Netanyahu has wanted to have this war for decades. The Americans don't view Iran in exactly the same way. And so we are seeing that divergence. In short, in the long run, the Americans are not going to want to see the kind of destabilization we're currently seeing. The Israelis seem to be much more relaxed, or certainly give the impression that their concern is in stopping what they see as the Iranian threat, really, whatever the cost.
This is a conflict which is potentially existential for the Iranian government, potentially existential for the Israeli government. What about for the United States and Donald Trump?
For Donald Trump, politically existential is a really interesting question. For him to come to power, having said, if you elect Kamala Harris, there will be war with Iran, and now start what is widely seen as a war of choice, a war that many people think did not need to happen with Iran, and to go deeper and deeper into it, is causing real problems in his base.
Widely seen is quite a way to put it. I mean, what idiots exactly out there think that this was not a war of choice? This was anything but a war of choice. I don't even know what you would call this instead of a war of choice. A war of aggression? I mean, that's just the same thing with different words. Iran didn't attack it, right? Remind me, did Iran attack the United States and then the United States responded? No. The United States and Iran were supposed to have peace talks on Saturday, last day of February. Instead, we invaded, did a bunch of bombs, missiles and stuff, murdered some school children. And then Iran responded. Now, in China, they are feeling the pinch at the gas pump. However, they have electrified much of their transport. So it's not as much of an inconvenience as it sounds.
Issued a notice that the price of gas will be set higher by a meaningful amount starting March 24th. That's caused long lines at gas stations across China, like this one in central Beijing.
China!
As soon as I got the notice, I ran out to fill my tank, this driver says. Prices were tipped to go up $1 a gallon, as much as $15 more for a full tank. Public panic prompted authorities to cut the hike in half to 50 cents. For your average Chinese driver, the increase is still a significant expense. This man calculates the price hike will cost him $300 more a month. This is going to have a huge impact on my life, he says. China controls prices at the pump. But earlier this month, authorities raised the ceiling by the biggest amount in 4 years because of surging oil prices triggered by the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran.
Yep. Those in China still driving gasoline vehicles, rushing to get their hands on sweet, sweet oil. Full tank. But like I said, electric cars have taken over. China's high-speed rail, electric. So much of China is electrified transport-wise. Buses, other things have made the switch to some degree. But not everybody. Not everybody. All right, let's go here. Al Jazeera English, 23 hours ago. Continued fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. Oh, wait, what? I'm on the wrong one. I'm looking at the wrong video. Before, no, I'm wrong.
In a reversal of his
yet.
position at the weekend, Donald Trump now says the US has held talks with what he called the top reasonable person in Iran and claims that Tehran wants to make a deal, allowing him to pull back for 5 days from his threatened strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure. But Iran says no such talks have taken place. 2 days ago, Mr. Trump said he would obliterate Iran's power plants unless it reopened the crucial shipping channel, the Strait of Hormuz, by midnight tonight. Well, after his comments, high oil prices fell and stock markets rebounded, prompting the leader of Iran's parliament to suggest fake news is being used to manipulate the oil markets. We'll be examining the economic impact of Mr. Trump's latest words, and we'll be asking our international editor, Jeremy Bowen, to shed light on those negotiations. But first, here's our diplomatic correspondent, James Landale, with the story of the day.
The day began with the United States threatening more of this, only not on Iran's military targets, but its civilian power stations. They'd be obliterated,
Illegal.
Donald Trump had said, unless the Strait of Hormuz was reopened tonight. But then suddenly...
Honestly, this BBC presenter sounds like he can't believe what he's saying. An American president just came out and said that they were going to do blatant war crimes against the civilian population as retaliation for not doing what he wanted. That's a real thing.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
As he prepared to board Air Force One, an about turn. The president put off the attack for 5 days after what he called productive conversations with Iran.
They called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons.
It also potentially might involve the US and Iran sharing control of the flow of oil.
Be jointly controlled.
By who?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be
Maybe me.
And the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next
I'll be
Ayatollah.
the...
But the threat of more military action...
I'll be the great arbiter of the strait. Co-supreme leader of the Gulf. Me and my buddy, the Ayatollah. Whoever the future Ayatollah is, it doesn't matter.
We'll at some point very, very soon meet. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Mr. Trump said his envoys had spoken last night to a top Iranian official. He wouldn't say who, apart from denying it was the new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. As markets opened in the US, traders seized on what they hoped was better news. The value of stocks rebounding, the price of oil falling, at least for a time. And all the while, the Strait of Hormuz remained too dangerous for most tankers to pass under the threat of Iranian attack. And Israel continued its bombardment of Tehran. The country's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, saying President Trump had told him a deal was possible. So Donald Trump is now talking of deals and negotiations, a potential way out of the impasse he faces. But how real and developed these talks are remains unclear. James Landau, BBC News.
Well, let's go straight to Washington and to Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, yesterday Donald Trump was vowing no ceasefire. Today he's talking about the possibility of a complete and total end to hostilities. What has changed?
Things aren't going the way he hoped and expected. I think that's what is the realization here at the White House. He urged the people of Iran, if you remember, to rise up, but there hasn't been regime change. Iran continues to be able to retaliate, even though it's significantly damaged, and it's drawn those other Arab Gulf nations into this conflict, something that Donald Trump himself said would surprise him. And of course...
Yeah. Yep. It's almost like Donald Trump. The United States didn't think through any of this war at all. Or that they had completely unrealistic ideas of how it was gonna go. And now we're in it. $26 billion, at least $26 billion later. If not potentially more. Actually, $226 billion later, because Congress already approved $1/5 of $1 trillion for this, if I recall correctly. Now, fighting between Israel and Hezbollah has continued over the last day. Missiles could be seen hitting northern Israel.
Israel's come under a new wave of Iranian missile attacks. These are some of the latest pictures from the area. Missiles were seen streaking through the sky a short time ago, and there's been damage to at least one building in the port city of Haifa. Areas across Israel have come under nightly attacks from both Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon. As Israel launches its offensive in Lebanon, there's a question whether it's on board with a possible deal with Iran. Trump has reiterated that if the agreement is reached, it will be very good for Israel.
We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My
I can't guarantee it.
That's all I do is deal.
Guaranteed peace. I can't guarantee it, but it's guaranteed.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Guaranteed peace, unguaranteed. I just gotta hear that again.
Spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals. My whole life. I think this
life is a
something that's
deal.
gonna happen. And why wouldn't it happen?
Why not?
Earlier today, I spoke with our friend President Trump. President Trump believes that there is an opportunity to leverage the great achievements of the IDF and the US military to realize the goals of the war in an agreement that will safeguard our vital interests. In parallel, we continue to attack both in Iran and Lebanon. We are methodically dismantling the missile program and the nuclear program and continue to hit Hezbollah hard. Just a few days ago, we eliminated 2 more nuclear scientists. We will safeguard our vital interests in any agreement.
Now, Rob McBride is live for us in the Jordanian capital, Amman. We will safeguard our vital interests. Now, that's a direct quote from Netanyahu. However, Donald Trump says he wants to try and guarantee the guaranteed peace. So there are differences between them. Do we think they will come together?
Guaranteed.
Yeah, Netanyahu there, I think, putting on a show of unity, displaying that they are in lockstep militarily with the United States. But I think behind closed doors, there are real concerns in the Israeli administration about just where any deal making might lead, because Israel does have its red lines that it doesn't want to see crossed. Netanyahu is suspected, as we know, of derailing the last round of talks brokered by Oman, of encouraging Trump to turn away from negotiation, to follow the path of this conflict. And a lot of the talk about what the Trump administration has been agreeing in these back-channel talks do sound very similar to what was on the table at the last round of talks. So there's real concern in Israel just about how much control they will have or not have in if they are swept up in this whirlwind of diplomacy from this White House. If the US agrees to stop fighting and tells Israel to do likewise, will they follow? They don't have to. In theory, Israel could continue on their own, although that does seem unlikely, trying to wage a war by themselves against Iran. It may well be that Netanyahu might have to accept what he has gained so far and walk away. It was only a day or so ago, the head of the military in Israel was saying that, in his estimation, they're only halfway through their list of intended targets. They've got 3 more weeks of fighting to go, and they would want to continue that fighting. And indeed, there has been a late-night meeting of the coalition, Netanyahu's coalition partners, emergency meeting late on Monday to discuss all of this and to see just where they stand in this whole process.
But where they stand in this whole process is complicated by Israel's war on Lebanon. And there is a fear that any deal with Iran is going to mean that Israel just keeps continuing to hit Lebanon.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, what's happening in Lebanon now is the more pressing concern and longer-term project for Israel. Israel has been using this conflict with Iran really as a way of taking the fight to Hezbollah, trying to fulfill this long-held ambition and promise of once and for all
Yeah, and when he says long held, he is not kidding. Going on for decades, Israel has tried to invade southern Lebanon on multiple occasions, and Hezbollah has been quite resilient. It is a literal uphill battle. Meanwhile, Hezbollah has been firing rockets down into Israel. This is a scene in northern Israel right after a supposed rocket strike. You can see debris all over the place, a massive hole in the side of an apartment building. Just complete chaos. All right. Staying in Israel. Now down in Tel Aviv, or at least 6 were injured from Iranian missile shrapnel after it was intercepted by the Iron Dome.
The war between the US, Israel, and Iran is causing global uncertainty and instability as attacks across the Middle East continue. Iran has launched multiple strikes on Israel. At least 6 people are reported injured after missile shrapnel hit a building in Tel Aviv. The Israeli military says search and rescue operations are underway at several sites in the south. Haifa in the north has also been hit. Explosions have also been reported across Tehran as the US and Israel target the Iranian capital. Early attacks hit Isfahan and other cities. In the Gulf, Kuwait says falling missile debris caused by interceptions has left 7 power transmission lines out of service. The attacks come along with signs of a diplomatic channel opening. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has held calls with several countries in the last 24 hours, including Egypt, Pakistan, and Oman. Well, we have a team of correspondents around the world covering the latest developments in Dubai, Beirut, Tehran, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And that's where we begin with Nida Ibrahim, who's there for us. So more Iranian missile attacks right across Israel, Nida, this morning. Tell us about what's happening.
Well, an early warning was sounded and was alerted around half an hour ago. And then we've heard loud explosions. And then we've seen the pictures. Serious damage that has been caused to one building in Tel Aviv, a 4-story building, leading the ambulance service to head to the site. They say that 6 people have been lightly injured. But there are 8 sites where reported impact has been notified. Now, it's not clear whether it was an Iranian-fired cluster munition missile that had been intercepted, and upon interception, these small bomblets have exploded and splintered across, or whether this is a result of something else. When we say something else, usually we mean shrapnel from an Iranian missile. So this is being investigated now in Israel about the cause of that. Although there is one Israeli security and military analyst and writer who says that he suspects this might be a projectile that's coming from Lebanon, and he's saying, much to the embarrassment of the Israelis, they won't announce that. That remains to be seen. But in general, this barrage has hit central Israel, causing this damage. But the Iranian missiles have reported to be at least 6 waves, 6 launches since midnight, causing damage inside Israel, also in the south, where the Israeli Broadcasting Authority says 2 people have been lightly injured. This is causing a lot of concern in Israel, especially these cluster munitions that sometimes splinter across, and it can reach an area of a few kilometers diameter. This is something that is really alarming for Israelis as they try to intercept more and more missiles, and as some missiles manage to infiltrate through the very heavy, very advanced Israeli aerial defense systems.
Yeah, and we're looking at live pictures right now, Nida, of that missile that apparently landed in central Tel Aviv there, and ambulances, we saw ambulances and fire trucks there, a number of cars damaged by that strike, it would look like. So clearly the Iranian continuing to attack Israel, Iran launching a new wave of missiles across Israel, as you said, including there on Tel Aviv, as we see on those live pictures. In the meantime, Nida, we understand that Prime Minister Netanyahu has held a phone call with the US President Donald Trump. How aligned is Israel and the US today on getting a deal with Iran after President Trump's comments 24 hours ago?
Just before I answer, one update to that missile attack. One road linking Tel Aviv to the north of Israel has been closed as a result of these shrapnel that we think happened from a suspected cluster munition. Now, going back to your
That's the sort of thing that Israel's going to really not like. And it's the exact same sort of thing that Israel's constantly doing to its neighbor Lebanon. Taking out a civilian infrastructure like roads, bridges, which we've seen them doing in southern Lebanon. They claim Hezbollah's using it. Well, the IDF uses all the roads in Israel, technically.
Now, in terms of how on the same page the United States and Israel are, perhaps this next video is give you some idea. This is in Beirut last night. Kind of hard to see, but what you're looking at is a massive plume of smoke coming out of a, it appears to be a residential area. You can now see explosions off on the left-hand side of your screen. Explosions heard from the distance. Well, there's some more strikes conducted by Israel in Beirut, Lebanon. Perhaps that's an answer to your question on how serious Israel is about peace.
Well, Trump.
Now, there's been a lot of claims about Donald Trump, or from Donald Trump, about the United States speaking to Iran. Perfect discussion. Supposed perfect discussion has been going on. But the question is, who have they been talking to over there? So that's something I've been asking. Maybe we can dive into that.
Well, Trump appears to think he can keep Israel on board. We're going to bring in John Hendren in Washington, D.C. And John, despite Iran denying that these talks are happening, the White House seems confident that progress is being made. Is it clear, though, who the US is actually talking to in these negotiations?
Well, U.S. President Donald Trump hasn't said who those good and productive talks he's been referring to have been with. Usually the U.S. deals with intermediaries in other Middle Eastern countries. But an Israeli official did tell Axios that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, two intermediaries for the U.S. administration, have been in touch with the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bahir Ghalibaf. And although he has denied any direct contact, the U.S. is said, through U.S. officials talking to U.S. media, is said to be looking for a Delcy Rodriguez character. That's the vice president in Venezuela who, after Nicolas Maduro, the president, was captured by the U.S., she cut a deal with the U.S. that included giving oil to the U.S. in order to form a peace agreement between the two countries. And these talks led Trump to announce a 5-day pause in attacks on Iranian energy infrastructure. That just happens to be about the amount of time it takes for thousands of Marines to arrive in that area. Whether that's a coincidence or not is not clear. Trump made this announcement before the markets opened, so stocks went up and oil prices went down. That achieved one goal of his. So he might be sincere. There is speculation that he might be backing down from his threat to attack Iran's energy infrastructure, that he was just trying to calm markets, or it could simply be strategic ambiguity.
Yep. No way to know what in the hell is going on in Donald Trump's mind right now. Who knows? It's a great way to live, just having no idea what the fuck the leader of your own country is doing. What the future of the planet holds in any real way right now is great. Brings a sense of stability to the mind. Now, we've been talking a lot about peace in the last few hours here. But it has been mentioned at least once that it's a multi-party situation, and peace can be attained without everybody involved. We've already talked about how Israel wants this to continue. And the fact is Iran has its own goals in this war now that it's started. And they made some of those goals clear earlier on Tuesday. Here's Al Jazeera English from 15 hours ago. Iran's IRGC threatens to hit Israel without restraint if it targets civilians in Lebanon or Gaza. Yeah. I'm sure everybody can see how that's going to complicate things, since Israel's been doing both of those things every single day.
Well, there's a new warning to Israel from Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Talking to Sadi, joining us now live from Tehran. I understand that this is also referring to Israeli military troops in Gaza as well. What more do we know?
Well, actually, this is a very recent statement that we received from the public relations of the Revolutionary Guards. They came out to say, quote unquote, we warn the criminal army of the Israeli regime, if the crimes against Lebanese and Palestinian civilians continue, the positions of the enemy forces in the north occupied Palestine and the Gaza Strip will be subjected to heavy missiles and drone attacks by the Revolutionary Guards. This is a very recent statement, as I told you, that we hear as we see the continuation of the airstrikes by the Israelis and Americans targeting different parts in the capital and across the country. And of course, the retaliatory strikes that the IRGC is talking about, the 78th wave of which they're saying that was conducted. And of course, speaking of the latest development, around half an hour ago, we heard the sounds of massive explosions in the eastern parts of the capital. And since the beginning of these airstrikes, eastern parts of the capital have been the locations that have been very much.
Now, there's one possibility that I keep thinking to myself that I can't help but entertain, since with Donald Trump, literally anything could happen. But one thing I've been thinking to myself is, what if Donald Trump pulls the United States out of the war and Iran and Israel continue to fight each other? I mean, it would be fascinating, right? Like if Israel keeps doing, attacks on civilians in Lebanon and in Gaza, which it's been doing every single day. Honestly, not just for the last month, but for the last 2 years, right? If they were to stick by that, like, it would put Israel and Iran into a protracted and long conflict, unless Israel decided to stop doing those two things, which basically it's been its favorite things to do for the last 2 years. Like, it's almost hard to imagine, but because literally Donald Trump is so unpredictable, I can almost imagine the United States under Donald Trump just being like, screw it. It's their war. We don't need the Strait. It's fine.
Attacked by these airstrikes, but also we know that in other places in the capital and in the country, including cities like Tabriz, Isfahan, Karaj, and Khorramshahr, attacks and airstrikes are reported. Also in the capital, we know that according to the claim that was put forth by the army, they're saying that actually one drone was downed in the skies, across the skies of the capital. And these are the military developments. Meanwhile, there are diplomatic developments that are very much important. The American side is talking about negotiation, while the Iranian side denies reports and statements in that regard. We've got the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, as well as the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, both coming out to say that at this point there is no negotiation, and that means the situation looks to be far from de-escalation. However, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is talking about phone conversation with his counterparts across the region and beyond, with a long list: Pakistan, Oman, South Korea, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Russia, and Turkey, and latest of which Egypt, with his counterpart in Cairo. Abbas Araghchi had a conversation where the Egyptian foreign minister said that he is involved in diplomatic interactions with international regional players aimed at actually de-escalation and decreasing the tensions across the region. That could be interpreted as a sort of indirect messaging between Washington and Tehran, even on that we don't have any confirmation from the Iranian side. And it goes without saying that, speaking of the potential negotiation, we know that we are not dealing with an easy situation. It's not going to be easy for the Iranians to open up conversation with the Americans due to the complexity of the situation.
Yeah, the complexity of the situation, like the United States attacked them the last 2 times we were doing peace talks. Is that the complexity you're referring to? The fact that every time the United States has gotten into peace talks with Iran in the last year, we've attacked them? Is that the thing complicating everything? Yes, it does seem complicated. All right, everybody. We are 5 hours into the stream. Hope you've all been, well, enjoying might be a stretch, but hopefully this has been informative to you all somewhat, and that you're at least enjoying it better here in the Space Fams community with the rest of the Galactic Stream Nation. Then you might be alone. Hopefully we're somehow touching on things that you hadn't yet considered or heard. I like to think that we're at least doing some amount of informing. This is an interesting escalation. In my opinion, this is quite an escalation. The IRGC declaring that it's going to now, the war now includes retaliation on Israel for every war crime it commits in Lebanon and Gaza, essentially. That's effectively what the IRGC just said. That escalates things big time. It ties Iran into a whole bunch of this. It was effectively hands-off on, I would point out. Up until now. But before we keep going with this, just a reminder to everybody, please hit the follow button on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. Bell icon, like button. It really helps out. And please consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and Patreon. All the links are in my bio on Twitch and YouTube. Super easy, barely an inconvenience, as it turns out. All right, let's go here to Tel Aviv for a clip of the site of another Iranian missile strike. Oh, we already saw this one. We already saw this one. Don't need it. Yay, I get to skip one clip. France 24 English next from 14 hours ago. Talk more about Israel's
Israeli Prime Minister
intentions in
Benjamin
this war.
Netanyahu says Israel will continue to strike Iran and Lebanon, even as the US considers a ceasefire. Netanyahu saying there's more to come.
I spoke to our friend President Trump. He believes that there is a chance to leverage the significant achievements of the IDF and the United States military to realize the war objectives in an agreement that will safeguard our vital interests. At the same time, we continue to strike both in Iran and Lebanon. We are crushing their missile and nuclear programs and continue to severely damage Hezbollah. Just a few days ago, we eliminated more nuclear scientists, and there's more to come. We will protect our vital interests in any situation.
Benjamin Netanyahu there. I mean, Keteran, Israel doesn't seem to be ready, really, to bring this war to an end.
No, because the Israelis, unlike the American, had very clear war objective: completely destroy the Iranian nuclear program, completely destroy Iran's ballistic missile program, and continue to strike and strike and strike repeatedly at the heart of the Iranian regime in order to topple that regime or have enough pressure on the regime that the Iranian people could follow up with an uprising and get rid of that regime. Because Israel views the Iranians as an existential threat, not simply as a possible threat, but really they want to get rid of that regime. And so all of those goals are not yet done for the Israelis. Yes, the nuclear program has been in parts obliterated, as the U.S. president said. Yes, the ballistic program has been widely degraded. Yes, there have been a lot of figures of the regime that have been eliminated, yet the regime still stands. The strikes, the missiles keep coming on Israel, and there is still that enriched uranium in Iran. And so for the Israelis, this is not done at all. And even before Donald Trump's announcement, they had said that we're going to keep going for weeks and weeks. The question really for the Israelis and for Benjamin Netanyahu is, how do you do that if Donald Trump wants to get out and wants to stop that war? And we saw it in
Yeah. How do they do it? But does Donald Trump actually want to get out of the war? Or is this just the taco gambit? Like I've been saying the whole time. Is he just pretending the taco? And instead just biding his time for the next 4 days while thousands of troops move to the region? He's an incredibly unpredictable man, but he errs on the side of violence, in my mind. He no longer has the ability to tariff countries as punishment, so why wouldn't I mean, this is all he's got now. Military action. That's Trump's foreign policy. See Pete Hegseth.
So Donald Trump says he's delayed major new strikes on Iran's energy sites for 5 days after productive conversations with Tehran. But Iran's parliament speaker has denied any discussions have taken place, calling it fake news. One senior Iranian official, though, has said points have been received from the US through mediators and that they're being reviewed. Those points received as a potential precursor to talks. Trump, though, still saying much more than that has already happened.
We have had very, very strong talks. We'll see where they lead. We're doing a 5-day period. We'll see how that goes. And if it goes well, we're going to end up with settling this. Otherwise, we'll just keep bombing our little hearts out.
Well, International Affairs Editor Keteran Gordestani is joining me here on set. Keteran, what details do we have then about these supposed talks between the US and Iran? It all seems very confused.
Yes, because we don't even know if those talks are actually happening the way Donald Trump has described them, because Iran denies that talks are currently being held, though they have said that they had received a request from the United States, but that there had been no actual negotiations held just yet. Trump, for example, also refused to say whom the U.S. was actually talking to, though a lot of people have pointed to Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, who is the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. On the United States side, the idea would be to have the usual suspects, Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. There could be possible meetings in the coming days within that 5-day time frame, and they could see another person.
Honestly, I don't know if I'm the only one, but every time I hear Jared Kushner's goddamn name, I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit more. Like I'm taking crazy pills over here. We were told directly by Donald Trump and Jared Kushner, Jared wasn't going to get involved in the government. Now he's the -- 2 negotiator for the United States. Possibly the #1 negotiator in the Middle East. It's not clear. It felt like feels like Jared's taken over on this one, and that, you know, Howard Lutnick was more the lead on Russia. That went great. Yay.
Join on the U.S. side. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, though no confirmation from the White House, and the White House insisted that all the speculation will not be final until the White House actually confirms that something is happening. The big question would be, where would these talks happen? And it seems to be pointing to the possibility of having those talks in Pakistan. Why Pakistan? Well, because first of all, most of the countries that are the usual mediators between Iran and the United States are in the Gulf, and they're currently being attacked and on the defensive, especially when it comes to Iran. Pakistan also has good relationships with both the United States and with the Iranians, and we've learned that over the last few days, the Pakistani Prime Minister spoke to the President of Iran, and Donald Trump spoke to the Pakistani military chief. So there's been some conversations there. The major question really that is left is Trump telling the truth when he says that there's so many points of agreements already? Or is that just bluff? Is that...
Yeah, exactly. That's one question I've been asking as well out loud. Which one is it? Is it real or is it fake? We agree on almost all the points everyone's saying. Is it just like, is it just in his mind that they agree? Honestly, one thing I was thinking is like, it almost sounds like he's like living in the past or something. Like that he's getting updates like on the war, but they're like days old, like or weeks old. Like he's like, oh, I hear that they're making concessions. But that was like from weeks ago when we were still doing diplomacy instead of war. I don't know. I have no idea what to think. All right, let's go to the ground of another on the ground to the site of another Iranian missile strike with the Associated Press from 13 hours ago.
So I'm at the site of a missile strike in Tel Aviv. You can see first responders are working here. It's hard to see, but right behind there is a big crater in the center of the street. This is where the missile struck. And you can see that these apartment buildings there have been largely damaged. The facade has been blown off. There are shards of glass along the ground here. Now, responders say that so far no one has been killed, and they are still searching for people who are injured. They said that a missile struck there. It got through Israel's defense systems, and this is one of several missiles that have gotten through Israel's defense systems in many days. Now, this comes as President Trump made signs that the war could be winding down, saying that he claims that there have been productive talks between his government and the Iranians, although this is something the Iranians say holds no water.
Now, all this talk of peace, and Israel is getting struck by Iran still. Lebanon is still being struck by Israel. And Hezbollah is still striking Israel. So it's really, everybody is still striking each other right now. It's not clear. It's not clear whether or not the United States has stopped its military actions. Destroy ICE. Thank you for the follow. Now, with all of this going on, as we've talked about before, fertilizer. A huge amount of the world's fertilizer supply comes from the Middle East. At least when it comes to two of the main ingredients, urea and I'm forgetting the second one. Suffice to say, most of the world's fertilizer comes from the Middle East, something we don't think about. But as a result, China is restricting all of its own fertilizer exports, which will only cause even more problems for countries around the world.
Here in northern China, farmers are entering one of the most critical periods of the year, the spring planting season. This is when fertilizer is in highest demand, helping crops like wheat and corn take root after the winter months. But globally, supply is tightening. A third of the world's fertilizer trade passes through the Strait of Hormuz, and disruptions caused by the Iran war are causing prices to soar, with some fertilizers up by around 40%. That's putting pressure on farmers worldwide. China is one of the world's largest fertilizer producers, accounting for around a third of global output of key nutrients like phosphates. But instead of exporting more to meet global demand, it's doing the opposite. Beijing is restricting fertilizer exports and keeping more supply at home in order to shield its own agricultural sector. That's tightening supply and raising prices for countries that rely on Chinese fertilizer, including India and Brazil, and many Southeast Asian nations. Ultimately, this shortage isn't just about fertilizer. It's about ensuring farmers can grow their crops and people have enough food to eat. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
We went from global trade war to just World War III. That's basically where we're at. And now people are circling the wagons on everything. Even though the trade war is supposedly over, now we just get both. It's great. It's great. So good and so great. While we're talking about farming, we might as well go to the Philippines, where farmers are racing for rising losses.
It's 7 a.m. here in Atok in Benguet province in the northern Philippines, one of the country's main vegetable-producing regions. We joined farmers as they began harvesting cabbage from their fields. This is meant to be a season of return, a time when effort is rewarded. But not this time. Farmers here say they are harvesting at a loss, the worst they have seen in years. Cabbage that once sold for 50 Philippine pesos or less than a US dollar is now expected to fetch a fraction of that. Harvesters earn the equivalent of just $3 a day. So farmers face a difficult choice: harvest what they can or leave their crops to rot where they grow.
What we are going through now is worse than the pandemic. At least then, we could still determine prices. It's really terrible.
What's unfolding here is tied to events far beyond these mountains. The US-Israel war on Iran has pushed global fuel prices higher, costs that travel across borders and land here.
We are now on our way to a town called Trinidad. That's where the Farmers Center and trading posts are. That's about 2 hours from Atok town. The cost of fuel here has nearly doubled, and the price of transport is shouldered by the farmers.
The government says there is enough fuel reserves until early May. And at this trading post, people say they know very well what is happening in the Middle East, and how decisions made far away can quickly ripple into everyday life here. And yet, they say they do not panic. Instead, there is a sense of quiet resolve. Farmers here point out that these mountains have fed millions for generations.
Yeah, that's a slightly optimistic view on all of that, but Suffice to say, people are struggling all over the place to cope with the rising costs of everything, especially transport costs. I don't trust women news reporters. You're going in timeout. I'm sorry. That's dumb. You've crossed the line. You've been towing the line for a while. You're 30-minute timeout. You're getting a timeout. I don't trust women reporters. It's ridiculous. That is some sexist shit. Good job, Maz. That was me. I had to take it upon myself. That one was... I noticed it immediately, and I had to take action. That was ridiculous. What is wrong with you, son? You need help. Alright, back to Tel Aviv, where more Iranian strikes seemingly made it through the Iron Dome.
So what we can see here is one warhead of a missile that exploded in the middle of the road. It's exploded above cars, and there is a big damage to the building near the explosion. We estimate it's something like 100 kilogram of warhead.
We just heard the sirens, we were in the safe room, and then we heard the missiles bombing somewhere. We understood it's next to us, and when we went out, we saw what happened in the street. We are living just across the street, and that's what happens.
Diplomatic efforts to reach an end to the ongoing war between Israel, America, and Iran remains tentative at best. Now, we heard from U.S. President Donald Trump. He said that there were talks going on between Washington and Tehran. Now, Tehran has denied this, but in the last day, we have seen an increased flurry of activity that involves Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi calling a series of countries around the region. And officials that have spoken to the Associated Press describe Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey really leading the charge and trying to get some forward momentum on what Trump said. There are some suggestions as well that Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Khalibaf, could also be involved in potential talks. Now, Khalibaf came out and denied that there were any ongoing talks, but we did hear from a semi-official.
Yeah, I would just like to point out to everybody that these guys do not technically run the IRGC. They may have political power in the country, but they don't determine what the IRGC does on a day-to-day basis or at all. It could perhaps, maybe, hopefully, I mean, theoretically, get the IRGC to consider peace, but it would be anything. It would be symbolic. It would be nothing other than that. But if that is who they're talking to, I mean, better than nobody, better than Ron Varro or whoever, better than some sort of fictional character, I guess. Let's keep talking about those negotiations. Little details sort of trickled out throughout the last 12, 24 hours or so, I guess you'd say. It's been fascinating unpacking it. It's not clear that there was any real serious talks between people that could actually end this, but it is interesting to say the least. I really don't think the peace is on the table, though, right now. I really don't. Begging to be proven wrong.
Once again, Donald Trump's ultimatums are shifting. After giving Tehran 48 hours to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face strikes on the country's power plants, the U.S. president extended his deadline for 5 days on Monday. He insists this is because big progress has been made in talks with Iran.
To determine whether a broader agreement can be reached, we've had very good discussions. Very, very good discussions. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope.
Trump claims Iran agreed that they will not have a nuclear weapon, and he surprisingly proposed joint U.S.-Iranian control of the Strait of Hormuz. But so far, there has been no confirmation of these talks from Washington or Tehran. Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan are reportedly acting as intermediaries, passing messages between the two capitals. But in public, Iranian officials are denying any contact.
Yeah, so which one is it? Are we talking or not talking? It could not be less clear. If anything, it just seems like we're definitely still doing a war. And we're definitely still have thousands more troops heading to the Middle East. I think this is going to go on for at least another month. I could be wrong.
In these images posted by Red Crescent first responders, we see them racing to the scene of where a missile has fallen. Buried under the rubble is an entire family. The Iranian Red Crescent said only 1-year-old Helma survived. Trying to find soothing words to calm the little girl, first responders pried her from the rubble and raced the toddler to the hospital.
We can't wait to be proven wrong on that one, by the way. What it'll probably be is I'll be proven wrong in the opposite direction, and I'll be proven wrong. Like, it'll just go on for like the next decade will be in Iran.
Her life was saved, but she leaves behind those she loved and those who loved her. The toll of war on civilians in Iran is staggering.
We're in talks
Rare are
with
the images
SpongeBob
that filter
and
out
Bluey.
because of the regime's internet blackout. And the
Honestly, I would have more faith in SpongeBob and Bluey to do these talks than I would Jared Kushner and fucking Howard Lutnick.
death toll of civilians remains unverifiable. A rights group, Harana, said over 3,000 have been killed, with nearly half civilians, and hundreds of them children. An Iranian sociologist told France 24 in an exclusive interview that a climate of fear reigns.
People with whom I could speak are really afraid of this war, afraid of being killed, and they celebrated the Iranian New Year, Nowruz, together. Those families who still are there try to get together, be together. While Tehran was being bombed and Isfahan was being bombed, these are where my extended family and family live. They told me that we wanted to be together in case we're getting killed. It's better to be together.
With fears looming of the U.S. bombing Iran's power grid, the International Committee of the Red Cross said a war on essential infrastructure is a war on civilians. Many say the toll on everyday Iranians is often forgotten.
We'll talk about just what's going on at the Strait of Hormuz or everything else, as if the war was not killing civilians. Every single day, the whole country is being bombed. A lot of civilians are being killed.
And it's not just Iranian civilians living under this constant threat of death. In Lebanon, over 1,000 people have been killed. More than 100 of them were children. In Israel, over a dozen have also died. Across the Middle East, families hope the end of the war will come soon.
Wouldn't that be nice?
As Scott mentioned, Israel's defense minister says the IDF will control the remaining bridges and the security zone up to the Litani River in Lebanon. The statement comes after the far-right Israeli finance minister said the Litani River should be Israel's new border with Lebanon.
The current military campaign in Lebanon must end with a fundamental change in the situation. Beyond the defeat of the terrorist organization Hezbollah, the Litani River must be our new border with the state of Lebanon, just like the Yellow Line in Gaza and like the barrier.
Okay, we looked at this map earlier, but since now we're listening to this fucking psychopath say, you know, and Smotrich is over here saying these fucking insane things. I just want to look at that map again with you all. He just said that the new border for Israel with Lebanon should be the Litani River, which is, as you will see, right here. Here's the Litani River. So it basically takes off the entire bottom chunk of Lebanon. Bunch of people live here, by the way. And he's just basically outwardly saying we're going to seize their territory. The territory of a UNSC member country. You know, Israel and the United States are destroying the world order. the United Nations, NATO, all these things, they're going... Hey, they are going down.
UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese has warned the world has given Israel license to torture Palestinians in the occupied territories. In her latest report to the UN Human Rights Council, Albanese said torture has effectively become state policy in Israel.
I've documented how the use of psychological and physical torture by Israel against Palestinians is not exceptional. It is not merely punitive. It is strategic, it is deliberate, and it is integral to Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. In the past 2 years, more than 18,500 Palestinians have been arrested, including 1,500 children.
It's pretty gross that the EU countries are not calling this out. The EU countries not calling this out is what's causing this fucking, like, crisis. This crisis of law and order that we're witnessing right now. It's like the direct result of that. And a direct result of their inability to call out all of the war crimes in Palestine. The ones that Francesca Albanese was just talking about. And all the other ones. It's that hypocrisy that is being laid bare. And it is obliterating. It is obliterating the world order as we once knew it. Back to Beirut for a moment, where refugees are left in something of a conundrum. Hey, I'll be right back.
Here, everyone calls her Madeleine. She grew up in the Palestinian camp of Burj El Barajneh in Beirut. This is my favorite spot. I chat with the butcher, with the shopkeeper. At least 30,000 people live in this small area in the heart of Beirut's southern suburbs. When the neighborhoods nearby are pounded by Israeli airstrikes, Madeleine's walls shake. I sleep fully dressed, I fall asleep like this, and I wake up like this,
because you never know when the strikes will start. When I hear the sound of planes, I leave everything behind and get out.
You have to go up onto the rooftops of the camp to really grasp the situation. We're in the heart of the southern suburbs of Beirut, and the Israeli army has issued an evacuation order for the whole area. The neighborhoods targeted so far are just a few hundred meters away from here, but the majority of people in the camp have decided to stay. Like other camps in Lebanon, Bouj el-Barashne was established in 1948 by Palestinians when they were expelled from their homes. Today, it's also home to Syrian refugees.
We have no choice but to stay in the camps, in our homes. The difficult economic situation in Lebanon, particularly in the camps, the poverty, the lack of work, all of that has forced people to cling to their lands, to their camps, to their homes.
The war has only amplified the poverty here.
We're struggling to get supplies. We're going all over looking for goods. We're paying extra costs, but we're not finding much anywhere to supply people with food and water.
For now, this part of Beirut's southern suburbs has been spared, but many are prepared to leave at a moment's notice.
This bag, we take it with us when we leave because we can't cope with the bombardments anymore. My personal things are in there, just clothes. We can't carry any more than that. Here in the camp, we can shower, use the toilet, sleep in our own beds. If we leave, we won't have any of that. That's why we're staying for now.
Yo. Some people refusing to become refugees for a second time. Risking death. To find some tiny bit of comfort. Which is honestly... It's a difficult but understandable decision to make. And to understand, like I can get it. Like I get it. Like why keep running over and over again? Israel seems to be chasing you, like literally chasing you around. When does it end? Like I've been saying this whole time, this is a multi-front, multi-actor war. And not everybody has the same goals. Let's talk about it. France 24.
Iran is denying it's in talks with the United States after Donald Trump suggested the two sides were seeking an agreement to end the war. The announcement from the U.S. president on Monday came after his weekend deadline for Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz was approaching. While Donald Trump buys himself more time, Israel continues to strike targets in Iran. The IDF announcing it struck some 50 targets, including ballistic missile storage and launch sites. And the country's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is warning there's more to come. Charlie James reports.
Once again, Donald Trump's ultimatums are shifting. After giving Tehran 48 hours to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face strikes on the country's power plants, the U.S. president extended his deadline for 5 days on Monday. He insists this is because
I'm fairly certain we just heard this. I think this is a clip that they just they copy pasted.
College, Dublin. Thank you so much for joining us on the program today. What did you make of the timing of Donald Trump's announcement yesterday? Is the U.S. president looking for an off-ramp here? Is he trying to calm the markets, or is he just buying time?
The timing is the easy part, which is that on Sunday, Donald Trump threatened to obliterate Iran's infrastructure, including its electricity, if the Straits of Hormuz remained under Iranian control. But the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, far from backing down, said, well, you do that, we'll destroy infrastructure across the Middle East. Oil prices went up, stock markets went down, Trump got rattled. Therefore, he makes this statement. What's more important and more difficult is to establish the facts behind the statement, because almost everything Trump said was not true or an exaggeration. And I'll just give you a quick lead in. We've known for days that the Trump administration has reached out to the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi through the envoy Steve Witkoff with text messages. Now, there have been no details released on that. What has changed in the last few days is that people in the Trump camp have now decided that the Iran parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bakr Halibaf, could be a leader they would want to deal with. They're framing it as being similar to the Venezuelan model, where the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, was promoted after they kidnapped Nicolas Maduro. An Iranian official confirmed on Saturday that the White House had indeed reached out to speak to Halibaf, but you just posted Halibaf's response, at least publicly, which is, you're just trying to get out of a quagmire that you created and to manipulate the financial and oil markets. So at this point, there's no confirmation that we're going to have these talks involving U.S. officials and Halibaf in Pakistan or anywhere else.
I want to talk about those intermediaries that have surfaced, among them Turkey and Pakistan. Turkey and has great relations with the U.S., and Pakistan as well has great relations with the U.S., but relations between Ankara and Israel are fraught. Pakistan has no relationship with Israel. How can Donald Trump say he wants to end the war if Israel is not being consulted?
Well, the same way that he ended Israel's 12-day war in June of 2025, when the Iranians sent a signal through Qatar and a demonstration strike on the U.S. Airbase in Qatar that said, look, you can deal with us. Trump accepted it and told Benjamin Netanyahu to cease fire, even as Israeli warplanes were in the air. Now what we have... Yeah,
but he's not tried to rein in Israel, because we know that one of Iran's strategies here during this conflict has been to retaliate on GCC states, and they have been doing this since this conflict broke out, right, since the get-go. But he hasn't tried to rein in Israel there, all this time. So why would he try and do it now?
Well, because the question here is what are the aims? Now, the Israelis are going for regime change. They don't want anyone connected with the existing regime to remain in power or even to remain alive. The Americans are looking for regime surrender. That is, look, give up your nuclear program, give up your ballistic missile program, but the regime can stay in power. Thus the idea of the Venezuela model. And because of the differences in those two approaches, you've got a gap right now. The Israelis are going to continue to pound away at Iran. And by the way, expand the occupation of Lebanon, which they're doing today. And meanwhile, the Americans are thinking, all right, can we get the type of Iranian regime that we want? Now, I don't think this solves anything. I think we'll be in a state of limbo, but it means that we do not have a single war on Iran now. We have an Israeli war on Iran, and we have an American war on Iran.
The Iranians have made it abundantly clear that they are not...
An American war on Iran and an Israeli war on Iran. Yeah, and like he said, I mean, technically in the first war, Israel accepted the end of the end of the hostilities. But now, with the IRGC coming out and saying that they will punish Israel, strike Israel every time that they do a war crime, every time they kill a civilian in Lebanon or in Gaza, that totally changes the calculus for Israel, right? Like, all of a sudden they can't do any of the stuff that they like doing. You know, they can't do the genocide or the territorial expansion. And if they don't get the regime change, I don't see why they would end it. I think they would just continue and try and do everything they can to draw the United States back into it, from what I can tell. From what I can tell right now, there's no reason for them to turn back. Aside from the fact that they're, of course, taking casualties at home, civilians are dying.
The still smoldering aftermath of Iranian airstrikes on Tel Aviv Tuesday morning. Weeks into the conflict, the number of missiles launched at Israel was waning. But in recent days, they've started raining down again, casting doubts on just how destroyed Iran's ballistic missile program actually is. Now U.S. President Donald Trump is U-turning on the war, from escalating threats to negotiations with Tehran. After speaking with Trump, Israel's prime minister attempted to show unity while emphasizing the fight will go on.
President Trump believes there's a chance to leverage the tremendous achievements of the IDF and the U.S. military in order to realize the war's objectives in an agreement that will safeguard our vital interests. At the same time, we continue to strike both in Iran and in Lebanon.
Israel has been clear its goal is to bring down the Iranian regime, but U.S. war objectives continue to shift, from the destruction of the nuclear program to ballistic capabilities, or even at one point regime change. Now faced with the possibility its American partner may want out of the conflict altogether, Israel is trying to convince the world the war isn't over.
We continue to attack Iran with all our might. Regarding Lebanon, Hezbollah made the grave mistake when it attacked Israel as a tool of the Iranian terrorist regime, and it is paying and will pay a heavy price.
Israel wants to avoid a repeat of the 12-day war in June 2025, which ended at the insistence of Donald Trump.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, after strikes on energy facilities, Tehran is left breathing the fallout.
It's 8:30 a.m. in Tehran. It's supposed to be daylight, yet you look like you're broadcasting at night. That is not nightfall. That is a thick cloud of smoke that's enveloped the capital, Tehran.
Beyond the explosions, another concern is emerging. The chemicals now hanging in the air that millions of people are breathing. Is modern warfare turning the air?
I'm too upset. I'm too upset to repeat myself right now. I did a whole thing. I was laughing. Bob made me laugh. And then I was saying words and I can't repeat myself. Good to see you, Bob. Yes, I'm muted. I have a solution. I've come up with a solution for it. A physical item. but I haven't added it to the throne yet because I'm still waiting for us to complete the galactic financing of the galactic deficit and the crowdfunding of the Fed. But I have come up with a solution. Do you want to see what my solution is? This. I've come up with this. This is my solution. Something like this, essentially. A traffic light. A controllable traffic light. I'll just change the color. Whenever I'm muted, be red. I'm not muted. Be green. So once we do the current goals we're working on, I'm going to add that on. I already found a fairly reasonably priced one on Temu. So I'm just going to add that once we're done with those.
Itself into a weapon. I'm Tamara Kondokar, and this is The Take. Before we continue with today's show, tell us what you think about this episode. Has it changed the way that you think about the definition of chemical warfare? And are the potential health and environmental consequences of this war getting enough attention? Leave us a comment. Or on your podcast app, leave us a review telling us where you're listening from and give us a 5-star rating while you're there. It really helps the show.
My name is Nargis Bajorli. I am an associate professor at Johns Hopkins University. I'm an anthropologist and a specialist on Iran and the United States. And I'm joining you all from Washington.
Thank you so much, Nargis. Welcome back to The Take. Happy Nowruz, first of all.
Thank you.
What have the past few days been like for you? How are you feeling going into this new year?
It's been really difficult. I mean, Nowruz is probably the most sacred time on the Iranian calendar and for Iranian families. And it's the beginning of the spring, and it means a lot. And it's a tradition that's been around for Iranians for thousands of years. But this time around, it felt almost impossible to try to celebrate. And yet many of us were trying to hold on to some of the deeper meanings of Nowruz, which is that even in the darkest of winters, the light eventually comes. So I think it was a lot of family members and friends just trying to remind each other of that. But it's been a rough few weeks.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I appreciate you taking the time to do this. It must be really disorienting. And I imagine you're also hearing from people on the ground. And Nowruz obviously looked really different for people in Iran this year. And I'm hoping you can kind of take us there to start with. You recently wrote this piece that opened with a message that you received from a friend in Tehran. He painted a picture of what he saw when he woke up the day that he messaged you, which was everything outside coated in dark, greasy film, the cars, the trees, the windowsills, and this layer of particles that was sort of hovering over the city like a second sky. What caused this? What happened in Tehran that night that you received the message?
So that night...
Oh, by the way, I forgot to preface this video, but we're going back. I know it's crazy for us to do such a thing. We're going back a whole week and a half, 2 weeks-ish, to that strike on the oil facility during the middle of that rainstorm that wound up causing all of those horrifying images that we saw. Your checking account got overdrawn. That's horrible. That's the fucking worst. I had to close an account. I got, oh my God, I can't even right now. I can't, oh my God. It makes me so mad. Fuck. This is why we need the CFBB.
Israel struck a number of oil depots surrounding the city of Tehran.
Here we are in the western areas of Tehran, in Shahran neighborhood, where one of the depots targeted by a campaign of American and Israeli strikes can be seen behind me. And as you can see, thick smoke is drifting through the air, and of course this is one of the oil facilities of the country that has been targeted.
And for those who don't know, Tehran is a really vast metropolis, but it is surrounded by mountains. And so this is also one of the reasons that it has sort of chronic pollution problems. It's really hard for the air to move around these mountains. So when Israel struck the oil depots and all of that fire and smoke went into the air, as well as all of the oil that was sort of stored there, the sky turned black almost immediately. And through the burning, it stayed that way for over a day and a half. And then later there was rain. And so it became like an acid rain that fell across the city.
It's day, but it seems to be night as the city is surrounded by a black cloud. And as you can see behind me, it's quite clear. Even when I was coming to the bureau, I saw drops of rain falling into my window, and I just looked at them. They were absolutely black. I mean,
everything turned black, all the cars, all the motorcycles everywhere, the flowers on the trees, everything was turning extremely black, and it was really hard to breathe. And that was the context under which I got that message.
The health toll of these attacks like this are going to have long-term consequences. Cancer rates will soar. And people will see detrimental health effects as a result. All right, back to reality. Well, that was reality. Back to the present. Where people are presently dealing with the effects of that, but that was from a couple weeks ago. What do I have next?
Since you were first on the show,
Al Jazeera.
Okay, let's return to Iran's new security chief. The former IRGC commander Mohammad Bagher Zolgadar has been picked to replace Ali Larijani, who was killed in a US-Israeli strike last week. Zolgadar is viewed as more of a hardline figure than his predecessor. Before this appointment, he was secretary of Iran's Expediency Council, which advises the supreme leader and resolves disputes between parliament and the Guardian Council. He's held various positions in Iran's government and judiciary. Let's cross to Tehran now. Ali Hashem standing by for us there. So Ali Zolgadar's already an important part of the Iranian administration, but now I think it's safe to say his most critical role of all.
Well, indeed, from the job in the Expediency Council, where they assess and plan, to the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, where they implement policies, especially when it comes to security and military and foreign affairs. So the Qadr is known to be within the close circle around the new Supreme Leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. And this just reflects on how the new leadership is trying to harmonize the new team around it. Now, it happened with the killing of Ali Larijani by the United States and Israel last week. However, if we are to compare between the two characters, between Ali Larijani, the politician, the academic, and who has some security aspects, and between Mohammad Bagher Zolgadar, a person entrenched in military and security over the past decades, deputy commander of the IRGC, and Deputy Interior Minister, alongside with several jobs within the military and the security apparatuses. We'll see now that national security will be more militarized and secularized. This gives an indication on how the mentality within the war is going to work, even though Iran currently is, according to its officials, according to its media, is assessing the possibility of dialogue with the United States.
There's another update on the situation. Further adding to the tapestry that is the potential of peace talks. Making I guess this a very, very slightly clearer picture. It's possible. It's possible. It's more possible than it was. I'd say by 5% after that last one. That's exciting. That's exciting, people. Get your Calci bets out. Just kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. You shouldn't be betting on these things. It's really socially irresponsible. Ricky said with a 7-stream streak. Great job. Yes, I'm just noticing it now. Okay, Sumi. I don't always notice everything as it's happening over on Twitch. I should be better. But I'm not. Alright, let's go to Iran now, to this horrifying clip showing people attempting to free a human being from a pile of rubble.
باشه باشه آسمانی من بغلی دوله رفشن یدیم ساختمونی و پنجم بیا باید ساختمونی که در پارکینگی باشه باشه
They just send you a letter that says whoops. Yes, that's very thoughtful. It does sound like something that Israel would do. My eyes are like, real stupid right now. Can I bring this closer? Yeah, that's better. Slightly. Let's go to Democracy Now! Next, where former Israeli negotiator Daniel Levy went on for an interview to talk about this illegal war.
As the U.S. and Israel's unprovoked war on Iran enters its 25th day, President Trump is claiming that Iran has begun negotiations with the United States. But the Iranian government has dismissed the claim as fake news, accusing Trump of trying to manipulate financial and oil markets. Over the weekend, Trump threatened to, quote, obliterate Iranian power plants if Iran did not fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz by Monday night. But on Monday, Trump reversed course, extended his deadline to 5 days, and repeatedly claimed the U.S. was now in productive conversations with Iran.
With Iran, we've been negotiating for a long time, and this time they mean business. And it's only because of the great job that our military did is the reason they mean business. They want to settle, and we're going to get it done, I hope.
Earlier in the day, President Trump claimed he might personally take joint control of the Strait of Hormuz with Iran's next Ayatollah.
Be jointly controlled.
By who?
Maybe me. Maybe me.
You want the United States to be
me and the Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah. Look, and there'll also be a form of a very serious form of a regime change. Now, in all fairness, everybody's been killed from the regime. They're really starting off. There's automatically a regime change. But we're dealing with some people that I find to be very reasonable, very solid. The people within know who they are. They're very respected. And maybe one of them will be exactly what we're looking for. Look at Venezuela, how well that's working out. We are doing so well in Venezuela with oil and with the relationship between the president-elect and us. And maybe we find somebody like that in Iran.
Despite Trump's claims of U.S.-Iran negotiations, U.S. Central Command says U.S. forces, quote, continue to aggressively strike, unquote, Iran. Meanwhile, Iran's retaliated by striking other Gulf nations and Israel. Israeli officials said Iran has launched 7 missile barrages since midnight, targeting Tel Aviv and other cities. The Israeli military said one of the missiles that hit Tel Aviv carried a 220-pound warhead. Israel's health ministry said nearly 4,800 people have been injured by Iran's attacks on Israel since the war began. We go now to London, where we're joined by Daniel Levy, president of the U.S. Middle East Project, former Israeli peace negotiator under Israeli Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin. His recent piece for Zeteo is headlined, Why Netanyahu Duped Trump into the Illegal War with Iran. Well, Daniel Levy, thanks so much for being with us again. Why don't you explain that headline?
Well, good to be with you, Amy and Juan. Netanyahu himself and other Israeli leaders, although he's been at the helm for much of the last 3 decades, have, during an awfully long period, told us Iran is at the precipice of becoming a nuclear power. By the way, we should always remind ourselves Israel is the only nuclear-armed state in the region. But they've been telling us it's imminent, we have to act now. And they've been trying to pull successive American presidents into that war, to launch such a military campaign. They've never succeeded. You have had American presidents across the decades from whichever party has been in power who have created an extremely indulgent, permissive environment for Israel in the region, and in particular when it comes to Israel's consistent war crimes against the Palestinians. What you have not had is a president who could be led into this kind of a military operation, and we're seeing right now, in almost the last month of this war, precisely why. But this president is made of different stuff, less serious stuff, apparently, and Netanyahu saw his opportunity. But the reason, I think, why this was of such significance for Netanyahu is we are in a new era. It's not an era of a Pax Americana with, alongside all that indulgence of Israel, there were still certain brake mechanisms. This time, Israel sees us in an era of what I would call a Pax Greater Israel. This is about how far Israel can extend its dominion, how much of a hard power, dominant hegemon it can be in the region, seizing parts of Syria or of Lebanon, trying to finish an eradicationist approach to the Palestinians, and crucially,
To do that, you have to weaken Iran militarily to remove some kind of deterrent. You can only do that with the US, so you need to pull the US into this war. If that means further accelerating American decline and even accelerating Israel's loss of support in America, then it's a price to pay. It's kind of use it or lose it, because those things are happening anyway. In saying all of this, I don't want to suggest that America has no agency in this. There are things to do with the Trump administration, the neocons, the people who still have positions of influence in the US that have brought them into this. But that's what Netanyahu is trying to achieve greater Israel, domination in the region, including the weakening of the Gulf, which is intentional, at the expense of America bleeding further reputational, political, economic assets in this war.
And Daniel Levy, you've also written that, quote, the idea that this is a war to serve American rather than Israeli interests resonates primarily in three spaces: the gullible, the true believers, especially of end of times religious thinking, or those who are paid up members of Israel's echo chamber. Could you elaborate?
Yes, I think there is a lot of attention being paid to this question of who does this serve. Now, you can make the case that you also have a US government that is locked into its own kind of logic of war. You have, if I may suggest, a decline anxiety in the US. You have an attempt to reassert primacy and preponderance. I don't think that is or can go well. You have Marco Rubio, for instance, telling the Europeans, join us in the next Western century of imperial domination. That can perhaps play out in the Western Hemisphere. The crime committed with the kidnapping of a leader in Venezuela, the illegal blockade on Cuba.
Illegal.
But if you travel too far afield to find monsters to slay, and if you have an incoherent strategy and an incompetent administration implementing that strategy, then things are going to go very badly wrong, which was entirely predictable in this illegal war of choice launched by the US and Israel. And therefore, if you look at this, and even if you factor in the attempt to assert American interest, this war would not have happened if Israel's leader had not been there, whispering in the president's ear, making the case, 7 bilateral meetings in the first 13 months of the second Trump term between Trump and Netanyahu, 2 meetings in the 8 weeks leading up to the launching of this illegal war, daily phone calls, we are told, now information coming out of the New York Times that the Mossad apparently bamboozled Americans with idea that if you could decapitate some of the regime leadership, the Mossad could foment a coup on the streets, that you could arm Kurdish groups from the outside to take geographical parts of Iran to start dismantling the central state. You really have to be, therefore, either extremely gullible, as I suggested, or a true believer that, well, this is high risk, but it's worth
You're
it
a little
because
baby.
maybe you're ideologically committed to the greater Israel cause. Maybe that comes from a place of evangelical dispensationalist belief in the end times, or you simply are part of an echo chamber whose wheels are greased very consistently, and we see that play out over so many years in American politics. That's what I'm suggesting, and I do think that the attempt to suggest this is more than Israel first, that somehow this serves America's interest, are not going to go well, and Israel will pay a tremendous price for that over time.
I wanted to ask you also,
Israel paying a price for something, anything? Wow. Shocking. Shocking claim from Daniel Levy. To some degree, it does make sense, because this is going to further at least from what I can tell, is going to further cause Israel to lose its already waning support in America. Well, I'm just going to let Daniel Levy keep going here. He's he's certainly very much one of the people we should be listening to right now.
Appears to have been a shift in the last few days in how the Israeli government permits damage within Israel from Iranian attacks to be publicized by the press. Because clearly during the first 2 weeks of the war, Israel essentially prevented any kind of images from the U.S. media, especially going out to the world. Now, in the last few days, it's almost as if Netanyahu and the government want their own people and the rest of the world to see some of this damage. Wondering your thoughts about this. Has there been a change in approach or tactics by the Israeli government?
So I'm not so sure. I think it's an interesting question to dwell upon. But what one might be seeing is an inability and therefore a degradation of credibility if Israel tries to claim that none of this destruction is happening. In other words, an inability to prevent those images from coming out when those strikes are now causing very significant damage. I don't want to exaggerate that either. I don't think that is what causes this unnecessary war to come to an end. But what one perhaps has to look to is if you remember early on in the war, one of the real questions, as this became a war of endurance, almost a war of attrition, was could the US and Israeli side sufficiently deplete Iran's missile launching capacity before Iran both sufficiently degraded the interception capacity on the Israeli and US side, so they have to be a bit more selective in terms of what they use the interceptors for, because they can't take everything out and they are going to run out. And also Iran apparently holding back some of its heavier kit because in its strategy, it assumed this could go on for a long time and it had to have a plan for week 1, week 2, week 3. And so I think to the extent to which we're seeing more images, it is likely because that equation hasn't played well for the US and Israel, and because we're seeing more damage being done. I think you have a war where Israel has a strategy. It's an extremely ambitious overreach strategy in terms of not regime change, but regime collapse, state collapse, implosion, the dismantling of the Iranian state, where Iran has a
I mean, expecting regime collapse in Iran, I mean, it requires an incredible we're talking about Iraq, another Iraq. We're talking about a regime collapse, especially considering what we've seen already out of all of this, out of Iran. You literally have to just, you have to enter, you have to go into the country. Oh my God. Can't even imagine it right now. It's too fucking much.
Strategy of escalating horizontally, testing American endurance and holding out and winning that way. But I think you'd be really hard pushed to find a coherent strategy on the US side.
I wanted to play a clip of President Trump speaking to reporters about US aims in negotiations.
No nuclear bomb, no nuclear weapon, not even close to it. Low key on the missiles. We want to see peace in the Middle East. We want the nuclear dust. We're going to want that. And I think we're going to get that. We've agreed to that. If this happens,
we're going to want the dust.
It's a great start for Iran to build itself back. And it's everything that we want. And it's also great for Israel, and it's great for the other Middle Eastern countries.
So, Daniel Levy, you are a former Israeli negotiator under two Israeli prime ministers. If you can respond to what he's saying and also to what Iran is saying, that the idea that there's any negotiation going on is fake news intended to manipulate financial and oil markets and to escape the quagmire in which America and Israel are trapped, said the Speaker of Iran's parliament.
So there are a couple of things going on here, and I want to try and disentangle those. First of all, the question of are negotiations taking place? And what I think is very clear is that there are channels of communication via third countries. Those have been available all the time. Partly one has to understand that countries in the region who were not a party to launching this war, nor to the decision to go to war, who in fact cautioned against this war in the Gulf and elsewhere, they are feeling tremendous blowback and taking hits from this war, and they are keen to bring it to an end. There may be some who, for some reason, still believe America can do the job and that they should trust America's competence and coherence in attempting to do so. I think most are not in that camp. They know that the cost is too high, and they are experiencing daily what it means to rely on America for your security, and the answer is not good. So there are a number of states, also beyond that. Turkey has been super active. Pakistan, for instance, Egypt, who are maintaining open channels with both parties and obviously sending messages because, by the way, the whole world is suffering from this. Higher fuel, food, fertilizer prices, etc. So there are active channels. Are they talking directly? I don't know. I doubt it, but I also think it doesn't matter very much. What matters is the question you kind of raised there, Amy, which is, are these talks first of all intended to produce an outcome? Was this another American deployment of diplomacy as a ruse? We saw in the lead up to this war that America played with negotiations, attempted that as a distraction, but actually intended to go for the military option. So is this trying to buy some time while the US waits for a third aircraft carrier, more of your taxpayer dollars to be deployed in the West Asia, Middle East region? Was this a Monday morning pre-stock market intervention on the part of the president? Because if there's one thing he does pay attention to, it's that. So was he trying to calm the markets, give himself a few more days? Or is this a serious attempt to chart a path to de-escalation? If it is the latter, then that would have to include an acknowledgement that in negotiations, you have to listen to the other side. You have to take into account their interests. If you go in with maximalist positions, often designed by the worst elements of maximalism in your administration and by the Israelis, intentionally trying to make sure that talks cannot succeed, then guess what? The talks won't succeed. So if you think you can impose on Iran in these talks things that you couldn't achieve in your military assault, or things that they weren't willing to accept beforehand, then the talks are doomed to fail. The one thing that may be working to our benefit is not who might host these talks. It's certainly not the fact that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff might be involved, because that would be very bad news indeed, given their record of failure if they're the only people. But the one piece of good news is that the loose and perhaps non-existent relationship between what Trump says and the realities out there in the real world, that relationship means that Trump can claim what he likes, because what we're probably looking for is 3 victory speeches given in Tehran, Jerusalem, and Washington, D.C. They won't align, they won't match up, but they might allow for a cessation and then for some of these issues to be addressed afterwards. But as long as that doesn't...
I like that thought. I think to some degree Daniel's like totally on point with this one. Like, maybe we will get that. Maybe we'll get 3 separate realities. Israel will say one thing to its people, the United States will say another to its people, and Iran will say another thing to its people. We'll all say we've won. We'll all claim victory. And we'll all just move on from this silly, silly waste of time. Wouldn't that be fascinating? Although I think it's further down the road than we'd like to think. I could be wrong. I'd like to be wrong. I'd like to go back to talking about other things at this point. This is taking up all the bandwidth. That's where it's at. Now, the remnants of strikes could be seen across the Middle East, including in the West Bank. Missiles seen stuck out of the ground. Here in Harris.
ساكن فيه 3 شباب والاب والام والبنت والله ستر الحمد لله. طبعا هذا البيت زينكو عشان في منطقه سيب مهدد من قبل الاحتلال الاسرائيلي ممنوع يصبوه. فالحمد لله يبعد الصاروخ عن البيت 10 متر.
There you go, giant unexploded fucking missile stuck into the side of a hill, missing a house by 10 meters. You heard J.D. Vance is going to talk to the Iranians and pass the SAVE Act in 1 week? How do those two things have anything to do with each other? You're an annoying guy, Cap for life, and you don't say a lot of things that make much sense.
Israel's military intentions in southern Lebanon have been laid bare by Defense Minister Israel Katz.
Hundreds of thousands of residents of southern Lebanon who evacuated north will not return south of the Litani River until security is guaranteed for residents of the north. All 5 bridges over the Litani that Hezbollah used to transport terrorists and weapons have been blown up, and the IDF will control the remaining bridges and the security zone up to the Litani.
The key waterway meets the Mediterranean about 30 kilometres north of the border between Israel and Lebanon.
You're telling me, bro? Well, I'm telling you, bro, you gotta stop spamming nonsense, okay? I'm gonna time you out again. You're out of fucking control.
And the demolished bridges have already isolated the area, which covers nearly a tenth of Lebanon's territory. Such attacks on civilian infrastructure are generally prohibited under international law, but Katz maintains Tel Aviv is targeting Hezbollah.
The principle is clear. Where there is terror and missiles, there will be no homes and residents.
Israel has accused Beirut of not fulfilling its promise to disarm the militant group. In turn, Lebanon's president said Tuesday the war could have been avoided if Tel Aviv withdrew from occupied areas in the south and honoured the 2024 ceasefire deal. While his government has not yet prevented Hezbollah from coordinating strikes with Iran into Israel, it has declared the Iranian ambassador persona non grata, ordering them to leave Lebanon by Sunday, and effectively outlawed all military activity by both Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards.
Yeah, except they can't really do that because Hezbollah is its own political entity elected by other Lebanese people. Honestly, like, here's something that everybody, like, to some degree, it's like the Democrats and the Republicans. Like, Hezbollah is like, you know, Hezbollah is kind of like the Republicans, and these guys are the Democrats. These guys are taking a bunch of money from the United States. The Lebanese army is literally funded by the United States. So when they come out and say these sorts of things, it's like the United States is saying it.
Following the strikes, residents emerged from bomb shelters. Israeli police said a warhead with about 100 kilograms of explosives caused the damage in central Tel Aviv on Tuesday, leaving buildings destroyed and locals in shock.
Yeah, we just got into the shelter. We was in the staircase, and then we just heard such a big boom. My ears was hurt, and then the whole shelter was shaking.
It's really not nice to live like this. But this is the situation in Israel.
Despite the Israeli-U.S. attacks on Iranian infrastructure and over 3 weeks of war, the Islamic Republic has continued to hit back. These latest strikes come after the Israeli military failed to intercept 2 Iranian ballistic missiles that hit the southern towns of Arad and Dimona, near Israel's nuclear facility, injuring at least 180 on Saturday. This calls into question whether Iran's military capabilities have been reduced to the extent the U.S. and Israel have claimed.
Yeah. It's a shock that reality and the claims of Donald Trump, for some reason, don't seem to line up. Completely gone, no more military. All right, let's go back to talking about Lebanon and Israel's goals there. Or I guess continue talking about Lebanon. Whatever.
So as we, of course, continue to focus on Iran, we did not want to lose sight of some of the other fronts in this war, in particular, Israel's invasion of Lebanon and some ongoing pogroms in the West Bank that are truly horrifying. Let's go ahead and start with Lebanon here. We can put these images up on the screen. I mean, here you see effectively an entire village that is just completely destroyed, blown up by the Israelis. You now have a level of mass displacement in Lebanon that approaches some of the worst conflicts in the world. And obviously, this just happened in a very short period of time. So you have over 1 million people in Lebanon, civilians, who are internally displaced from southern Lebanon. And you can see just the absolute destruction here. Of course, there have been very high death tolls and very high civilian death tolls as well. Let me go ahead and put this up on the screen, though, because this will not be a surprise to anyone who watches this show, but just so you know, Israeli officials making it very plain what their goal is here with regard to this invasion of Lebanon. Smotrich urges Israel to annex southern Lebanon as assault intensifies. Israel's far-right Minister of Finance, Bezalel Smotrich, has urged his country to annex southern Lebanon as the military has destroyed bridges, we'll come back to that, and homes in an intensified assault on the area. In an Israeli radio interview on Monday, Smotrich said the bombardment of Lebanon needs to end with a different...
Oh, God. I'll be right back. I need to grab, like, Advil or something. I'm getting a seriously fucking annoying headache. Oh, God. It's like doing something to my eyes. It's making my eyes do some fucked up shit. like it's making it hard for me to read. Like, I can read, but like, oh, God. It's totally fucking with me right now.
Reality entirely, which includes a, quote, change of Israel's borders. Quote, I say here definitively, in every room and in every discussion too, the new Israeli border must be the Litani, he said, referring to the Litani River, a critical waterway that cuts through southern Lebanon, about 19 miles from the border with Israel. His comments come as Israel continues to carry out deadly attacks on Lebanon, striking residential buildings and other civilian infrastructure, which the UN has already said may amount to war crimes. So, Greater Israel Project, here we go. And it's not just, listen, people love to dismiss him as some just like, oh, he's just some far right crank. No, this is a government, he is a part of this government, a very influential one, by the way, who has gotten his way in many other instances. And oftentimes, characters like him are the ones who will just say it outright, what is actually happening, what the thinking and what the goals are behind the scenes. So you should absolutely believe him when he says that this is the goal and this is what they're going to try to achieve.
Yeah, look, if you've been watching the show, we talked about this literally last week. We said what? Is that the Israeli security people were putting out calls. We have to evacuate the population from the Litani River or above the Litani River. And that means usually what? Mass ethnic displacement. Then they said what? Well, you will not be allowed to return until Hezbollah is no longer a threat. De facto annexation and security control. And now, oh, let's just annex it. Do you see how this is in the span of 1 week? And he's saying, you know, all the classic stuff. We cannot return to October 6th, where the enemy is on our fences. We will push them away on all fronts and create a sterile security cordon that will separate the enemy from our citizens. The yellow line is the point within the Gaza Strip, so they basically want to recreate the Gaza situation and turn it back into this. There you go. I mean, it's all out in the open. The politicians are not willing to go as far as Smotrich, but de facto annexation is basically the same as annexation. It's like the West Bank, which we're about to talk about here in a second. Like, if you control the area, if you're militarily occupying it, and you've expelled the population or ongoing efforts to do so, you basically do control the entire country. So here we go. We can add just another few square mile, not a few square, I mean, a lot of people live there, but you know, more square miles into the Greater Israel Project since October 6th, 2023. It's unbelievable.
Let's go ahead and put this next piece up on the screen because this relates to what I was saying about the amount of displaced people. So this is the current ongoing level of displaced people as a percent of total population. You can see 1 million people have been displaced in Lebanon. This is equivalent to 20% of their population. This has happened in just 3 weeks' time. And the person who posted this says, Israel has pushed Lebanon into the ranks of the world's worst displacement crises almost overnight. Syria and Somalia took years to reach this level, and Israel did this in 3 weeks. Let's put the next piece up on the screen. You've got yet another bridge over the Litani River that was destroyed in an airstrike. This is just the latest one. Put the next image up on the screen where you can see a map of all of the bridges that they have already destroyed. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bridges over the Litani River that have been destroyed. What is this? This is an effort to separate southern Lebanon from the rest of the country. So again, if you're looking to annex this area and not just temporarily, but permanently displace the civilian population, what would you do? You would destroy the civilian infrastructure. Check, they're doing that. You force people to leave, obviously under bombardment. That's already been done. Then you would destroy the ability of them to be able to come back so that you can totally control the space. That's exactly what is going on here. And you can see it really clearly when you take a look at this map. The next piece we wanted to get to is in the West Bank. We're also going to have Jasper Nathaniel on Friday to talk more about what is going on.
Fuck me. How was I muted that whole time? Alright, that's a sign. Anyways, like I was saying when I was muted, I'm gonna end the stream here in a moment, because I'm not feeling great. My head is banging all of a sudden. I don't know why. I'm gonna stretch it out a little bit longer for you all because I feel bad, but I will make it up for you on the weekend, the midweek report here, which I will do on Wednesday night. But because I want to be able to do a stream tomorrow, I feel like I need to lay down, otherwise I'm gonna regret it. At least that's my sense of things. But yeah, seeing as I keep muting myself right now, and I've got this headache, I think it's best that I do a few more videos, then we go to the live stream, I guess, on Al Jazeera, and then we'll end it. Don't think we're gonna get a full 8 hours tonight. That's what I'm saying to you.
To the UN, Mike Walls, remember him? He was the one who was ejected. He was one of the first people moved out of, or he was like the nominee, right? Like, what was his job? I can't remember. He was in charge of secure communications, wasn't he? Wasn't he the guy who was responsible for making sure that we're all on Signal, or that we're like in a group chat together?
In May of last year, it was reported that Waltz, along with Deputy National Security Advisor Alex Wong, would leave their posts following the chat leaks on the messaging platform Signal.
So he has been in, and honestly, like in a lot of administrations, being the ambassador to the UN would be a high-profile job. From this administration, who didn't even bother telling our closest allies that we were going to destroy the world economy with an invasion, the UN becomes a little bit less relevant in the way that things work. Like, all we need is somebody just to be an idiot there, and we'll communicate exactly what we wanted.
Yeah. Make fart noises when you're there.
Yeah. Here, he goes out to, where is this? Like at a bar, like the CNN bar or something? I don't know.
Town Hall War with Iran, Town Hall.
Yes. I imagine most of these people work at CNN, but at the town hall, but here they are.
Politics. Santiago?
Hi, good evening. I'm a waiter at a local restaurant in Queens, a full-time college student who sleeps an average of 4 hours at night and is still thousands in debt. How is a war in a country half the world away, funded by the taxes pulled from my check, helping me in any way?
Yeah, it's look, it's a valid and it's a tough question. I know for certain, and if we just look at the things the president has put in place in terms of housing and big corporations that are buying up whole neighborhoods, the tax cuts that he extended with the big, beautiful bill, the energy policies that we're putting in place to not only make us self-sufficient.
Oh, hold on for 1 second. I just want to drop in here and just give you a scorecard. He just listed off 4 things. Aside from them being largely fictional, none of them addressed what the guy was asking for. Like the huge tax cuts that this student's getting, he's not getting any tax cuts. He's a student.
Yeah. Just naming other ways he's getting screwed.
Yes. I just thought I'd let you know.
Exactly.
Good.
Uphold.
He's just naming. Brian's right. He's just naming other ways that this kid's getting screwed that are incidentally completely unrelated to his question and to Iran.
Neighborhoods, the tax cuts that he extended with the big, beautiful bill, the energy policies that we're putting in place to not only make us self-sufficient, but to
pause it for a second.
You know,
there is no energy policies being put in place to make us self-sufficient.
We're so self-sufficient right now.
We drill a ton of oil. A ton of it, but we sell it. It goes onto the world market. We're not energy sufficient. There is a way. There is a way to do that. China, Germany, have begun to do that. Their need for oil has diminished greatly. Still significant,
Interesting.
And the way they've done that is solar. And if you bought a solar panel and put it on your house last year, you would have a tax cut. If you bought it this year, despite the fact that the American Rescue Act, or I'm sorry, the...
They're killing all the birds. If you're a real American, you'll pay for the gas. You'll pay for the oil. And you'll thank me for the higher prices. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna go to drop site news next. By the way, great job everybody for making it this far. I'm sorry that you're not getting the full stream tonight. You don't deserve that. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to you, but I will try and cover all this tomorrow. Hopefully I can solve my headache by taking a nap. It seems feasible to me right now. Oh, God. But I literally can barely see. God. Where is it? Drop site. News 8 hours ago on these Iranian negotiations. We call them beaver-low wings? What in the hell is a beaver-low wing? I think you're just making
Friday
things
deadline
up.
ends on Friday. That's when the Marines are due into the Persian Gulf, and the attention of many Iranian observers is on that. There is so far quite a bit of skepticism regarding this idea that this is really a true and genuine diplomatic gambit. It really looks like Iran is digging in.
If we do this right, one of the goals of this is that we have a 4, 5, 7 year respite from these kind of attacks.
He said the worst thing that could happen at the moment is Trump pulling out early, doing a taco, playing chicken, blinking first. Do you think that's what he's done? Hello and welcome again to the forecast, and again from the bunker of the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. The reason being that we've had alarms again overnight, and we don't want to break off the podcast in the middle of it to move somewhere safe. So we decided to play it safe and start in the bunker itself, which is a pleasant enough place to be. Again, big developments overnight, of course. President Trump saying that his people have been in serious negotiations with the Iranians, although he wouldn't tell us with who exactly. And then the Iranians, or certainly one Iranian, that's the Speaker of the Parliament, says that's fake news, and it's fake news designed to manipulate the market. So what is actually going on? And is this pause from the Americans, this 5-day pause, going to lead anywhere? And by the way, while they've been pausing their bombardments, supposedly, and the other sides have been firing at each other. So on one level, it's peace in our time, certainly for Donald Trump, or the beginnings of it, and then it's not so much peace in our time for everyone else. So let's get straight to the war today. I'm joined by former US Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. He's in San Francisco. He knows a lot about the military state of affairs, but also particularly about the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, Trump said yesterday that would be opened up immediately. There's no sign of that happening so far. And also from St. Andrews University, I'm joined by senior lecturer Dr. Sabiush Ranjiba Demi.
I just realized this is not drops. That's how bad it is. I just realized this isn't fucking drop site news. Oh boy, people. Somebody help me. Oh boy. That's when you know it's bad.
I am having trouble doing the show.
I'm having trouble doing a show, everybody.
Jeremy, I'll start with you.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's just been confirmed. Drop Site's Waqas Ahmed had scooped that Steve Witkoff has traveled to Islamabad to, we assume, attempt to partake in talks with Iranian officials. There had been some reporting that the Pakistanis had been trying to broker such talks. maybe he's just got some other business in Islamabad. I know his son, Zach, has actually been doing all sorts of shady crypto deals with Pakistan. So maybe he's checking in on, the Bitcoin mining that Zach is up to. But so far, there's no indication that the Iranians are willing to actually sit down with him. So I guess he's, for now, just twiddling his thumbs in Islamabad. So what are your sources telling you at this moment, with the caveat that, of course, things could change rapidly, about what the Iranian position is on whether or not they're going to sit down again with any Americans, and if they are, which Americans they might find acceptable, and is Steve Witkoff among them?
Well, I guess to start, we reported last week that Steve Witkoff had been sending a series of messages to Iranian officials, including the foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, trying to restart talks, and that the Iranians had essentially left his messages on two checks without light and blue, and didn't respond to him. And when we then reported that, and we went to the White House for comment, saying that the Iranians say that Witkoff's been reaching out and that they haven't responded, the White House went nuts and attacked DropSite and called us abhorrent and said we're engaged in America last behavior. And then they tried to front run the story, and they went to Axios and Barak Ravid, and they spun an alternate reality where they said, actually, the Iranians have been begging Steve Witkoff, and the U.S. isn't ready to talk yet. And, Trump has been saying consistently, the Iranians are begging us to talk. And every time I talk to Iranian officials, they say, like, this is fantasy land. That not only has Witkoff been texting us, but third-party intermediaries keep getting in touch saying that the Americans want to talk about how to wind down the war. And then what we saw happen as Trump sort of, was embracing his identity as kind of the Mad King, like a scene from King Lear or something, where he sort of vacillates between, we're going to wrap this up soon, to like, we're going to bomb their entire electrical grid and power supply. And then he's fretting over the Strait of Hormuz. There's discussions of, is the U.S. going to try to seize Karg Island? Are they going to try to do some kind of a land incursion? And then Trump over the weekend issues this threat saying that if they don't reopen the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, I'm going to bomb the electrical and power grids and supplies all throughout Iran. The Iranians then respond to that and issue statements and, in fact, maps showing exactly which sites they're going to hit in the Persian Gulf and in Israel, targeting energy infrastructure. And GCC states went absolutely nuts about this, because Iran has shown a remarkable ability to just continue bombing, even though Pete Hegseth and Trump keep saying that their missile program is basically, decimated and on life support. And so the story that emerged yesterday from the White House just before markets open is Donald Trump coming out and saying, there's been a breakthrough, and we've had a series of really productive talks with the Iranians, and I'm putting a 5-day, moratorium on any strikes against their energy supply, and we're going to see how these talks go. And we then spoke to the, Iranians, and they say there's been no negotiations whatsoever. And what the Iranians are saying is that we've been doing exactly what we've been doing throughout this entire war that was started on February 28th by the U.S. and Israel, just reiterating our position of our terms to end the war. And those terms are quite sweeping. They want a ceasefire to apply to Lebanon, Iraq, and Iran. They want long-term guarantees that the U.S. and Israel are not going to just use a ceasefire to prepare for another round of bombing. They want reparations for all the damage that's been done. They want a lifting of sanctions. And what they told me is that now, given everything that's happened, any discussion about their ballistic missile program is completely off the table. And if there is a ceasefire, that Iran is going to continue and, in fact, increase its production operations on ballistic missiles, recognizing that it's been very clearly understood by the world now that is Iran's deterrent. So then, Trump is confronted with the fact that the Iranians are saying that they weren't engaged in any direct negotiations. And he says, oh, well, there's a secret, Iranian official that we've been talking to, and I don't want to name him because he might get killed. And it was unclear, does he think the Israelis are going to kill this secret Iranian official that he has concocted, or is it going to be that the Iranians would kill him for the crime of having spoken to Trump? And then the Hebrew press starts to leak the idea that the person that Trump and the Americans have been talking to is the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Ghalibaf, and sort of implying that he's been engaged in these backdoor negotiations, and that he comes out with a tweet and says this is totally fake news. Trump is just trying to manipulate financial markets. There's been no negotiations whatsoever with the Americans. Now, having put all of that on the table, Ryan, I think a couple of things are going on. We do know that the Pakistanis, and this is from our sources as well, the Pakistanis, the Egyptians, and the Turks, and I think to an extent there's some other countries involved with this, but those are the three primary ones, have indeed been passing messages to the Iranians, asking or appealing to them to start talks with the United States. And what I'm told is that the Iranians have not responded to create a kind of back and forth informal negotiation. They very clearly do not want to do that. So they keep reiterating their position. And one thing that I think may have happened is that the Iranians said, we won't strike any energy infrastructure if America doesn't strike first. That then gets relayed to Trump, perhaps then interpreted by Trump as a way of kind of claiming a mini off-ramp from his threat to bomb the energy infrastructure in 48 hours. And he says, okay, well, the Iranians have said they won't do it if we don't do it. And I think that there's a degree to which they're just trying to will this thing into existence. So whether or not Steve Witkoff is in Pakistan right now, I don't know. But I do think that part of what the U.S. is doing is try to will a process into existence. But as of last night, Iranian time, my sources in Tehran were saying that the Iranians had not responded to the U.S. appeals to start direct talks. And
yep, and that's what we had heard from Dropsite. Dropsite has honestly been a invaluable resource when it comes to all this. They have been breaking a lot of news. Ah, boy, I need to sleep. I need sleep. We're finishing this Dropsite video, and then we're going to the live stream, and then I'm calling it because I'm just done. I'm afraid to say it, but it's true. I'm a beaten man. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm not hydrated enough.
They said that the Pakistanis are indeed pushing for these talks to take place in Islamabad, but they pointed out that all of the mediator countries that have been communicating with Iran have been vying for those talks to take place in their countries as well. So I wouldn't rule out that we will see some type of discussions take place, or we could wake up, tomorrow, or we could hear later today. There has been some date set, but as of right now, the Iranians are saying we haven't responded. We don't feel the need to respond. We think Trump has painted himself into a corner. We are showing that we have an ability to keep hitting Israel and certain Gulf countries where they have U.S. military bases with our ballistic missiles. And they view Trump as being in a quagmire. And I think that objectively speaking, where Trump is right now is caught between trying to fabricate some victory and say, oh, yeah, see, we got them to agree to this. And maybe that victory would look in their eyes like what the Iranians were offering before this war even started, which gives lie to the whole pretext of it. Or let's just keep bombing and bombing and bombing. And they think somehow it's going to cause the state to implode and there's going to be, an uprising. And then there's a third thing I think we need to consider, which is that this entire thing is in a way a setup. And that the U.S. and Israel have some other plan that they want to unleash on Iran, because the past two times when they said they were in negotiations, they used that as cover to then go scorched earth and start heavily bombing Iran.
Jeremy, we're almost at the 1 month mark of the war starting, and the war started initially with this idea, and it was expressed by U.S. officials that they would force the Iranians to capitulate very quickly. They would launch these very devastating attacks. But now what you're describing now and trying to force this process on the U.S. side, it seems like the U.S. is the side that's actually looking for talks much more forcefully than the Iranians, and for different reasons, the Iranians are reticent or not even really eager to engage in talks. Can you explain a bit of the dynamic from the Iranian side, how they see these events having played out and why they're not really rushing these talks, besides the fact that it could be another instance of perfidy on the U.S. part?
I think that there really is an institutional psyche that permeates all of the echelons of the power structure in Iran, that this is a 47-year war that they've been fighting and that they knew it was going to come. And I think that a real breaking point in this happened last June when the U.S. and Israel engaged in the 12-day war that ended in a ceasefire requested by the United States and Israel. What I'm told is that, during that bombing last June and in the aftermath of it, when the U.S. and Israel came asking Tehran for a ceasefire, that all institutions of Iran's national security state decided that it was a mistake to have believed that there was any good faith negotiation with the United States, and that the strategy of limited proportional response was a failed strategy. What do I mean? I mean that when the US and Israel, during the course of the Gaza genocide, have launched missiles or done bombings of Iran, the Iranians choreographed their response in an effort not to spark a wider regional war. They didn't want to hit US military bases and inflict large-scale casualties on American troops. So they would send messages and coordinate where they were going to strike and when they were going to strike to ensure that Iran was able to be seen as responding, but not to cross a line that would spark a wider regional war. What we were told leading up to this February 28th bombing was that Iran was no longer going to play by those rules of engagement. And indeed, within hours of the assassination strikes on the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, the IRGC Aerospace Division began launching very rapidly ballistic missile strikes all across the Persian Gulf and at Israel. And
Iran no longer playing by the same rules. Not shocking, because the United States hasn't really been playing by any rules, has it? All right, people. Final bit of the night to Al Jazeera to get us as caught up as we can be here. Most up to date. Once again, it's my apologies. I know it's only been 7 hours, and usually we would get at least 8 hours after completing a galactic content goal. But honestly, we're probably going to get kind of close, really, now that I'm thinking about it. Since we're going to the live stream right now, we're going to watch this for a second, then I'm going to end the stream. Of course, I got to do the patron shout out, and then we'll do the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream, of course. Not gonna do that. Can't not do that.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It would not be prudent at this juncture for me to go skipping that, so I'm not gonna do it. Oh, God. I think my body is like fighting something. It's just probably, now that I'm thinking about it, a good reason to go back to bed. Susie Ann Jones. Oh, hey, I know who that is. I've seen it. I know that. I know that photo. Susie, good to see you. It's been a while. It's always nice to see a familiar face popping into the chat. All right, everybody, to the Al Jazeera live stream.
In the Gulf region.
Absolutely. There's been an observable lessening of the number of attacks that happen throughout the course of a day, not just in Saudi Arabia, but elsewhere in the GCC as well. Qatar, for instance, hasn't seen any obvious attacks for several days now. There's been a reduction in the volume of projectiles that are fired when those attacks do happen. But I have to caution and say what Majid Al-Ansari, the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesman, has said 2 briefings in a row, that it may seem like a lull, it may seem like things are calm, it doesn't mean attacks aren't happening. A lot of GCC countries have turned to a strategy of trying to, and we saw this in the first week or 2 of the war, trying to combat the threat further away from population centers. So over waters around the Gulf Arab states, further away in more desolated, unpopulated areas, to limit the effect of debris fall that we've seen cause a great deal of damage, and in some cases the death of people living in populated areas where the interceptions of Iranian drones and missiles has been happening. But again, we've seen it throughout the course of today. We've seen multiple drone and missile attacks in Saudi Arabia late last night, early this morning. Air raid sirens were sounded in Bahrain as well. So even though the frequency and volume of attacks are going down, Iran once again is able to continue disrupting airspace and disrupting air travel, disrupting the feeling of security in these cities, even with smaller attacks.
Zain, thank you very much for bringing us the latest there from Dubai. Zain Bazravi. Elsewhere in Iraq, security forces say airstrikes have hit sites used by the Popular Mobilization Forces in Anbar. It's after a residential building was damaged near the U.S. consulate in an attack on Erbil. Iraq's government has held an emergency meeting and says it will summon the U.S. chargé d'affaires and the Iranian ambassador. The Iraqi government also plans to file a complaint with the United Nations Security Council. Let's bring in... Okay, we will get an update from our correspondent in just a few minutes, hopefully. Now, there are reports that the Trump administration has offered a 15-point ceasefire plan to Iran. John Hendren is in Washington with more on that.
President Donald Trump says the wheels of diplomacy are turning. Administration officials have been talking to reporters, and there are multiple reports that the U.S. has sent a 15-point plan for peace to Iran via emissaries in Pakistan. And we are told that Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey have all been pressing for a meeting, a peace meeting between the U.S. and Iran in Islamabad within 48 hours. That was announced on Tuesday, so that would be Thursday. And as the U.S. administration is preparing for peace talks, it's also preparing for war. The U.S. is now sending 1,500 troops from the 82nd Airborne Division to the Middle East. That's in addition to 2,500 previously announced from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. Why is that important? Because the 82nd Airborne specializes in paratroopers who drop to the ground and then seize territory. Trump was also asked about reports that the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman, has been urging him to continue the war. Trump said simply, he's a warrior and he's fighting alongside us. John Hendren, Al Jazeera, Washington.
He's a great warrior.
Well, joining us to discuss this and all the latest developments is Zaydoun Al-Kinani, once again, founding director of the Arab Perspectives Institute. Thank you, Zaydoun, for being back with us on Al Jazeera. So the Iranians deny that talks are happening with the Americans, despite Donald Trump insisting on this going on. Is diplomacy real right now, or is this just an extension of battlefield strategy?
Well, it seems like it's also an indirect way of claiming that they're not acknowledging it or recognizing it as of yet. The way that the 15 points were shared was also in an unofficial way as of now. We're still just hearing political rumors around the corner. So each official agency needs to ensure that they are not giving up or accepting anything as long as it's not official. Also, the way that...
Oh no, Susie, you're in the hospital. Not feeling well either, huh? I'm afraid the stream's ending soon because I'm having a serious headache over here.
Some of the rumors were spread out according to many media observations, is that it came through an Israeli source, which means that there is an Israeli interest in ensuring that a US-Iran agreement.
Hope you feel better soon, Susie. From me to you.
Does not undermine and does not bypass the core Israeli interests in the picture.
Yeah, on the 15-point plan, as you said, this is just reports right now, which were circulated in US media, of Trump coming up with another plan, which has several points to end the conflict, which would include Iran eliminating its nuclear program completely and reopening the Strait of Hormuz in exchange for the lifting of all sanctions. Do you see the Iranians at any point agreeing to this?
It depends if the Americans would be also interested in hearing what conditions or what assurances and guarantees would be provided to the Iranians to ensure that a similar conflict does not erupt again. And we're noticing the transition in Trump's rhetoric. We're also perhaps noticing that Trump is trying to exit the war in a symbolic way where he could go back to the American media, go back to the international community and claim that he left the war as per his conditions, whether it's those 15 points or other points that will be coming in the future.
Yeah, what does winning look like right now for either side in this conflict?
Well, winning seems to be a thing in the eyes or in the minds of the Trump administration to have ended or been detrimental or finalized with the assassination of Khamenei. But given the continuity of the Iranian regime and continuing this war with both the United States and Israel, it seems like they're trying to reframe a new symbolic achievement, reframe a new symbolic way that would allow them to not look like they left the war without minimizing the influence and the power structures of the Iranian regime. So we're trying to figure that out in the coming days. But so far, from an Iranian point of view, survival seems to be a very symbolic achievement, both domestically in the eyes of the public opinion in Iran, but also regionally, given that it has also been able to pull the Gulf region into being part of this existential threat. It might be a short-term achievement from a militarized mindset in the Iranian regime's mindset, but it's certainly a very detrimental long-term consequence for Iran's relationship in the neighborhood.
As you say, this is now a regional conflict with several fronts. We've seen in the last hour a new attack in Iraq, in the western Anbar province, on the Popular Mobilization Forces, the PMF. How difficult is that for the Iraqi government, a fragile Iraqi government? How difficult is it for them to navigate this crisis right now? They're walking a very tight rope, aren't they?
It's a very, very delicate act. The Iraqi government or the Iraqi political class, beyond the official ministerial cabinet, has been going through a very long process in trying to act between the influences and the interventions of both the United States and Iran. One cannot deny that Iran's influence in Iraq has been going through a major decrease since the 2019 protests in the country. The fate or the future of the Iran-aligned factions within the PMF, and not all of the PMF, has been a conversation that has been growing and becoming much more mature in the Iraqi political circles. One major political development that definitely paused that journey was the October 7 attacks in 2023. But now it's back into the picture. However, they're also trying to simultaneously understand how applicable is the containment or the elimination of the Iran-aligned factions within the PMF if the Iranian regime survives and comes out of a deal with the U.S.
So how do you see the outcome of the conflict between the U.S., Israel and Iran shaping what happens not just in Iraq but also in Lebanon?
There are two different scenarios, given that Hezbollah has a much more stronger association and a much more official way with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And the recent attacks and the recent developments have made it very clear that the way Israel has also dragged Lebanon into this wider conflict that isn't necessarily directly connected to what's happening in the Gulf region, which is another evidence of Israel's insistence in continuing its military aggression and political interest in Lebanon, regardless of what happens on the fronts that involves Iran directly in the Gulf region, but also with the United States. From an Iraqi perspective or an Iraqi political perspective, a regime change in Iran will either make the Iran factions or the Iran-aligned factions within the PMF much more aggressive, given that they're now fighting an existential threat where they're trying to fight for their continuity and existence, regardless of what happens with the Iranian regime. But also there's another side where there are a few other factions within the Iran-aligned factions which would be much more interested in a much more pragmatic relationship position with both the Iraqi government, but also the future U.S. ally.
A very complex battlefield. Thank you so much for explaining it so clearly to us. Zeidon Al-Kinani, thank you for joining us on Al Jazeera. Now, let's find out more about what's happening in Iraq, where, again, Iraqi security forces have said airstrikes have hit sites used by the Popular Mobilization Forces in Anbar. Asad Beg is in Baghdad for us. So, Asad, a new attack on the PMF in western Anbar. What do we know happened?
Well, we understand that this is just a continuation of targeting of the Popular Mobilization Forces. We've seen continuous attacks on headquarters in Anbar, in Mosul, in other places around the country. And remember, the Popular Mobilization Forces come under the Iraqi military. They have state funding. And some factions within the PMF are aligned to Iran. And those factions have been targeting U.S. assets, bases, even the consulate in Erbil, as we saw overnight. But the strongest or the biggest development so far is a statement from the Iraqi Prime Minister following that emergency security meeting. Now, what he has done is reassert his support for the Popular Mobilization Forces, saying that they are a pillar of national security. He's also authorized the security services as well as the PMF to respond to any attacks against them under the principle of self-defense, which raises the risk of further retaliation within within the country. But really what Baghdad is trying to do is reassert control. It also says that there will be arrest warrants issued for anyone that attacks security forces, targets civilian infrastructure, threats to diplomatic missions. And we've seen attacks against the U.S. consulate. And what we're actually seeing is Baghdad trying to rein in some of these armed factions, but also send out external and internal messages. Baghdad says that they will be writing a letter of complaint to the UN Security Council, and they've called in both the US and Iranian ambassadors, summoned them about these attacks and that.
It's a shit show with no answer in sight, a complete quagmire. Mike Avery. Yes, indeed. You are correct. It's a veritable clusterfuck.
In place within Iraq. But really what Iraq is trying to do, Baghdad is trying to do, is balance this relationship between Iran, the United States, and the factions. And the challenge is whether they can enforce the authority or whether the events on the ground will continue to outpace them.
Thank you so much for the update, Assad Baig in Baghdad. In other developments, the global benchmark oil price dropped back below $100 a barrel on Wednesday, indicating that markets are more hopeful that the conflict won't be a prolonged one. Stock markets in Asia rose slightly after President Trump said there was progress in efforts to negotiate an end to the war. Tokyo's Nikkei was up more than 2%. South Korea's Kospi and Taiwan's TEX gained 3%. Laura Westbrook has more from Hong Kong.
Asian markets are up on this morning with Japan's Nikkei and South Korea's Kospi up. Here in Hong Kong, the Hang Seng Index opened higher, as well as in mainland China, the CSI 300 Index also opened higher. So experts calling it a bit of a relief rally, and that reflects some cautious optimism based on those comments by the U.S. to resolve the conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump.
Okay, everybody. Well, because of my fucking headache, I'm going to send us into the super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream here, but that's your Iran war update for Tuesday. Are they going to arrest Donald Trump?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Any second, right away. I'm sure. Right to jail. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long, it's also difficult. But thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Docs, Aaron W., Schmeckley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oh Know It, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Megastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Willa Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Rizla, Penny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, and Winnie and Robin. That's right, all of these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month.